We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom, help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Before we get too much into it, let's welcome our FIDE President, Arkady Dvorkovich, as he has some words to open the event.
I'm Arkady Dvorkovich, President of FIDE, International Chess Federation. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Our project, Chess for Freedom, is for people who made mistakes in their lives before, but have a chance to improve. FIDE is going to bring chess to all corners of the world, especially to those corners where chess can transform lives of people, give a chance to live a better life, to change things around. And inmates who are not free right now have a great potential to develop their lives to the best. Chess started to come to prisons many years ago, and I would like to thank in particular Sheriff Dart from Chicago County, Michael Rahal, who developed this project in FIDE, and Dana Reizniece-Ozola for coordinating this project globally. This is the second edition of Chess for Freedom tournament. Last time we had 30 countries, this time 46 countries, 85 teams from all around the world, so we are improving. And I hope that all players will enjoy playing. They will represent their own countries in this World Intercontinental Cup, and I hope that this event will give a boost for the development of chess around the world, and will have a great social impact on many people around. So good luck. and I wish all the best and success to this event.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. Welcome to the 6th International Chess Tournament. We are very excited to be hosting this. We cannot begin to thank the people from FIDE for all of their help in bringing this together. Chess is an amazing sport. As you know, it gives you critical skills, but it also teaches you patience, things that we can all learn from and something we can all use in our daily life. I hope you're going to enjoy the games today, and good luck, everyone.
Well, and with that, welcome everybody as we do get into the tournament itself. This is, of course, a great initiative to tell my own perspective of the story. I did the commentary for last year's first Intercontinental tournament here for prisoners, and I thought it was a great idea. It was a great way to bring people together to use chess as a tool for a greater good. And I'm happy to be able to come back, even though it's not the greatest time to do so. It is a little bit late here in St. Louis, as we do have the U.S. Chess Championships. But I'm happy to be able to take a night off, be able to work here in this event. So without further ado, let's see if some of the games are up. If some of the games are not up, let's talk about the tournament itself. We have 86 teams total from 46 different countries. It is just an unbelievable growth. In the women's section, we had 4 countries being represented last year, and that has exponentially grown. We now have 12. Tripling is just great the way that this are growing. We have group youth sections, and we have an open section, of course. It's going to be divided in 8 preliminary groups. Think of it as more or less like the World Cup works of soccer. Every group will have a bunch of teams, and the top 2 will qualify to the next stage. Now, today we're going to have Group 1 with us, which we are ordering more or less by time zones so that it's convenient for them to play with. So let's see if we have any of the games up, because that would be great. If not, let's see who is playing today. Today we will have Mongolia, Australia, Kazakhstan, India 1 and India 2. Actually, it's Kazakhstan 1 and 2. Philippines 1 and Kyrgyzstan, no number, so I think it's the only team from Kyrgyzstan. So I think this is a stacked group, and the reason that I think this is a stacked group is because Mongolia was the winner of last year's edition of this event, the Intercontinental for prisoners. So I think they're very dangerous. I remember watching them play, and they were actually really good. We had some entertaining battles last year, and I'm looking forward to not only enjoying how beneficial this is as a program, but also looking at some fun and exciting chess, because last year we saw some interesting stuff. I've been told that they haven't fully started, so we're just going to talk a little bit about the programs themselves. Meanwhile, we get ready for the games to start. Now, some of my favorite memories from last year, specifically about chess, not just about the event, which obviously was quite great, was that I saw a Legals mate for the first and only time ever in a tournament setting. A Legals mate was actually executed in front of me. So I'm looking forward to some cool traps, some things that might be not the usual cup of tea when you see Super Grandmaster chess, but some cool stuff that you can play anonymously over the internet. So I believe that the way that the tournament works, if nothing has changed, this is a 4 versus 4. So for example, the first board of Mongolia will be playing against the first board of Australia, and therefore and so on, second against second, third against third, fourth against fourth. They just receive points. I am checking the regulations right now to see if we're doing match points or board points. And remember that at the end of this bunch of games, they'll play a round robin. Every single team will play against every single one of each other. Time control of 10 minutes with 5-second increment. played on chess.com that's being very generous with their platform and helping us out with this project. So we're just biding a little bit of time while we see most of the players getting ready. Let me make sure that's still true. Seems so. All right, fair enough. Leave this up right here. And I'm curious about some of these teams because we had an explosion of participation, and I really like seeing that. I really like seeing the fact that this has been a very successful program, that it's a program that is growing, and the growth that it has in 1 year has just been amazing because I believe we had 31 countries last year, and from 31 to 46, that's a big growth. The fact that we were able to bring youth in, I think, is also a great addition. A total of 86 teams. That's a lot of people that are reaching out to this event. And I've been following all of the efforts that the FIDE personnel have been doing throughout the year, really trying to get people on board of the program, explaining the benefits of the program to so many different scenarios, to so many countries, to so many different systems. And everybody agreeing that it has been very beneficial everywhere it has gone. So for me, seeing the growth of this program is very, very rewarding. And I can only hope that it keeps growing year by year. I know that currently a lot of these people are working hard. A lot of them are meeting in Chicago right now. And I hope that it's very fruitful and that chess is used as a tool not only for top-level grandmasters, but also as a tool to improve many people's lives. And I know that chess has a lot of reach in that area. All right, I am being told that some of the games are starting. Let's hope that we have something. I do not see my Zoom. Just 1 second, guys. All right. Nope, see me now. All right, hopefully we get some of the games up. They should be up on chess.com. As I am being told that both Mongolia versus Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan versus Kazakhstan 2 should be starting in a minute. So, well, we're already having the Kazakhstan derby straight off the bat. Let's see what are some of the other groups. There's 8 groups total. And we have every single continent being represented. Group 8 is actually the Americas. Argentina, Jamaica, Grenada. Mexico 2, so there's a Mexico 1 somewhere. USA, Kansas, not to be confused with USA, Chicago. Argentina 2, and Brazil. So we have a mix of everywhere. A few European groups I see. A couple of mixed bags. In group 6, I guess not everybody got, or group 5 rather, not everybody could really make it to the exact same time zone, but as far as we could get. 8 teams per group, and as I said, only 2 will make it out, so it's important to make it to the top 2. I remember that in the last year, it wasn't so important if you got the top seed in your group, because it wasn't clear which groups were the strongest. I remember that Mongolia actually had some difficulties against the Philippines in the group stage, and actually they proved to be the stronger team in the playoffs. I'm not entirely sure why I remember that so well, but somehow I do. Memories from this event last year. All right, I'm going to ask my producer if the games are up. And if not, I would like to at least be able to find them on chess.com. Let's see. Yeah, we should have the games up in just a bit. Let me get my group chat up. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes as we get this rolling. But meanwhile, let's talk a little bit about how this got started, because I do remember that last year was a big push for this program, specifically the Chess for Freedom program that kicked off in May of 2021. It kicked it with an online conference and an exhibition tournament. We only had 4 participant countries, and that was in May of 2021 with 4 participant countries. And now that we are about a year and a half later, you can really see how this has stuck around the world, where we are able to use chess in so many different ways. And if you go to, if you want more information, you can go to chessforfreedom.fide.com. There is quite a bit about how exactly chess has benefited many of the inmates and prisoners around the world. And we will have a representative from FIDE talking to us about this a little bit later, around 2.5 hours from now, as we do expect to have quite a long day of chess ahead of us. All right. Yes, we will have an interview with the FIDE Managing Director at 9 Central European, which is quite late here in St. Louis. I'm happy to do this with you guys. It is a little bit late here, a little 11:20. We'll be finishing around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I assume, my time, but more than happy to be here, especially because I got lucky with the groups. I keep telling you guys, I really do think I got lucky with the groups. I think Mongolia, it will be the team to beat, just because they have the experience of victory from last year. They know how this works. They know how the team dynamic works. And even though we have some close matches, Mongolia was very impressive. All right, and we actually have some games up. I do not know who the game is about. We do have a bunch of teams playing. So, well, we are starting. So, we'll try to get the proper board up. And of course, we will try to get the names of the players up at some point. But it's a start, guys. I think the games are up. Should probably let the producer know that, there you go, he's capturing the board, and there we go. We have a game. I will ask Dimitri what game is this, because it is hard to say, but at least it's a close game. And I noticed that we had a lot of those last year, where I was a little worried that we were going to have whitewashes in most of the games that we played, that one of the players was just going to be so obviously much stronger than the others. But it wasn't the case. There were a few, of course, teams that were just much more experienced than others. But in general, it seemed that the level was almost around equal. And even though I can't exactly tell who is playing in this game, I can tell you that White has outplayed Black, but only slightly. And it's only because of this weakness on e5 that White can use with any piece, really, but probably you're going to stick a rook or a queen on e5, depending on the trade of the pieces. And the backward e6 pawn is going to look bad at some point. But I have the feeling that White is not going to be interested in any of that. Somehow I have the feeling that after king f2, White actually wants to play the move rook h1 and a g4. So let's take a little bit of a look at what is going on. Because I do not see the names of the players, but I'm sure that there must be a way to find that out. Because I would at least like to know which match we are watching, as I am being told that at least 2 matches are concurrent. Hopefully that is the case. Yes, I am being told that. Whoa, I looked away for a second, and I was not wrong about rook h1 and g4 being the idea, but Black preempted that, which is actually very impressive. Play the move h6, preempting rook h1 with the idea of g4, and that allowed him to play e5 just on time, getting rid of one of his weaknesses. He still has the Isolani on d5, but that was a great maneuver. I'm very proud of the way that Black has played this position, because at least he doesn't have this backwards pawn on e6 forever. And he has so much more freedom, honestly, than with the bind having the pawns on d4 and e6. So great maneuvering there. I think Black has solved a lot of his problems. Let us see if there is a way for us to even switch from the games, because right now I don't find them. And I am not being told who is playing. So let us start looking at some of the pairings and trying to guess. So far, I gotta say, these look like very strong players. Preempting rook h1 is not easy. Like, it did come to me when he played king f2, but it takes skill to be able to preempt moves like that. It's a lot of practice. Okay. So the team pairings, here we go. All right, team pairings for the first round. Mongolia 1 plays Kyrgyzstan. Kazakhstan 2 plays Kazakhstan 1. Australia plays the Philippines 1. And India 2 plays India 1. And I think that we have one match scheduled at every 40 minutes until we finish with round 7 in about 3.5 hours. So that should be, the broadcast. All right, just making sure that's the case. I am not entirely sure that every match has started, though, because I will need to be able to switch out of games. Oh, perfect. As we do have at least the name of the players here. Kyrgyzstan B against Mongolia B. So we're not calling them 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think that we needed to arrange them by any kind of strength. Maybe player B is stronger than player A. We have no idea. As we got into kind of a fascinating pawn endgame when you're at the amateur level, because it is possible to lose this being Black. Sometimes you run out of moves accidentally. You miscount, you blunder an f4 check. I'm not so sure if it's possible to lose it as White. But let's see what these players are up. And they play pretty quickly, actually. Both players still with 7 minutes on the clock. You don't want to blunder something like f4 and somehow you run out of tempi to get on the d4 square. But I think f4 might be safe enough because you have all of the h5 tempi if necessary. So this should be a draw, at least in the Kyrgyzstan B, Mongolia B game. So perhaps if it's possible, I'm going to call this one a draw because I think both players are actually pretty strong. And unless I'm missing something, Black would really have to blunder to not make a draw on this one. Yeah, and I think f4 is okay. So let's try to move away from this game if there's any other game going on, perhaps in the same match. That is something we can talk about. King f2. Maybe I called this too early. Maybe we should actually stick with this one. Because King f2 d4 is a little asking for it. There's an engine bar on the left that kind of went nuts with the move d4. But I wasn't entirely sure why he hadn't gone nuts before. Because d4 just looks completely winning. And now clearly here, there was a violation of a rule. An endgame rule that's very clear. When you are playing endgames, you want your king as close to the center as possible. And the reason you want to do that is because the king itself is a powerful piece. In endgames, think about it, it's more powerful than pawns. So it wants to occupy aggressive positions. You want to play with your most powerful piece in the front, and that is your king. You want to centralize your king, and when you move it away, look at what's happening. The path is being opened for this king on e5 to actually penetrate White's position And this pawn on f4 is now currently a monster. It's restricting the king on f2 from coming forward. So any hope for pawn raise is, well, it's pretty futile. This should be easily winning now for black. The best I can think of is king e2, but after d takes d3, king d3, and the probably quite important but easy to find move c2, distracting the king on d3, forcing it to take on c2, and then king d4, the king penetrates with decisive effect. So we're getting something more or less along those lines. I think this might be a lot trickier than the other variation, because I'm not so sure that king c4 wins here. It might win, but okay, so the engine says, yeah, you're still in the square. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Yeah, because after king takes b4, f5, king c5, you're still in the square, and the king will take forever to escort this pawn forward. So yeah, but otherwise, I think you could also go king e5 in the other position and win it, taking advantage of the outside pass pawn, which I think he's reverting to, which is kind of funny. He got scared about king takes b4, which I think was winning. And now he's going for the other method, which is the outside pass pawn. Notice the pawn on h6, the black pawn that is further away from the pawns of the other player on the queen side. So when one king captures the black pawn and the other king captures the white pawn on the f file, one king is already much, much closer to the opponent's pawns. It also doesn't help that the weakness is on the b file instead of the a file, but it's all kind of irrelevant at that point. So this should still be an easily winning endgame for black, of course. We know that there are roller coasters when we talk about king and pawn endgames, the amateur level, because every move can really swing the eval bar tremendously. And when you only have a few choices, it's a significant percentage of your choices that are wrong. Think about it that way. All right. Seems like Kyrgyzstan B is letting this go, but I'm going to stick with my prediction throughout the tournament. Somehow I think I'm not going to regret this, that Mongolia is a team to watch out for. All right, king f3, king f5, and the rest is pretty easy because you push the h-pawn. At some point, white cannot ignore this pawn anymore. The pawn must be caught, because otherwise it promotes into a queen. The black king captures the pawn on f4, and then kind of b-dives. B-dives, is that a word? B-dives for the pawn on b4. Wish I could draw arrows. I cannot. I apologize for everybody. But that is what we get. And the king will eventually march to b4, gobble up those pawns, and that'll be the end of it. Well, hello everybody to the YouTube chat. I didn't notice you guys, but now that I see you, hello. Late night for me. It is indeed something. Is this guy's rating really 153? No, I think they're getting like provisional accounts. I'm not entirely sure that anybody gets rating. Yes. Give me 1 second, guys. And as I said, the king, whoa, that happened very, very quickly as I was talking to one of my producers. The king kind of b-dove for those pawns, and that's it. Black will make a queen. The rest is pretty simple technique. And yeah, that'll be it. That is a win for Mongolia. Let's try to switch into something else, as I am very curious what else we have going on. What's up, Gian Tricario? Good to see a bunch of you people at least enjoying this YouTube broadcast. Of course, it's not the most glamorous thing in the world. It's not the Springfield Cup. It's not the US Championship. But it is a very, very worthy cause. And I'm happy to always see chess being used as such. All right. So this is still winning. The idea after king a1, you have to give up the pawn with b2. King takes a2. And yeah, king c2 is a queen. So let's switch out of this one because this is just checkmate in a few moves. If my dear producer would be so kind to switch into literally any other game. All right. So we got India AA against India A. Aha. So this must be in India 1 against India 2. And an actually interesting position because despite what your eval bar at the left says, white obviously is better. So let me explain what's going on. White is better because a queen is worth more than a rook. And you're like, wow, Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, thank you for that amazing insight that a queen is better than a rook. Well, yes, it is. But how much better is the question? And in this case, there's a little bit of an issue in conversion. Obviously, the queen is trying to win this endgame, but the rook is very stable on this square on e5. And the fact that black has an extra pawn to compensate for the queen versus rook is actually quite relevant because in any king and pawn endgame that we transpose to, the most that white can really win is a pawn, which just makes us into a draw. So how do you make progress? Because the king on h3 can't cross the e file, and it cannot cross the 4th rank, even if I trade the g pawn for the h pawn, which is about as much break as white can achieve. The pawn on h5 is permanently defended by the rook on e5, which is the stability of the position. So unless I'm missing something, this is just a draw. This is what Magnus Carlsen very famously once said. He does not believe in them, but of course, that was taken way too seriously by too many people. That was said tongue-in-cheek. Fortresses are quite real, and this, I believe, is one of them. I cannot come up with a plan for India AA to make any attempt at progress even. Like sometimes you have a little bit of an idea that maybe you can flush out the king by putting the queen on h8 and somehow, but no, don't see it. All right, I think it's pretty safe to take this pawn. This is one of those cases where your engine bar is just wrong. Plus 3.6 should probably be 0-0. I really don't see any plan at all. Yeah, I don't think I'm wrong about this one. I think the engine is wrong. I don't get to say that very often, so I savor it every time I can say it. Yeah, the engine is wrong on this one. I'm right on this one. This is a draw. And here, I think you should take on g4 just to avoid the possibility that g5 wins. Somehow I feel that g5 never wins, but why allow it? Just take on g4, as he has done. Queen takes g4, king h6, and the dance begins again. This one, on the other hand, thank you, the producer, for switching. It's not switched this fast, but in the other games, let me see if I got that right. India CC beat India C, but I didn't see which one is India CC. This one is still going on. Mongolia C versus Kyrgyzstan C. Remember that we did see one game from this match, and that was Mongolia tricking Kyrgyzstan in a pawn endgame and winning with the black pieces. And in this one, it seems that black, which is Kyrgyzstan C, is trying to take revenge with the black pieces. I really like his position, even though black is suffering against a very powerful bishop on d4. If you see that bishop on d4 on the center of the board, it's just spewing power. I mean, it's a great bishop. It's hard to kick out of d4. It has pressure on the king side. It has pressure on the knight on f6. There's tricks. But The exact opposite can be said about the bishop on a2. It's an absolutely terrible piece. It is hitting a concrete wall on c4 and d5, and it's just not a good bishop. The bishop coming back to b1, you could trade it off, but that leaves a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. So unless the bishop on d4 can be used to maximum effect, I feel that black is just better. Now, of course, we have to remember black is up a pawn, so that is an important part of the evaluation. But since it's a pawn on d5, I'm not so clear that it's so important, because honestly, the pawn on d5 in many positions, I think you'd rather just pluck it off the board as black, because the queen on c6 would gain a really nice diagonal. Of course, that being said, a pawn is a pawn, and it does anchor you on e4. So unclear how good this extra pawn is, but, well, pawn is a pawn. And this is actually quite fascinating, as both players had the option of trading everything on the e-file, and they've actually not done that. They've decided that it was in their interest to clog the e-file with the bishops and try to keep the rooks, I don't know, for later play. But I love the strategical struggles. And as I said, you can tell that these players are pretty evenly matched up. I mean, even though black is clearly better in this position, it's very difficult to make progress. And white has set up himself pretty solidly. Bishop on e5 is quite strong. And I don't think that black has shown like an incredible superiority over white, just a slight one, which makes these games fascinating, very interesting, because anything can still happen from this position. Like, for example, the move rook g6. It's an okay move. I wouldn't make it. It's a tempting move because you think pawn on g5 is hanging in some positions. And then sometimes you even elicit a response, right? Like rook g3, for example, I think is defending against something that didn't need to be defended against. I don't think rook takes e5 was an actual threat in that position. But you see that because of the pressure on the king side, anything can happen and the game can change pretty quickly. So a fascinating struggle here between Mongolia C and Kyrgyzstan. Let me see if somebody that is listening to this broadcast can give me some results. Because if games are finishing up, I'd like to see how my group is going. And unfortunately, because of my commitments with the US Championship, won't have as much time as I would like this week to volunteer some broadcast time to this cause. But this is my group, and I want to see it till the end, and I want to see exactly how the action progresses. So for now, I understand the eval bar loves black. I understand that the 2.8 evaluation that it's showing is pretty deserved. I really like the bishop on e4. I see a big future for this knight on g8 to get to the f5 square, where it would be just an absolute monster. It needs some massaging to get there. You don't want to blunder something on h6. You might want to play king h7 at some point. But, you know, it does seem like black's position is a more cohesive one. And white really is playing down a piece without this bishop on a2. In many cases, you're going to want to calculate this move, rook takes e4, and bishop b1, or rook takes e4 and f5. But knight e7 played, which, well, immediately prevents rook takes e4 and f5. But what is black's plan after g takes h6? We're about to find out. White playing it very quickly. Both players actually getting into time pressure. So I definitely want to stick with this one. There is a checkmating 2 threat, which with the move h takes g7. No! Black has missed it. Black has missed the main threat of white, which was h takes g7. Taking the rook on g3 was definitely not mandatory. And a blunder in time pressure is going to cost Kyrgyzstan yet another important point, because I was very impressed with the way that Kyrgyzstan was playing in the other game that we saw. I thought that white had gotten a very nice positional advantage before getting outplayed in the endgame. And in this one also, I thought that black had all the trumps until suddenly a couple of moves with this pressure coming on the king side, boom, boom, G takes h6, h6 takes g7 check, and I think this is the feed. I'm going to go ahead and assume this is the feed from... it's kind of hard to tell for me which one this is. But, well, this is unfortunate news for Kyrgyzstan, who will need to have won the other two games to tie the match against Mongolia. But, well, we'll see if they can do it. So this one's over. I'm going to ask my producer to switch to any other game that's still going on or that we can review. If it's going on, great. If it's not going on, we can see the Mongolia versus Kyrgyzstan matchup. But this one is cool. This one is just about to be over, I believe, because white, if I can count correctly, will be up a rook. I guess a rook and a pawn. Bishop e3 check played, doesn't change anything. Both the white moves are legal and winning, king d1 and king b1, because at the end of the day, you do end up a knight with rook takes h5. And that should be a very nice win for... Wait, Kazakhstan. I'm going to go ahead and assume Kazakhstan 1 and that Kazakhstan 2 are the ones with the double letters. We're going to call them that. So Kazakhstan B defeating Kazakhstan BB. I'm wondering if they're playing in the same hall. I guess they might not be. They might also be from different cities altogether, as far as we know. Bishop G5, but yeah, I don't expect any hope here for the black side. So let me just read up on the rules and regulations really quickly. I just want to know what happens once you qualify, like what are you qualifying to? Boom. All right, format. Main tournament will be a round robin, 7 rounds. All rounds shall be played today, which is a long day. It's one of those like 40-hour days because it starts in America before it's even October 13th, and it'll finish way later after it is no longer October 13th somewhere else. All teams will divide it into groups of 8. That's what we said. There shall be no more than 8 hours time difference between countries. That makes a lot of sense. And there we go. The top 2 teams from each group will advance into the championship round. That is the final group that will occur at the second day of the event, which will be October the 14th. The top 2 teams will advance to the final groups A and B. So we have in the championship round, we have 2 round-robin tournaments. The top 2 teams of each final, of each round-robin, will play a final match, and then there will be a final duel between the winners of their respective round-robins. So there's a lot of chess to be played to win this tournament, which is actually pretty cool. Yeah, so we'll see what we see. This game clearly hasn't changed very much. We do have an extra rook for one side, and at some point, that might mean that the black has no choice but to resign. Clearly, the easiest way to convert is to just push your pawns. So when you have doubts on how to convert your material advantage, go over the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. Just eliminate all of your opponent's pieces, and that way you don't have to think about any counterplay, because that's how chess works. If your opponent doesn't have pieces, they don't have any counterplay. So c4 played, and I think that white is methodically doing something along these lines as they are eliminating pretty much every single one of black's pawns while they are, not really making any progress, but avoiding counterplay. And it's kind of funny that king e4 is winning in this position, but it would make, it makes black, d5 check does win a rook. And even though that is winning, it's a little harder than it should be. Because now, well, you lose the rook. You're probably winning by force, but now you probably have to find it now. Because f7, bishop e7 captures the pawn right on time. So knight g7, the engine agreeing with this move, probably a good move. I'm sure there's more than one way to skin this cat. There must be at least more than one way to win this. Probably 96 is just completely winning here, among other moves. Yeah, 96 must be completely winning. But you kind of have to find, I'm not so sure king c3 is winning. Probably winning, but it's not 96. 96, threatening that bishop. Remember, you want to eliminate counterplay when you're up material. And suddenly, this is probably winning, but I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet that now that apologize, guys. I think I'm back. Excellent stuff. All right, we left it off with this fascinating endgame. I'm glad I wasn't gone very long because I really do want to see this endgame. Now, I know that this is lost with the pawns with one pawn on the 6th rank. I think it's always lost. I don't actually know the evaluation of 3 pawns against bishop, but I think it's drawn. It should be a draw in almost all cases. Not exactly very useful chess knowledge, but this one is not. You don't even have to think about it. The pawns are way too fast, way too advanced, and here they will win without difficulties. You just kind of push them, and the king can't really do very much. Best defense, though, is to keep an eye on the pawns. If you want to play a move like bishop h2, that way you keep an eye on the pawns. You don't let the king go in. You can also try to play something like bishop c3 at some point. So right now, I think, unless there's something wrong with it, you should play bishop c3 in this position. Okay, bishop b4, preventing e7. I like that even better. Maybe much better than my move bishop c3. Probably lost by force to d6. Much better move. Very good. Very good. Bishop b4. How do I make progress now as white? King g6 was a very strange move, but I don't know if did it really ruin everything? No. Might have. I mean, you don't have enough time to go all the way around. Because here I think you go bishop a3. And no, bishop a3, king e5, bishop b2 check is a draw. King f5. Not helping. Not helping. You have to go around. If you don't go around, you're not going to make any progress. If you ever put the pawn on f7, that's it. And there's no making progress in that position. So you got to try to get something like e7, king g7. But the problem with e7 check in this particular position is, like, for example, if black just played bishop c5, if white went e7 check and black took, bishop takes e7. That's actually a drawn king and pawn endgame. And because of this, let's call it trick, it's very difficult for white to make progress. I actually think it might be impossible for white to make progress. And the game indeed is drawn. A great save there by Kazakhstan BB. And I was ready to give up on this one. I must admit, I was absolutely wrong on this scenario because down a rook, down a pawn, didn't matter. Found a trick, saved the draw. Kudos to Kazakhstan BB on this one, show to me. And then, all right, we'll ask for our producer to give us the next game. Keep them coming because we have tons of chess. And I will also ask some of the people helping the event that if you guys feel free to give me a link to the chess.com tournament or where I can see the results in real time, because that would be fantastic. All right. Meanwhile, let us see what other games we have. Oh, is this the game? This is the Fortress. Oh my. The Fortress somehow, and I'm not entirely sure how, White exchanged their H pawn for the G pawn, which means they marched it to, I wonder how they got traded. But we got this endgame, and this one I'm just going to Wikipedia. So I'm going to give you guys a hint. When you don't know things, you just go to Wikipedia and then you type. And I'm going to Wikipedia Queen Rook Pawn. Because I think there's Queen versus Pawn endgame, Rook and Pawn versus endgame, Queen versus Pawn endgame, Queen and Pawn versus Queen endgame. No. But maybe I'll get a link from it. No, there doesn't seem to be any article on this one, which means I'm actually going to have to check a table base. Normally, I actually found Wikipedia's articles on chess to be very good, especially on endgames and openings. But it doesn't seem like they covered this one in particular. So, Rook and Pawn versus Queen is sometimes a draw, but it's not always a draw. And if my vague memory serves me right, specifically the F-pawn on the third rank is a draw. I think an F-pawn on the second rank is a draw. I think an F-pawn on rank, like if the pawn's on F5, is a loss, because the queen can actually get behind the pawn and somehow force the queen outside of it. I actually left the chat a long time ago, but I'm going to be a little bit more mindful of it for those people that are watching. I know it's not a huge crowd, but yeah, I think we're going to be switching around the cameras for all of those that are following. We're going to be switching around the cameras from some of the persons that are participating in the event, which I think is really cool. And yeah, so the reason that the F-pawn on F6 or F7 is a draw is because the queen can't get behind it, which kind of means that the king can't by force get flushed out, which is the only way you win this endgame. So here I think like King G5 is dangerous, for example. Like you should play King E6 and just keep the king around the pawn. And that actually is a threefold repetition. So excellent defense there from India A, actually quite impressive to recognize the Fortress as, I think that's his team congratulating him, saving that position with queen against rook. Again, I'm always impressed in what I get to witness at this Intercontinental Chess for Prisoners tournament, because this is a very rare endgame. It's one of those like theoretical curiosities. I've never had it. I've been playing chess for like 25 years. I've never had it. I've never seen it in a live game. I've seen similar ones, but this one in particular I don't think I've ever seen it live. I knew the result of it from a book, and it's nice to see it in practice. All right, guys, let's see if we go to another match. Production crew, let's move on. We might even be moving on to round 2. I'm not even sure. All right, what do we have here? Australia against the Philippines, which means that we are on Australia against the Philippines. So we're still in round 1, which means that we're going to, I'm not so sure I'm going to be up all night. But let's see what's going on in the position. The bar is heavily on Black's favor, and that might have to do with the fact of the 2 extra pawns that are missing on the king side, and the fact that Black is, because of that, mating white. Yeah, queen f6 is a nice touch. I think there's very difficult to prevent a move queen g6 and queen g2 checkmate. You might even have to start running already with the move king f1, just not to lose immediately. but it only will postpone the inevitable. Yeah, King F1 coming with actually a good find. So otherwise, White could really resign. And the only reason that we still have a game here is because there is no rook e8 available, right? The rook is hanging on e8, so you don't want to do that. And, you know, queen c3 is a grave mistake. A grave mistake. I actually didn't like the move, but I will be honest with you guys, everybody that's watching this, that I wouldn't have thought it was such a big blunder without the engine bar. I mean, I would have realized it eventually, but it's not so obvious that queen takes c3, taking a pawn and attacking the rook, could lose the game. But it's precisely because of this move. An excellent find here about Australia C. Rook e1, it not only attacks the bishop on f3 by defending the rook on a1, that bishop on f3 is of course hanging, and you've defended your hanging rook. But you've presented now black with a second threat, and the threat of queen e8 check and mate on the next move, because rook takes e8 is back rank checkmate, which forces black to give up the bishop. Black has chosen to do it in this way with the move bishop e4, but I don't think it helps much. You can just pluck this bishop and say thank you very much. A bishop is a bishop. And in such an open position, even though black will have a full 3 pawns to compensate for the piece, you're pretty much dead in the water because the bishops are very strong. I was wondering about this move, bishop takes d5, but I think that white has fallen into temptation. Bishop takes d5 with the idea that he wants to win even more material. And after bishop takes d5, queen e8 is still checkmate. But unfortunately, who is guarding the bishop on a3? Queen takes a3 is suddenly possible. The queen, found by the black side. Queen takes a3, nice find there by black. That means that you get to keep material parity, or at least piece parity is kind of what I wanted to say, as black still has 2 extra pawns. Couple of threats here, though, by the white side. Queen e8, not so much, because remember the queen on a3 can go to f8 and defend that way. Welcome, Jenny O'Hara. Yes, chess tournament for prisoners. Great initiative here by FIDE, the Chess for Freedom event. For all of you that are just joining us, we do have group stages today. 86 different teams participating in 3 different categories and representing a total of 46 countries, which I think is just amazing. 46 countries, great growth from the program, up from 31 last year. As you can imagine that this is, well, it's catching fire. All right. They must be thrilled that GM is hosting. No, this is nice to have volunteer work like this, of course. Chess is not just all about, how Fabi does in the US Championship. It's about a lot of other things, and we're happy to be ambassadors to some of the other programs. And you're going to have the luck of hearing another experienced commentator, my dear friend Keti Tsatsalashvili, will be doing plenty of work as soon as I am off. Pretty much for the rest of the event. Chess will make you free. Yeah, I don't know if it'll make you free, but it'll at least improve your life quality. So let's go with that. All right. So what is going on in the game? Rook f8 was played. Actually, Rook f8 is a move I like. I can get behind this move. It's sometimes better at certain levels to play a move that's not the best move, but it's kind of like the safe move, you get rid of the main problem. Like the main problem of the back rank mate, it's been done. So King G2 played, perhaps with some ideas of playing Rook H1. Black doesn't want to see any of the king side collapsing, so quickly retreats the queen to D6. probably trying to play something like Queen G6 and exchange the queens. And it makes a lot of sense. We went over this in the last game. It is important to improve your life quality by keeping it simple and exchanging your opponent's pieces when you are up material. And in this case, 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. You could play G6 and keep the game going. Technically, White's king is weaker than Black's king in the long run, despite the activity. So you could argue for keeping the queens, but I insist, keep it simple, keep it reasonable, play Queen G6, trade the queens. And while these players are on their way, as I see, actually, as I give that entire spiel, the engine hates everything I've said, that we have projects from around the world that are seeing chess as a tool to make progress, to make the lives of their inmates better. And we have the pleasure of showing you one of those projects. This one is Norwegian, and we're going to see what Norway has sent to us and what they are doing with chess in their prison system. So if our producer could roll that video, that would be great.
Mitt navn er Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
And welcome back, everybody. All right, I'm going to ask my producer to switch to what I would consider to be the most interesting game going on right now, which, well, a lot of things change very quickly. I'm going to think it is, that's because round 2 has started. So let me see, let me just see 1 second to see what's going on in the tournament. Let's try to finish up round number 1 with Australia A against Philippines A. If we can switch to that one, that would be fantastic. All right, So let's talk a little bit about what's going on in the event. Welcome everybody that just joined us. This is Chess for Freedom, second Intercontinental FIDE Chess Championship for prisoners. So as far as the chess itself, we are having a round-robin tournament between 8 players in a very similar time zone. And the top 2 get to participate in the next round-robin. So think of it as a qualifier, kind of like the World Cup of soccer. And we have a bunch of results. So let's get started with what the action has been. First of all, Mongolia, which is my team, in my opinion, they're the favorites to take the tournament, simply because I'm biased by their last year's result, as we did get to cast the finals there. Keti got to cast the finals actually that year. Mongolia starts with a blistering 4-0 victory. Wow. Crushing, actually. So Mongolia starts 4-0. Strong appearance there for Team Mongolia. Kazakhstan played versus Kazakhstan. And let me count this once, how they're doing. So Kazakhstan DD, Kazakhstan 2, Kazakhstan, okay, 1.5. Ooh, it came down to the wire in this one. Where's this game? Where is Kazakhstan A versus Kazakhstan A? I don't think we have Kazakhstan A versus Kazakhstan A yet. They just started. I don't see them actually. Yeah, I don't see the game Kazakhstan A versus Kazakhstan AA, so I'll ask my producer about that one. And the game that we are actually watching, is Australia against the Philippines, which is still going on 3 boards, but they seem to be racing towards pretty clear results. Already Philippines won on board D. On this one, Australia A seems to be also going down, because this pawn on E4 is very dangerous. So if you see this pawn on E4 that's marching down the board as soon as the bishops are removed, is the most dangerous pawn on the board. And the pressure that it's going to create doesn't allow the bishop on A1 to do anything active. And since the bishop on C5 consistently defends the pawn on A7, all black really needs to do is push his pawn to E2, put the king on F3, and offer a trade of bishops with move bishop F2. And it'll be way too late for white to consider trading the bishops, take on A7, move the king, go A all the way A8. And I'm not entirely sure what black is doing. This is the slightly meaner way to win. White is in zugzwang. Bishop F2 is a little bit of an issue. And I think it just wins. King C6 is a hell of a move, bro. Because, there are other ways to win. This one you are kind of risking stalemate. But I guess you're not really risking stalemate that much. Because, all these pawns are really still moving with F5 and G4. And you're never going to be able to give them in a comfortable way. So pretty brilliant play here by black. King C6, trapping that king on A6, stalemating it, if you will. And because of the particular structure that black and white have on the king side, there won't ever be any stalemate tricks. You can play E3, but bishop D4. So perhaps it's time to just start picking things up. Bishop takes G3, king takes A7. I don't know if you want something a little easier than that. And you can play E3, bishop D4, and then bishop G1. King, bishop C5 also perfectly fine. Keeping an eye on the A7 pawn. So E3 is going to come. Yeah, there must be a way to win this entirely by zugzwang. Like, you don't actually need to bring the king in. E2 probably, and then like bishop D4, bishop E3, something like that. So what is that going to mean for the standings? Because Australia B did defeat the Philippines B. And in other news, Philippines C has defeated Australia C. So if I can count correctly, Australia has only won on the B board, And unfortunately for Australia, I believe they're going down on this one as well. Yeah, this is just a bishop. So Mongolia wins over Kyrgyzstan. Philippines wins over Australia. I think one of the Kazakhstans will win the other Kazakhstan, depending on which Kazakhstan didn't show up on board A. And in the all-Indian matchup, it was India A that imposed over India B by the minimum, by the way. Like, a very close match there, 2.5, 1.5, favoring India 1. Impressive. Very close matches. And round 2 has started, and the producer has gracefully chosen a game for me, which should be finishing pretty soon. But, well, I think Rook H1. So we actually caught it at the perfect moment. Rook H1 should be checkmate in 3 moves. Rook H1 check, Knight G1, Rook F2, or Knight G3, I guess it doesn't really matter. The king must move, that is the rules of chess, and Rook takes G3 should give the victory, sorry, not Rook takes G3, Rook takes G1 should be checkmate and the victory to India B. Let's try to continue with this matchup, see if we can find some other matches. So as soon as this one is done, either because white moves and they get mated or he resigns, let us move to the India DD versus Kazakhstan D match. Yeah, and this game is over. So we can make that switch right now, as it does seem like it is the most interesting game going on right now. India DD versus Kazakhstan D. There we go. And yeah, what to say? It's one of those positions where obviously one side is better than the other. If you count the pawns, white is down 1 pawn. But it's not so easy. These pawns on E6 and D5, they can get stuck if you don't play carefully. The rook on G6 can get stuck if you don't play carefully because it's obviously offside right now. And probably the correct line of action is to be bold, is to play the move D4 at some point. Yeah, and D4 played. Very good job here by black. I do think it's the best move. I think the engine agrees with this as well, that you need to use this pawn as some sort of shield in order to return this rook on G6 at some point, and that the pawn itself shouldn't be lost because probably you have some counterplay or some tactics involving bishop C5 at some point, and the pawn somehow should be okay. As I said that, of course, it's easier said than done. When you're playing, you have to calculate all these things. When you're not playing, you don't have to calculate anything. So bishop F6, the engine didn't like this as much. I assume that bishop C5 was slightly stronger, but bishop F6 also possible. It's kind of a clowny rook on G6. Like if that rook wasn't somewhere else, black would be almost winning for sure, at least at the master level of chess. But with the rook on G6, and of course, I'm not saying anybody here is a master, but it definitely helps being able to play with all your pieces. And this rook on G6, it's just not playing. And what happens at the lower levels of chess is that when some of your pieces are not playing, even if you're technically up material, like here, black is up a pawn, but your rook on G6 is just not playing, it can be difficult to make moves because white technically has more pieces active. And when tactics come about, it doesn't really matter that you have an extra pawn on the queen side. What matters is which one of your pieces is being useful. So for the time being, black is obviously in a favorable position because of the pawn, but I still think it's extremely, extremely tricky. So I'm glad that we get to stick with this one, which might be important for the match. Just looking quickly through the other games without any need to change, we already know that India, we just saw India AA beat Kazakhstan. So here Kazakhstan has the advantage. Kazakhstan D, that is. Kazakhstan C is currently in a winning position up a bishop, if I can count correctly, against India's CC. That equalizes the match. And Kazakhstan B is Kazakhstan B is up a rook and a knight against Kyrgyzstan. So India, no, we don't need to switch to this one. Let's continue with India DD and Kazakhstan D, as that is the more intriguing game. This one is obviously just over. There's a rook and a knight extra for black, and everything that black has done so far should confirm that they're going to win. And this one is the interesting one. So India is looking for an equalizer here. White actually is in a must-win situation to equalize the game. But since we have left the game until now, it is definitely black that has made progress, especially with this break on e5. I don't like the move knight d3 because I think e4 is just going to stomp all over white's position. But even after the probably correct move f takes e5, it was unclear what compensation white had for the pawn. So e4 played, and clearly in a lot of trouble for white, which is unfortunate because they're in a must-win position unless some kind of miracle happens in Kazakhstan C. But a piece is a piece, and the thing is that usually at this level, it's because one of the sides just, outplay the other. So the position is deteriorating very quickly for India in this particular board. As you can see, the pawns that were somewhat weak on d5 and e6 did the one thing that they shouldn't have been allowed to do, which is to march up the board. This happens very often in chess, where weaknesses, specifically pawn weaknesses, don't become weaknesses the more you advance them, because they start pushing enemy pieces away. And this is pretty much what has happened in this position. The king on g1 also feels pretty unsafe because basically every black piece is aimed at him. This queen on c7, this bishop on e5, the rook on g6, probably the only piece not directly involved is the rook on d3, but I think even this piece wants to join the fray, as we see the move d3, rook takes d3 probably on tap against c takes d3, and c takes d3 played. I expect rook takes d3 because it's a nice tempo, and played. And after queen e1, which looks like the only move to me, you could consider queen c1, but everything else is just too sad. Queen on b4 just looks too far away from the king side. So queen e1 probably the only move. I expect there's a killer blow. I don't see it. I don't see anything like rook takes h3. Sorry, I don't see anything better than like bishop takes b2, rook takes h3, or rook takes h3 immediately, because rook g2 doesn't work, bishop h2 doesn't work. Queen c2, interesting move. So you're offering the trade of queens here in this position, but you are a little bit far away from the king side. Specifically, you're far away from the g3 square. So, do you go into the square at some point, like some point soon? Black decides, no, we should trade. Keep it simple. I'm already up 2 pawns. Why should I need to complicate my life? I think that's a very fair approach. Bishop d4 check. I do not like this too much, because after bishop takes d4, the pawn on f5, I think, is hanging, but white is not, didn't see the opportunity. And I think that after king h1, well, this pawns on the center should just kind of roll. Unfortunately for white, it's a must-win game, so this is the hardest part of the game. Let's see. All of the round 2 games have started, which is great to see. I will eventually be interested in the Mongolia versus Australia match, because I remember it being competitive last year. We have some of the returning teams. I remember the Philippines was quite good. which was one of the reasons I wanted to keep my eye out on them. Yeah, I remember having a big impact by the chess exhibited by Mongolia and the Philippines. All right, so we're switching around a little bit. This one is Mongolia against Australia because, yeah, in the other game, there's just no hope for Kazakhstan. Sorry, I apologize for that. There's no hope for India. It seems like Kazakhstan is going to take that match. Yeah, despite the efforts of India A. So let's stick to this one. This is Mongolia A against Australia A. Two of potentially the higher-rated people. But before we do that, let's actually go to Mongolia C against Australia C. And if the producer would be so kind to go to that one, because something really wrong went to Black's position very quickly. We could see Mongolia C against Australia C. All right, we'll get that later. I guess we will analyze this game instead. So this is very symmetrical for the time being, not too much going on. I expect this to have happened from a French. Not really sure about that, but it does have a French symmetrical structure. Black shouldn't have any problems. Develop plenty of his pieces. Actually, somehow it feels like Black has more tempi than White. I'm not sure how that's possible because White starts with a extra tempo. But, you know, sometimes you make one opening mistake and, yeah, you lose a few tempi. Actually, I think Black is for choice here. All right, knight g6. Still pretty even. I expect this to be a close match somehow. But as I'm saying that, Mongolia is already in a dominant, like totally dominant position in two boards. So maybe Mongolia looking to wrap things up pretty quickly. I don't see Mongolia. Oh, B, yeah, here it is. No, I do see it. Yeah, guys, Mongolia is out for a blood today. They're actually better on every board that's not this one. And this one is just equal. It's not like they're worse or anything. So Mongolia coming in with the prep, coming in with the ambition, coming in knowing that they're the champions and that they want to defend their title. And I think that's pretty cool. Because Australia is getting wrecked. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what happened in Mongolia C against Australia C, because that was a very cool finish in a great attacking game by the Mongolian player. Oh my God. We must. Oh, this is tragic if this is true. Oh, if we can switch right now, switch to Kazakhstan D. D against Philippines D. Oh, what a blunder. Oh, I hope we can switch to this game. Yes, if we can go back 2 moves. I don't know if I have the capacity to go back 2 moves. Can I go back 2 moves? Is that too much to ask? It might be too much to ask, unfortunately. Oh, we didn't see it. But Queen E1 check came after White played Rook from D1 takes D8. For no apparent reason. Like, you could play Knight C3 and just be completely winning. But because you're up like the entire chessboard, right? Like, you look at how many pieces White is up. But White lost his sense of danger, something you can never lose in chess. White lost his sense of danger. And after Rook takes D8, almost out of nowhere, after white had been winning the entire game, took all of black's pieces one by one. And then they got to this position, and queen e1 check, queen takes f2, queen g2 checkmate. Heartbreaking. But that's chess, guys. That is how chess works. That's why we play this game. All right, let's try to switch to something else in this match. Maybe Philippines A against Kazakhstan AA, since of course this game is done. In the other games, this is actually quite interesting because we have some mess of a rook endgame. It feels like white is very powerfully placed after rook fc7. Wait, I don't know why I said rook f. Rook cc7. But wait, how do you defend against that? I guess you play rook g6, rook c8, rook c8, rook d1. Hello. White thought that queen on f8 was trapped. Wow, that is really cool. That is actually amazing. I wish I could go back, but that was amazing. Rook c8 looked like it trapped the queen, and black was ready with a cunning trap. Rook d1 check, forcing queen takes d1 because otherwise rook takes f2 is checkmate in 2 moves. And suddenly black is back in the game. Guys, what a combination. And actually it says black's better, even though they're down a pawn in this rook endgame. Look at that bar. Look at that bar make its way down. What a crazy turnaround of events. Wow. Wow. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Oh, wow. Somebody's actually telling me as I'm looking through everything that needs to happen. And I'm going to go through this, the qualification procedures for this tournament very quickly. But we have a fascinating game. We actually have a fascinating game here between Philippines A and Kazakhstan AA. So I want to actually finish this one. Because B2 was just played. I think that blunders the F2 check with check. And after king H1, even though white is threatening to make a queen, this queen doesn't have any impact. It's not an impactful queen. So there you go. D2, excellent. White gets a queen. Good job. Who cares? Queen E1 check is the threat. If you trade, the queen promotes with check, far more effective, and the white king on H1 will be hunted down into what should be checkmate almost immediately, actually. And a fascinating struggle here. Rook D1 check was a beautiful move. I don't know what the strengths of these players are. We have no idea neither who they are nor what their strength is. But man, Rook D1, it's like, that's a sweet move to play. When you play that in a tournament, you feel real good. It's just the way it works. You feel real good when you play a move like Rook D1, distracting the queen, allowing you to take on C8, and all the subsequent counterplay that eventually led to this position. Otherwise, black just had to resign. And queen E1 coming, I don't think there's anything white can do about it. Excellent game here from the Kazakh player. And as we're waiting for resignation, we can actually talk about some of the stats and cool features of this tournament. As we do have more than 85 teams, and as I was mentioning, B8, Queen E1 check played. 85 teams, more than 46 countries, 12 female teams, 14 youth teams. We have separate events for the youth and the opens. And we have actually had qualifier events, believe it or not, qualifier events for this tournament, as some of the countries, they just had too much interest, way too much interest. People wanted to play. And in some countries, they actually have to fight for the right to represent their country. For example, let's see. I'm going to pick a random one. The Philippines. In 2021, it says the team showed its worth as it finished solid 5th in the first FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. And this time they got some help. Perhaps the help is showing. Chess masters, mainly National Master Winston Silva and Srihan Podar. Probably destroyed that name. I'm sorry. They train every day. Wow. Train every day. They train more than me. So let's say if this pays off, but in this particular case, it seems like it's going to be the Kazakh player that is showing the goods. Queen h1, and I think you should make the other queen. And it is a rare thing in chess where you promote to a queen with checkmate, but it's a powerful move indeed. So let's switch out of this Kazakh match and go into another Kazakh match. Let's go to Kazakhstan BB against Philippines B just to round out this match between Kazakhstan and Philippines, which is currently, let's see, this is a tie. No, not this one. Yes, that is the game I wanted to see. So I'm missing, what am I missing? Kazakhstan, okay, here it is. Kazakhstan C defeated India CC. Kazakhstan D defeated India DD. Kazakhstan B defeated India BB. Yes. Okay, we had seen that. And now in Kazakhstan 2, Kazakhstan AA has defeated Philippines A. We just saw that game. We are currently watching Kazakhstan BB against Philippines B. We have Philippines D defeating Kazakhstan DD in that heartbreaker of a game. So the Philippine player cannot be happy with that one. So it looks like I am missing Kazakhstan A. No, this one is this one. This one is this one. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm missing a game. I don't see the C. Yeah, I don't see the C one. Kazakhstan CC, I do not see. So I'll hunt that one later. As we have in this position, let's take a look because it might be crucial for the standings. Kazakhstan BB against Philippines B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you know, it's obviously winning for black because better pieces, better structure, better pawn. But how do you win? And that's the thing that black needs to answer, because the main problem with black's position is not about their position. It's about the clock. If you see it closely, black has 1 minute left, and 1 minute is not a lot of time. So they need to hurry up unless they want a flag. And sometimes that puts the pressure on you to find good moves. Now, we do have a 5-second increment, but not everybody's used to playing with a 5-second increment. When you see professionals play 5-second increment chess, especially online, they make it seem like 5 seconds is an eternity. Like, you know, when you see Hikaru play with a 5-second increment, it's like he has all day. He can yawn, he can stretch, does a little bit of yoga, cooks an omelet. 5 seconds, still haven't passed. And then he makes a move and it's a good move. But when you yourself are playing chess, you see your clock down to a minute, you look at the position for 3 seconds, you look at the clock again, and the full minute has elapsed. So it's hard. You need to come up with good moves. But so far, so good for the Philippines, as d4 is an excellent move, taking advantage of the pin on the e-file, And it looks like the training is paying off, at least in most of the boards, as, of course, Philippines losing that other position. It's more of an accident than anything else. And remember that the Philippines did defeat Australia 3-1. So that might be their second win in a row as far as the tournament is concerned. D3 played. Whoa, that's a little fancy. Fancy schmancy, not having to take on E3 with the pawn, but wanting to take with the bishop on E3. And let's talk about the programs in other countries. We, of course, don't have Serbia in this group. They will be playing in a later group with other European countries. But I'm being told that these chess tournaments have been regularly organized in the correctional facilities of Serbia since last year. And Serbia is fielding a men's team, a women's team, and a youth team. And as part of their preparation, the tournaments were held in several institutions. And the first board of the Serbian national team, Grandmaster Indic, played a simultaneous exhibition on the premises of Penal Correctional Facility, Padinska Skela. So very cool that a lot of Grandmasters are jumping on board and helping with the initiative. I know that many Grandmasters that have done that feel that it's been a rewarding and a worthy experience. My good friend Maurice Ashley used to do quite a bit of it in New York, and I'm glad that all of these programs are popping up around the world. So shout out to Grandmaster Alexander Indic, who briefly went to the University of Texas at Dallas, which is my alma mater. And this is what I'm worried about, guys. One, no, he's going to flag. No, faster. Philippines B, don't play with my heart like that. Oh my God. Is that lag? No, he played a move. It was lagging. It was a move was played. My heart can't take this. It goes down to 1 second every move. Did he flag? No. That was 12 seconds. What's going on? I know it's late in St. Louis, but it's not that late. I saw that clock go to 0. But no, he totally winning position, but just 12 seconds. Bring the king. Bring the king. You got to bring the king. It's too stressful for me. No, he traded the rook. Keep it simple, stupid premise. The KISS premise. I love the move. Rook E2. I don't care if the engine doesn't. No! Black lost on time. That's tragic. That's absolutely tragic, guys. Rook E2. Oh no. Guys. Oh no. But this is a huge setback. This is a huge setback for Team Philippines because they lost 2 games that they should have won. They should have won 2 games there, guys, that they ended up losing. One where Philippines is up all the entire chessboard. The entire chessboard you could feel was white. And they just blundered checkmate in 3. I mean, like completely unexpected, out of nowhere. Not exactly back rank, but close enough to back rank. Checkmate in 3. And here, up 2 pawns for the good in a pawn endgame, having simplified all the way there. I mean, I guess the Philippine player just couldn't input the position on time and ends up losing on time. Wow. Wow. What a turnaround. I don't see Philippines A. Wow. Philippines A, Kazakhstan A did go on the way to Kazakhstan. We saw that Philippines D lost. Philippines B. No, sorry. Philippines D won. Wait, that's the other way around. I've been calling it the other way around. Philippines actually saved that game. And Kazakhstan is currently up because of this turnaround. and I do have moves from Philippine C and Kazakhstan C. Maybe not entirely necessary to switch to that board. I have a feeling that there is a very, very strong level difference between Philippine C and Kazakhstan C. Philippine C will definitely win that game, which means that this match between the Philippines and Kazakhstan, if I'm counting correctly, will be tied 2 games apiece. So pretty cool start there for the tournament. A few turnarounds. I mean, you do need the entertainment value in every event, and I'm telling you, that's why people play chess. It's pretty fun. All right. So this game, there's really no need to look at it anymore. And with round 3 not started yet, I am going to take a little bit of a break because this game is really not going anywhere. We have some videos, we have some features, we have interviews for you later on. So I'll take a 10-minute break and I will be with you shortly.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it, I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
And welcome back, everybody, to the second Intercontinental Chess Championship for prisoners. As we have a team tournament with a total of 86 teams from 46 different countries representing all parts of the world. And we have some exciting matches for you guys. For everybody that is just joining us and wants to know about the chess, we have Group 1 right now. They're playing at a format of 10+5. Boards are 4 versus 4, and teams are representing their country. Some countries have more than one team, as we will see in today's group. Kazakhstan with 2 teams in Group 1, as well as India with 2 teams in Group 1. Let's jump into the games because we have plenty of them. As I just need to, yes, as we start with the Philippines, and I have no problem with that, even though already judging by the structure, yeah, any of these games will do. This one looks fabulous, as we have a heavyweight matchup in Kazakhstan 2 versus Mongolia, and I will repeat myself yet again. I think Mongolia is the favorite for winning the tournament because they won it last year. They know how victory tastes, and they know what they need to do to bring home the trophy, whereas the other teams are playing catch-up. And I was very impressed with Mongolia's level of play from last year, as I had the pleasure of casting them in the group stages. And they were, I remember, quite impressive. All right. Let us see if we have anything updated in the group stages. We do. All right. So far, the results are Mongolia in round one. Mongolia beat Kyrgyzstan. Australia lost to the Philippines. And India 2 narrowly lost to India 1. Kazakhstan 2 versus Kazakhstan 1 is not finished, but I believe that Kazakhstan 2 is ahead 2-1. Waiting on the last result. And in the round 2 that just finished, we have Kyrgyzstan versus India. India took that 3-1. Kazakhstan versus India. Kazakhstan took that one 3-1. Philippines had a roller coaster, in my opinion, a roller coaster of a match against Kazakhstan. We actually got to see some of the highlights from that one, and that was a lot of fun. That ended in a 2-2 tie, and Mongolia won because Mongolia 2 is not in this group; it's actually in another group. But Mongolia won. White actually won 4-0 against Australia. So Mongolia won, still proving my theory that I had before the tournament. They are so far 8-0, and I am very curious on how they will continue. So I'm more than happy to cast their games. Let's see what we have right now. Because as I said all of that, it is the Kazakh player that holds the advantage in this position, despite the very weakened position of the king on d1. The concrete factors of the position is that the move f5 is unstoppable because f4 was attacking the knight, and that extra tempo means that white is up a piece. Now, however, I do think that the Kazakh player has just made a mistake, a typical mistake in chess. We call it rushing. It is generally true in chess that when there is tension in a position, when two pawns are touching each other, when there are pieces that have to be captured touching each other, that it is usually beneficial for you to hold off on the exchange and wait for your opponent to do it. And in this case, when the pawn on f5 was attacking the bishop on g6, it is actually beneficial for white to wait on that exchange for the pawn on f5 for the bishop on g6. The bishop's not going anywhere. It's not disappearing, but what did disappear was the pawn on f7, and that opened up the f file for the rook on f8. So currently, black stands worse for sure because, I mean, it's a piece. Actually, the eval bar doesn't even think that black is worse, which I think is pretty funny. But I have some trouble believing that. But black definitely has compensation because the king on d1 is not very well placed. The knight on e5 is actually quite strong. And in general, white's dark squares are pretty loose and pretty weak. But besides that, I mean, a piece is a piece, and somehow white should have the ability to maneuver and consolidate his position, and somehow the piece should be the most important. But I always have this thought that at the lower levels of chess, sometimes it's not so important who stands better mathematically. Like obviously at the Grandmaster level, that is very important. But sometimes it's just easier to play with the initiative. And in this case, the initiative clearly belongs to black. It's easier to find moves. You bring the rook to the center. You exchange things that bother your attack, like the dark squared bishop. And then you just kind of keep trying to make threats and preventing white's immediate consolidation plans. And then you play on. Whereas for white, you're trying to get your rooks together. And yeah, you can play a move like knight b5. It feels loose. It feels like the knight should have stayed on c3 to hold on to the e4 pawn, that you're already up material, that you shouldn't be hunting for more material. At the same time, I understand that you might want to get your knight to e6. concretely, maybe here rook f7 is a very good move just to prevent the move knight c7, maybe even prepare the move rook a to f8. But, ooh, queen f3 I do not like. Why don't I like it? Because remember, when you are up material, you want to trade pieces. It's completely the opposite when you are down material. When you're down material, you want to keep the position complex. You want to make sure that material doesn't get dwindled down. Because, I mean, if you're up 3 points of material and the total amount of material on the board is like 50, I mean, 3 is not that much. But if the only thing that's not a pawn on the board is a bishop, well, the bishop's pretty strong. So, you know, the theory is just that you should not trade pieces when you're down material. And I don't think this is an exception. Now that the queens are off the board, the king breathes a lot easier. The king is able to now shelter itself in many cases, like it's doing right now, where the king on e2 is simply defending the bishop on e3, defending itself. It's hitting the rook on f3. Not a huge fan of the move knight takes d6. I think the move rook a f1 kind of played itself just to try to trade off as many major pieces as possible. Based on the eval of the engine on the left, there must be some kind of tactic which results in a perpetual. I do not see it, to be quite honest with you. Is it something along the lines of like rook takes e3, or did you start with move knight c4? No, knight c4 is not possible because knight takes c4. It's late in St. Louis, but I shouldn't be blundering like that. Rook takes e3 and bishop somewhere. I'm actually legitimately curious about this. It's not rook f2. I don't see how that works. It'd be kind of amazing for me if it was rook f2. And then you're just playing down. I guess it is rook f2, huh? Rook f2, bishop takes f2, rook takes f2, check. You have to defend this bishop on c2, otherwise black has obvious compensation for an exchange. Not for a rook. For an exchange, you'll have compensation. And the question is that after king d1, bishop g5, threatening the move rook d2 check, I guess there's no good answer to that because I wish I could make some moves. But bishop a4, rook d2 check, guess white made it. Just made it, it's just checkmate. King e1, knight f3, king f1, bishop e3. So, I guess white underestimates black's potential, and rook f2 check is a great move. I wonder if black is going to find it. But as I said, I've been very impressed with the way that Mongolia plays. They seem to find some excellent moves once in a while. I think the right idea, wrong execution. Right idea, wrong execution. Bishop f2 actually a pretty cool move, but with the same idea that you want to penetrate on the f2 square. But since rook f2 is a check, it does so with such a much greater urgency that it needs to be dealt with. Whereas the bishop, it doesn't actually need to be dealt with. The only threat is rook takes e3, so I can actually move my bishop out of the way, which I suspect is winning. But on the other hand, I'm not so sure what's wrong with bishop takes f2. Bishop takes f2, rook takes f2, king d1. Knight f3 doesn't hold a real threat. Rook f1 is possible, but I can play king d2. This seems to be a mistake. And then I was calculating that. King d2, rook 8, f2 check. And maybe after king c3, rook 2 to f3 check is just a perpetual. Yeah, I think I got this right. King d1, rook f... Ooh, no, this is a bad move. Because this just loses the bishop with no compensation. And then the other rook comes to f2, the knight comes to d3. This is bad news. Kazakhstan was in control. But Mongolia, I'm telling you guys, this Mongolian team keeps impressing me. And they just calculate a little bit better at a certain point. Like the move bishop f2 was terrible. But it's terrible when you play a Grandmaster or you play a computer. When you face it over the board, the move bishop f2 is very dangerous because there's a lot of pieces around that king. There's a lot of squares around that king that are suddenly becoming weak, that the squares on, especially the dark squares, can be infiltrated not by one, but by two rooks. So yeah, rook f2 check is probably a bailing out draw option for when you're at 2600. But when you're attacking and you don't really know that rook f2 can be a draw, I mean, I would be surprised if black did that calculation. You see bishop f2, you see dark squares, you try to lunge forward, and white isn't able to steer the game properly, and now finds themselves in a completely hopeless situation. The move rook f1 doesn't help too much. Knight d3 is winning. I'm sure there are other winning moves. King d1, you could win an exchange, but booting a rook is better by playing rook takes f1, king takes c2, and not taking on a1 right away, which would allow white to take the knight on d3. But instead, to play first the move knight b4 check, attack the king on c2, and once it moves, then you take the rook on a1, and now you're up a full rook, and that should be no problem converting. Converting the exchange, and there you go, black does this perfectly. Kudos to him. Mongolia A, again, exhibiting the power of the Mongolian team. Knight b4 check is very precise. Without the knight, it's probably winning. It's probably winning without too many difficulties, but there's two passed pawns in the center, and there's no way you want to be dealing with that. You want to kill the game, and that means having an extra knight on the board. And okay, now the pawns are blockaded, and the rest should be pretty trivial. For the Mongolian player. All right. So now that the result here is clear, let us talk about another nice little feature that we have for you. We have a video about a chessmate for kids, and I believe that we have a video on it. So I'll ask my producer to play it.
In the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this. I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
And welcome back. It was great hearing about that program. And let's jump back into the action directly, as we do have some games between this cool match between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. I did go through some of the other games. It seems like Mongolia has wrapped up this match. They are up currently 3-0 against Kazakhstan, but this game is still remaining. It still will give Mongolia the win no matter what the result is. But it might be the blemish, because this might be Mongolia's first loss as in any board, because it does seem like the Kazakh player is fully in control in this game. He does have an extra knight, if you want to put it that way, because the queen is compensated more or less by 2 rooks. But who compensates the knight? In this case, it's just not enough material. Yes, there is a bunch of passed pawns on the queen side that make this game still a little bit unclear, as white still starts to push them immediately. Look at that, raising with the move b5. The game still should be winning for the black side. There's nothing wrong with taking the pawn on h4. And then after queen f4 check, starting to try to use checks to win one of the rooks, to pick up one of the rooks. It's difficult to find logical moves. For example, rook g3 loses immediately to h4. Something like king h1 surely is punished. But king g1 loses immediately to queen d4 check, unless I'm missing something. And king g1 was chosen, but queen d4 check. Queen takes a7 follow-up. Should pick up the rook. And there you go. Kazakhstan DD. Strong play here with the extra material. Should be inflicting the first loss on Mongolia in any board in so far in the day. So kudos there to the Kazakh player. Not enough to save the team, but enough to save some honor. What else do we have on round 3? Let's take a look. The other Kazakhstan 1, has played India C. A match that was won again by India, with Kazakhstan scoring a single point on their B board. So let's go to the India A versus Philippines matchup. I think that is probably the more interesting one at the moment. Perhaps we can go to which one has the most potential? Let's go to, because I think this one, this one is just over. Let's go to Philippines B against India BB. Might be the closest thing we have right now. Wait, no, this game is over. What happened? Not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe a disconnect. We'll find that out later. So let's go to India. Yes, this one is perfect. India C against Philippines C. This one is okay. I do not know what happened in the other board. It seemed like the side that was winning lost. I guess there was a disconnect or something along those lines. But the official results that I have so far, Philippines A lost to India AA, Philippines B lost to India BB, and Philippines D lost to India DD. So it seems like India has won 3-0 this so far, and might be making it 4-0 with this victory in this board, because that pass pawn is not going to be stopped. Rook G8 looks very strong, but pretty much every logical move should win this position, including, rook f5. Gonna have to play king g6. Yes, I don't see any immediate win. Like rook f7 doesn't work, rook h5 doesn't win immediately. But you can imagine that this will be over pretty soon. Mongolia, yes. Mongolia very strong still, but finally a blemish on them. And the Kyrgyzstan versus Australia match. 1-1 Australia, and it is actually going to go down. Yeah, this is a nice switch. Thank you, producer. This is important. Australia, does Australia need a victory? No, it is Kyrgyzstan that needs a victory here. Yeah, unfortunately for Kyrgyzstan, that's not going to happen, as the side that has the extra queen is Australia. A draw is more than good enough, but a draw is not going to happen anyway, because this pawns on the king side. They're about to evaporate, and there goes one, there goes a few soon. Australia defeats Kyrgyzstan by a margin of 3-1, which is pretty good. Let me pick up chess results. So Mongolia has won 3 of their matches. India has won 3 of their matches. Yes. So it seems to me that Mongolia and India are the early favorites in this one. And we're actually going to have Mongolia versus India in round 4. But the other Mongolia versus India, because remember there's 2 Indias in the group, and it's going to be Mongolia 1 versus India 2. India 1 of themselves are going to be playing against the Philippines, but I think India 2 might also be a dangerous team. We'll let this one's 2. All right, this one should be over. Those pawns did evaporate. The pawn on g5 will become queen, and we should get started with round 3, or 4 actually, as soon as possible. Yep. Okay, the other game is also just completely over. I was just checking to make sure that nothing had changed, and nothing has changed. And in this one, okay, the extra queen will do the job. But so far, it seems that despite the fact that there are teams that are becoming clearly the favorites, obviously, since Mongolia and India have won all of their matches, they become pretty clear favorites. They haven't won smoothly. It's not like they win 4-0 every single one of their matches. It's not like they're blowing their opponents off the water. They're fighting games, and we've seen turnarounds. We've seen games go down to the wire. We've seen people flag. We've seen competitors really give it their all, and even sometimes make crazy comebacks. India 1 versus India 2 went down basically to a coin flip, and 1.5, 2.5 for India 1, which I guess could have gone either way. All right, so this one, after rook e7, we expect resignation as well as we did in the other one. No, the other one, there was no resignation, but black got mated, or white got mated. But in this one, black is the one that's about to get mated. The pawn on h6 is moments away from promotion. The knight is completely dominated by the rook on e7, so that's a pretty nice technique by white to put the rook on the 7th rank, pinning the knight onto the rook to c7. That restricts its movement and allows the pawn on h7 to promote. Knight e5 does not help, and black will get mated in just a second. So far so good. Let me see if the results have been updated. Not quite yet. But a lot of fighting chess, and this is exactly what we would like to see. Let's see a little bit of a preview of what the next groups are, because as soon as I am done, the next group of 8 will start. I will unfortunately be unable to cast those, but we will have Women's Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili with us, casting some of the European events because Group 2 will be England, Germany, Italy, Serbia 1, Bulgaria 1, Norway 2, Czech Republic, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Group 3, which starts very soon afterwards, is also very Europe heavy. Spain, Bulgaria 2, Norway 1, Serbia 2, Croatia, Latvia, Iran, and Georgia. Remember that in the women's group last year, Georgia could not be touched. I mean, Georgia was simply in another level. And they took home a very deserved first place, although I think a lot of people's heart was stolen by the team from Trinidad and Tobago, which got which had a great performance, an absolutely great performance. And I believe that the youth groups will also be played today, but at a later time. Argentina bringing 3 teams to youth 2 group. All right. Let us see. I have the ranking cross table here. Yes, but that's just with round 2. Okay, we're just waiting for this game to finish so we can start, and it has. So hopefully the round starts soon, and we'll start directly with round number 4. Make sure that is the case. All right. I don't see round 4 up just yet, so we'll take a quick look at what's happened so far. We're updating the chess results. We're going to have Dana with us, the FIDE Managing Director, within the next hour. So check out her interview. Yeah, meanwhile, it's still Mongolia that's impressing the most, but it's not so clear that they will defeat India 1. I think I'm excited for that match the most, and I was trying to figure out when it's going to be. It's going to be round 5. So we're going to have round 4 with some interesting matches, but it's round 5 that I think will determine the winner of the group. I think some teams can still come back from behind, but currently that's the way that the situation looks most likely. Please no stalemate. Yeah. I was thinking about it, but no. Come on. There's no stalemate here. We're professionals. They got this. All right. Let's see if we can get any updates on round 4. Round 4 has started. Excellent. So we have some games already. I see at the very least Kyrgyzstan A versus Kazakhstan A. 2 teams that haven't done very well so far, but hopefully they're improving. I believe that Kazakhstan 2 is doing better than Kazakhstan 1, but I need to update my results for that, as this perhaps is not the most interesting game. It does seem that the player from Kazakhstan A is perhaps not too familiar with chess, although I actually do wonder how much better white is in this position. Like, even after a6, h5, e6, I am legit wondering how much better white is. Actually, now I don't think white is better at all after a3. So this might actually be pretty close. I'm starting to wonder if white was going for queen f3 and a scholar's mate. But yeah, I think black got that covered. This might actually be a very close game. I'm going to look for others. Yeah, because I think the matchup of the round will be India A, Philippines. I have that feeling. Philippines giving up a draw already in a crazy matchup. I mean, that match you had against Kazakhstan B. Well, not Kazakhstan B, Kazakhstan 2. It was It's why they call it a sport. But okay, we'll stick with this game for now because it actually got a pretty interesting position. I'm not really sure how they got here, but it's kind of amazing that they got here. They got some sort of like French position. Like if white plays e5 in this position, this could easily have arisen from like some weird French. I don't know, some French where they go bishop b4, a5, c7. Not completely out of ordinary, but it's just so unusual to see the bishop on c7 in this structure. I feel it's not very good though. It just took too much time to get there. And I guess that's why the engine agrees with me. So Philippines A here against India A. It's an important matchup. Let's see if chess result is up. Nope, not yet. But this is definitely going to be an important matchup. So far from the chess that I have seen, I might be wrong, but Mongolia and India 1 have exhibited the best chess. And I would put on close third, fourth, Kazakhstan 2 and the Philippines, and maybe India 2, not to be sneezed at. But it's going to be a tall order to get to touch the better teams. I feel their understanding of certain positions has been higher than their rivals. So we get this position right now where perhaps India has overestimated their chances, because as I said that India has generally shown a very high level of chess, that bishop on c7 begs to differ, as it is completely locked in by this pawns on d4 and e5, and the bishop on b7 is simply not doing any better, with the pawns on e6 and d5 blocking it from the diagonal. So white is enjoying a huge advantage in this position. I expect even after the move rook c1 that black's position could even collapse. But we'll wait and see, because still a fight. White has pressure on the knight on c6. I think that it has to go back. But whoa. But obviously the engine hates it. And I think he hates it because of queen c2, which is a remarkably sad move for black. Queen c2 attacking the bishop on c7, and there's no defending it. You can't defend the bishop on c7. That's pretty sad. White misses the opportunity, goes to move a4. Still obviously a huge advantage, but it's sometimes difficult to see tactics that you're not looking for. Like you would expect that somehow the bishop on c7 is so deep into black's camp that it should be defended by a piece, simply because it's so deep in there, right? But sometimes it's just not possible. And in this case, after the move queen c2, it was just impossible for the bishop on c7 to be held onto. So still a big advantage for white. Space galore. The bishop on c7 and b7 is still not great. And it's probably tactically difficult to respond to a redeployment of the white pieces to the king side. Whether it's bishop d3 and b1 followed by queen d3, or whether it's something like, I don't know, h4, h5, g4, g5, something along those lines, very direct, very concrete. There might just not be any answer, because white's pieces are on the king side and black's are on the queen side. But blacks are locked and not attacking anything, and whites would be directly aimed at the king on g8. So a great difference in power between the pieces at that point. Still, the game is not won. Black is not down material, still has a solid position, hasn't blundered any pawns. So I want to say that there's still chances. So at the moment, the move rook e8, it's still a sad position for the black pieces. The bishop on b5 pinning the knight on d7, which is currently unmovable because the rook on e8 can't move. Ooh, bishop d6. So bishop d6 is a very direct move. It works or it doesn't, and the engine's saying it works. The point is that if you take on d6, you're getting rid of black's terrible bishop, the bishop on c7, terrible bishop. But the engines are saying that because you take on d6 with the pawn, this passed pawn wins the game for white. It looks like a weakness. It's separated from the other pieces, but the pawn on d6 might just be too much for black to handle. Notice that after pawn takes d6, you can't move the knight on d7 because of the pin. And in a worst case scenario, I do have the move queen f4 to defend that pawn on d6. The engines did not like the trade on c8. I also didn't really see why it was necessary, specifically because after the bishop takes on c8, it is now defending the knight on d7. So the queen has a little bit more freedom of movement, and the rook on e8 takes a little bit of time off to move to f8. Very useful to give movement to the knight on d7. So rook f8, an incredibly logical move. I think queen b6 was also something to consider, but you would have to deal with moves like queen f4 at that point. So rook f8, knight e5. Still take white. It's a fight. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy because there is a chance that white misplays this and ends up losing the pawn on d6. Knight f6. So here we go. Asking the questions. How do you defend the pawn? Pawn on d6, currently under attack. What is white going to do about it? He gives it up. White gives it up. Now, how much better are you? You take on d7. You got to take twice. I don't see any other point to this. Actually, you can play bishop takes d6 and knight c6, but that looks strange. Knight takes d7, knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. And the idea is that you're going to take on a5 at the end. You have a pass pawn on the a file, but it's not very convincing. I mean, black's going to have moves like queen b7 followed by rook a8. You might consider the move queen c6, even though there's queen c5 at some point. I don't buy it. I don't think white's better here. Not with the weakness on d4. Not with the back rank still vulnerable. Not with... I don't see it. Like, rook a1, rook a8, queen c5. I think the move rook takes a4 works there. It just gives you an emphasis on how bad white's position has become all of a sudden. Okay, rook a8. Here we go. Here we go. Attacking the pawn. Attacking the pawn. What are you going to do about it? It's not easy, right? Rook a1, yes. But you're going to get stuck there. And if you play a5, then again, after queen a6, rook a1, you're super stuck. You're just never going to move. Move the pawn. So even though it's passive defense, and sometimes you're told not to do passive defense, in this particular position, if you're just passive defense, rook a8, queen a6, and you just keep moving, how does white ever win? But passive defense has never won games. You need to create threats to win the game. And currently, queen c1 looks like a threat, smells like a threat. It's not really a threat. Queen c1, queen e1 would have kept white's position afloat. So black is trying to get into a rook endgame, which I hope he's calculated properly. I'm a little worried about this rook endgame, actually. Queen takes c4, rook takes c4, a5 starts smelling bad. Pawn on the a file, very strong, very, very advanced. Ooh, this one looks terrible, even worse. I think black is underestimating the power of a passed pawn all the way on the a file. It looks weak. It looks vulnerable. It looks like black is going to come and collect it with the king. But that takes a lot of moves. And in many cases, and in most cases, I would think, white is going to be able to penetrate on the king side on the meantime with his king. So, all right, king h7 played. b7. B7 is a difficult question even for a Grandmaster if it's winning or not. I suspect it's not winning, but you do want to count it out. Yeah, Rook B8, Rook B1 is allowing B7 an issue. Probably not. Probably not, but again, these things really do come down to one or two tempi. So it's fascinating to see amateurs play such a complicated position. It's a position that perhaps your instincts tell you is very simple, because how complex can this be? The rook on B1 is after all tied to the pawn on B6. There's not that much material left. But it's easy to mess this up. It is really easy to like make the wrong pawn push, to go with the king to the wrong direction, to lose the rook on the wrong move. Like for example, the engine very commonly sees G5 as obviously a draw, but I don't think it would be so easy for me to determine that in half a second. I would at least like to give some thought if I have the time to play king E3, D3, C3, rook B5, king B4, king A5. Because if I get all that, I'm winning. But I guess I'm just not on time. King D6, rook B5, king C6, and I'm short a tempo. So as I said, this game sometimes comes down to a tempo. Now, the reason your computer is giving 0-0, which is something that White might not realize, is that, well, he's going to be forced to realize it, is that rook takes B6, rook takes B6 is actually just a draw. Despite the fact that Black is up a pawn in a pawn endgame, the pawn is on E6 and it is completely meaningless since the king side is completely locked up. There is no route through the queen side because the king will take care of that. And I like king D6. You know, king D6 is, I like fire. And I'm going to play with it. King D6 didn't want the pass pawn for free. And he's correct that this is still equal. And actually, maybe White should play the move B7 here, not to lose anything. But seeing this in advance is very impressive. King A4 also a good move. That's very impressive. King D6 didn't want to take the pawn because Black sees that that is a drawn pawn endgame. And Black wants more. And plays King D6, which is an insane move when you think about it logically. To not take the pawn on B6 that's passed. Because, you know, that might be the nail in your coffin if you don't treat it right. But playing King D6, I like it. I like it. All right, let's see what's happened in the other games. So this match, Philippines versus India. Philippines A versus India A is the one we're watching. India B is slightly better against Philippines B. And the bottom two boards have finished, and both of them finished in favor of India 1. So again, reinforcing what we said at the beginning of the match, India 1 so far, alongside Mongolia, seem to have the best understanding of chess. To the point where, I mean, King D6, I mean, I don't know if that's understanding or yeah, I don't know. But Black's pretty hell-bent on not making a draw, but perhaps he just doesn't know that a draw actually secures team victory here. Actually, I don't know if it's team victory or this team is a point. I should know that, so I'm going to figure that out. Tiebreak 1 is match points, which is very important. Yes, you get 2 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, no points for a loss. Going into round 4, Mongolia, as they finally agreed to a draw, finally. Mongolia and India 1 with 6 points, Philippines with 3, India, Australia, Kazakhstan 1 with 2 points, Kazakhstan 2 with 1 point. By the way, the match between Kazakhstan 1 and 2 will be finished a little bit later, as they weren't able to start on time. And Kyrgyzstan with no points so far, So hope for a recovery there for them. But Mongolia, obviously, with much better tiebreak, as they have only dropped 1 point so far. So India takes it over the Philippines. India keeps steamrolling, and it seems like we might have a little bit of a showdown coming up in round 5 between Mongolia and India. But do remember that it's the top 2 that qualify for the next stage. So it doesn't actually matter if you qualify first or second, as long as you qualify. So let's take a look at one of the games. What do we have here? Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan. Looks like Black's getting mated before White's getting mated. Fascinating position here. Queen A8 checkmate is threatened. C6 seems to be the only more or less logical move to defend against it, because Queen A7 looks like it should be made. I guess you could play King C8 as well, but I didn't think that it helped too much after Rook D1, Queen takes F2. It is quite late in St. Louis. So the king hunt starts. I assume this is mate. Queen A8, King D7, Rook D1, King E6. Where's the mate? Queen E6, I guess. King F6, Queen F6. King back to E6. And Queen somewhere is mate, but where? Where's the mate here? All right, Queen F6. It's clear that after King G6, I have Bishop E4. But after... I maybe just pick up the rook. No. You cannot pick up the rook because Queen takes F2 check. No, but King G6 is the easy way for White because Bishop E4 check now. Comes with a nice tempi. And now you pick everything up with either checkmate or check. Whatever your choice is. Yeah, nice find here in Bishop E4. Excellent way to finish the game. King F7 just loses to Rook D7. And this one loses to Queen H8. I expect that one to be found. Kyrgyzstan C, getting a nice win here over Kazakhstan C. So with that, let's see. That's checkmate. So let's check out the Mongolia games against India 2. Mongolia A is not interesting, so let's look at Mongolia B. Mongolia B against India BB. Looks like a very interesting game. So far, the only result that we have is that Mongolia D did win against India DD. This is kind of an interesting endgame, actually. Gonna have to favor White because there's some danger to this king on B7. Knight C5 check is coming. Probably easier to play with the white side, as you see the engine already doesn't like the move Bishop E6. But not entirely clear to me what the advantage is exactly, or what the move for Black was to keep equality. So Bishop E6 played. You could bail with something like Knight C5 check, Knight takes E6. Probably win a pawn on the king side somehow. Try that, but short of that, I'm not so sure. Knight C5 check, King B8. I would love to play the move A5 and just play A6 and keep that king corralled. But of course, A5 is always going to be met with Rook takes A5. That's why Black put the Rook on A1. And not so easy to come up with a good idea. A terrible idea is what I said to do, which was Knight takes E6, Pawn takes E6, Rook takes E6, because I just noticed that loses to a skewer with move Rook E1 check, picking up the Rook. So Mongolia A has won on board 1. Mongolia D won on board 4. Mongolia C is moments away from winning. So this particular game seems like, again, won't matter because the results are so overwhelming by Mongolia that yeah, that this is just going to be another victory for them, but a very clean victory as well. All right, let's see what we have. So far, we did see the end of that Kyrgyzstan match. The rest of them, Kazakhstan won on D and A, and they're still playing on B. So far, looks like a very locked up position. I don't want to move away from this one, though. It's just giving the results. Australia, I believe, is losing to Kazakhstan 2. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Kazakhstan 2, unfortunately, doesn't have a third board. It seems like Kazakhstan C doesn't really know how to play the game very well compared to his peers, but it seems like it's balanced by Australia's D. Unfortunately, they're not on the same board, so they don't cancel each other out that way. India B has a fascinating game against Philippines B, but again, it doesn't matter. So we'll stick with this one. At least from a chess-wise, this is the most interesting game that we have going on. So King B4 played in the board. Hard to judge this endgame. Knight takes E6, I'm not so sure about, because after pawn takes E6, you can't really capture anything. Rook takes E6, rook E1 would be a tragic way to end this game, but rook A6 was played, avoiding that temptation. I'm not so sure what White wants to do after rook takes A4. Maybe, I guess, it's just rook takes E6 and then play the endgame. Hope that the kingside pawns are enough. But I could also go rook takes E6, rook A3, but okay, king F4. Yeah, he's just going to go for the pawns on G7 and H6. All right. It seems like as round 4 is coming to a close, that Kazakhstan is going to hold on their last board to actually take that match. Wait a second. Yeah, Kazakhstan is going to take that match. D and A won, and B is going to draw. So this one is going to be the last remaining ones. The engine says a draw because engines are engines. But that's about it, you know. It's not so easy for humans to evaluate this endgames. Rook E7 is probably a good move. I have a feeling Rook G6 was also fine. But it's a race, right? A5 starts. Somehow you move the rook, somehow you move the king. Do you start with Rook G4? So many questions to answer. Rook G4 is an obvious draw, but shouldn't you be playing for more as black? All of these questions start to rattle in your brain. And suddenly you have to make a decision. You have 2 minutes left on the clock. You make a move like G6. Is it a good move? Is it a bad move? We don't know yet. How do you answer Rook E5 check, for example? It seems like a little bit of an awkward move. Do you really want to play a position in which white vacuums those pawns on G6 and H6, and then you're left with the pawn on A5 that, congratulations, you might make into a queen, and Rook E5 played on the board. You might make into a queen, but it's not going to be enough, because if I give up my rook, I might have 2 connected pass pawns on G3 and H4. Way past the 6th rank. All right. We will have a special guest in not too long. So in about 10 or 15 minutes, we will have a very, very special guest. Very excited to have her on the program. But until then, 5 minutes before she comes on, we'll focus on the chess. So Rook E6 currently played. I still believe that it should not be more than a draw. G5 is definitely the safer alternative than leaving white with 2 connected pass pawns on the king side. I think you can definitely do that, but why would be the question in my book. Here, I think just play rook takes h6, and let me calculate that out. G8, rook h4, king b3, rook a4, king a4, g4, king b3. That's not a draw. Wait a second. Wait a second. Guys, the unthinkable has happened. The side with the extra pawn. Things rattle in your brain. I told you guys. I'm telling you, I see these things coming. Things start to rattle in your brain. How do I convert? I'm up a pawn. Should I play for a win? Should I secure the draw? Black never loses that game if they don't start with the a7 pawn. If the a7 pawn is just not on the board when that endgame starts, black never loses. Put the rook on g4, the pawn on h5. Solido, concreto, nothing. But black got ambitious. And once you get ambitious, you open the door to opportunity, but also to disaster. And white wins an incredible game there. Didn't see that one coming. Change the results? I don't think so, right? No, not really. But India 2 with a big moral victory there against Mongolia. You just never know, man. These endgames are tricky. So perhaps it is a good time to start talking about my special guest. Should have a spreadsheet here. Just 1 second, guys. A lot of information. Yes, I can now announce we will have an interview with Dana Reizniece-Ozola. She is the FIDE managing director, and she has been a driving force, truly a driving force between the Chess for Freedom initiative and the Chess for Freedom program. So I'm pretty excited to be able to talk to her about exactly what this has meant to her and what she has done, and especially how this program has helped people around the world, and exactly what to look forward to from this coming year for the initiative. So she will be with us in just a few minutes. Excited to have her with us in the program. As of course, in the background, we will have the chess, which is fast and furious. And I hope that we will focus a little bit on the chess, because this is the matchup. This will be probably determining the winner of Group 1, because India won and Mongolia won, even though Mongolia 2 is in another group. Mongolia 1 and India 1 are so far the only teams with a perfect score, and they will be facing each other in round 5. Based on the fact that India 1 has had a lot of tight matches and Mongolia has kind of cruised, I have the feeling that Mongolia 1 is the favorite, but it's kind of the fun of the game here to guess how strong some of these players are. But I've been impressed by some of the Mongolian games. I have been impressed by a lot of other players that have been able to bounce back from bad positions against Mongolia, like the game that we just saw. So I think there's been a lot of fighting spirit, and it's been a lot of fun. Let us see. So round 5, let's see what else is up. We'll have India 1 against Mongolia 1 as the juicy entree, but as appetizers and side dishes, we will have Kazakhstan 1 against the Philippines, India 2 against Australia, and Kazakhstan against Kyrgyzstan. And of course, we're looking at the teams that are saying, hey, once the top dogs, once India and Mongolia are done with each other, who's going to be still within striking distance? Who's still going to say, I can put the pressure on them and make them feel a little bit uncomfortable in their tournament situation? So the standings say that There's nothing uncomfortable about the situation. This is one of the most bizarre standings I've seen in a round-robin tournament in a while. Nobody's at 50%. Everybody's doing worse than 50%, except for two teams who are at 100%. Mongolia 1 and India 1 are at 8 points out of 8. Nobody on 7, nobody on 6, nobody on 5, nobody on 4. And then 3 teams tied on 3 points. Kazakhstan 2, Kazakhstan 1, Philippines. India 2 and Australia on 2 points, and Kyrgyzstan at the bottom with only 1 match point, actually drawing Kazakhstan 1. So at least everybody goes home with a point. But it's kind of over. I mean, it's India 1 and Mongolia 1 that are going to be going into the next phase. I don't think that there is any benefit or change going in first or in second. But this group is pretty much over. We're going to have this delicious meal of Mongolia versus India, but it's not like there's going to be anybody within striking distance even after that match. Because, well, even if one of the Kazakhstans or Philippines wins, they only reach 5. And the loser of Mongolia and India will still have 8. That's 3 full points. That's a match and a half. A match point and a half away from the closest rivals. So as far as the intrigue, it is not there. But it's not all about the intrigue. It is all about the great efforts that we pour into these events to benefit people around the world, to benefit prisoners in a meaningful way, in a way that can really change their lives, to use chess as a tool to improve in so many different things. And I hope to have Dana talking to us pretty soon. Let me consult if she is available. A couple more minutes and she will be here. I'm going to go on a super slight break just to refill my water before I talk to Dana, and I will be right back.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Welcome everybody back to this broadcast of the second Intercontinental Chess Championship for prisoners. And we have a very special guest with us right now. We have FIDE Managing Director, Dana Reizniece-Ozola. Dana, hello, welcome to the show. Tell us where you are.
Good morning from my part of the world, from the golden autumn of Latvia. I'm now entering one of our prisons, the women prison in Riga, because I'm going to be a team captain for our team today. My warm congratulations to all the participants of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. I think this is the great day for all of us because it's the highlight event that celebrates all that effort, all that work that the teams, their officials, their managers have been investing for over this year to prepare for it. And by the way, congratulations and happy International Day of Education in Prisons. Those who do not know, I remind that the 13th of October is the International Day of Education in Prisons, and I could not imagine a better way how to spend it, instead of playing chess, which is very educative element, teaching you not only a wonderful game, but also very important life skills, respecting your opponent, being able to count at least a few moves ahead, understanding the cause and the consequence. So these things that we want to teach our inmates, giving them the second chance while they are trying to reintegrate in the society. That's the Chess for Freedom, what is about. Yes, so that's one of the goals of our program.
So tell us about this program. You've been a driving force behind it. It's expanded incredibly. I was telling the audience earlier that I had done this same broadcast a year ago. 31 countries, we now have 46. The women's section has tripled in participants. What's happened in the last year that has attracted all this interest?
We've been working together with Cook County Sheriff's Office and other stakeholders to promote this program, and I think that the practice and the words talk better than any other advertisement, because the officials as well, they see that in those places where the chess program is implemented, the behavior of the inmates change, the depression levels decrease, the stress levels decrease. They are better in re-socializing when they leave the prisons, because quite often it is really difficult for a person who has spent years in the prison to find their way when they get outside. And then sometimes the easiest way is to repeat a crime, to get back to this secure place where they know how the system works. But if you have got chess in your pocket, that means that it's not only the skills, it's not only another way how to spend your free time, it is also the sense of belonging to a community, to the chess family. You can go to the local chess club. You feel, that you are part of some structure. And that's, I think, very important to give you the sense of security that every human being needs so much. So we've been working a lot to advocate for the program itself, but I think that the example of the other countries works even better than our invitations.
No, absolutely. I think that, the initiative has just been great and attracting so many people. Now, tell us about this program. How did this one get started over there in Latvia?
I did start it because I was a bit ashamed that, we are inviting everyone to participate. We wanted to reach a much higher number of participation this year. As you said, last year it was 40 teams from 31 countries. This year it's already 46 countries and 85 teams. A separate tournament for women, a separate tournament for youth. So we've increased the numbers of other teams as well, rather than only men. So I understood that it's a shame that we don't have any program here in Latvia. I approached the ministry and they were very open, very supportive. They bought the chess boards, the demonstration board, they provided the computers, and then I, of course, got involved personally as well as one of the trainers. Besides me, there's another woman grandmaster, Ilse Berzing, and there's a grandmaster Zigorts Lanka, and an international master Sergejs Klimakos, who've been spending several weeks already going in for training in prisons 4 times a week. Working there. My family has seen me less than these teammates here in this these premises. But it's very motivational because we see how transforming it is. The inmates are so fascinated, so excited, but not only the inmates themselves, the officials as well. The guards in the beginning, they were standing and making sure that we feel ourselves secure. Although it was not necessary. I think the chess species are the best guardians for us. But now it's quite often that they get engaged. They try to help to find some solutions for our positions. And okay, they have not yet played against the inmates, but they've also got the taste of the game, and that's, I think, a very, very, very nice feature. That it at the end of the day, it turns out that the uniting element, not only among the inmates themselves, where the team spirit has increased notably, but among the inmates and the officials as well. So the communication has improved, and they feel it too, a better team.
I think that's great. I think that we've seen this camaraderie come forward in so many of these great occasions. I know that here in St. Louis we have this Chess and Cops program as well. So I've seen chess bringing people together because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what background or what you have done before. Chess just is an equalizer. And I love that about the game. So tell us about your team. Are you excited to see them play? I know that Georgia was dominant last year. Are you guys ready to take them down?
I'm not sure whether we are ready to take them down, but we are ready to pose a notable challenge to them. Our men's team is also playing. My colleague is in another prison. We shared our forces today so that we are represented in both prisons. You'll see that I guess that especially the males team has progressed a lot, and you have to take into consideration that we started only few weeks ago, and they have not only the great fighting few weeks ago from scratch.
That is so recent.
Yes. But you'll see that they already know the principles, that we develop the pieces, we fight for the center, we see where the opponent's king is, and we never give up.
Well, that's a great attitude. I have to tell you that I've been casting today. We're actually on round 5 of the first group. We've had some really fun fights. We have some really interesting fights, and I'm actually very impressed by the level of play that everybody has exhibited.
They are so motivated. Besides the official training hours, they also have asked for the chess sets to be provided with their spare time, so they spend their time in the cells playing chess among themselves. Yeah, really structuring also their brain for other things that that might be useful.
No, absolutely. We've seen the positive impact that chess has in so many different areas.
But it's very important, chess, that when the results are seen and they're visible, as I said, it's only a few weeks, and you see how transformative chess has been. The officials are getting engaged, and the decision makers are getting engaged, and that's I think very important. That's why I also want to highlight the fact that today in Chicago, Cook County, I think for today, Chicago is the capital of the world, at least in the chess world, because that's the center of the universe of the prisoners' chess. So 7 consulates are now having will be having the roundtable, discussing the policies, sharing their experiences. I know that Mongolia is represented. I know that Brazil is represented. So, and other countries where the chess in prisons programs have been already traditional and lasting for several years. So I'm also looking forward to hear their stories and what the experience has been.
Tell us a little bit about some of these programs that have been lasting 4 years that you're looking forward to learning from, because we have some returning players as well.
Do you remember that last year it was quite surprising that it was not the traditional chess countries that won the tournament? Yes, everyone was surprised that suddenly Mongolia won, yes, and Zimbabwe became the second. With the women, it was less surprising. It was Georgia, so it was, kind of expected. But
Trinidad and Tobago took some important victories in that tournament. I remember that very clearly.
Yes. And it turned out that Mongolia has already the traditions for decades. The Chess in Prisons program has been introduced in prisons with a state decree. So understanding how strong the influence and how educative chess could be. So that's amazing thing that when you start new initiatives, you discover the whole new world, like a new island for the chess world that we didn't have any clue before. At least in the professional chess world, we didn't have.
I know, it's useful to find them. I have to tell you, Mongolia is currently on a perfect score so far today. They're playing a crucial match against India for their first place in their group.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and what's important for me, that chess goes beyond the borders of the professional sports only. Mm-hmm. For example, in Latvia, now this chess training, what we are carrying out with my colleagues, it has become a vital part of the social reintegration program for the prisoners, among other professions that they are taught here in this prison and in the other one. We have now introduced chess, and they perceive it as a very important element of the overall program for the prisoners. So I believe it will be spreading also to the other institutions, as already part of the state program for resocialization.
No, I think it's a great initiative. I think that this is one of my favorite things, and happy to be able to volunteer with you. I'll let you go and train your ladies so that they're ready.
Thank you very much. We'll still have some time for some practice, We'll play a few games before the official tournament starts. It's very important to settle down, to decrease the level of tension, because of course, you are a professional chess player. You know that it's different when you train, when you have your studies.
Oh yeah, going up on the stage, it's the different thing.
Then when you have to participate in the tournament, your hands are trembling and the heart is beating. So we have to calm down and get prepared so that we are ready for the tournament.
Well, I'm glad they're getting professional help right now, as you're gonna use all your experience from the Olympiads to tell them exactly what to do.
How to win against the world champion? Yes,
exactly.
That's been one of the lessons as well here. Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Learning from the best for sure. Well, yes. Dana, thank you so much for joining us here. I'll let you go.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. As we have 3 more rounds left here in Group 1. we are currently in the match between India and Mongolia of round number 5. And let's see what's going on, because it feels like black is much better in this position, should be able to play something along the lines of rook a8 to c8. And you can see the bind that black is dominating here with a rook a8, c8, queen coming to b3, and this is looking bad for India A. So let me just really quickly check on my other screen how the rest of the match is going. Seems like it's still a toss-up. Mongolia C uncorking a beautiful attack on India C. But all the other games, they're pretty even. Let's keep an eye on this one. Mongolia definitely with the better position, but far from over. Very, very far from over. We've seen much bigger turnarounds in today's games. Much, much bigger. And this one, problem is that playing white is very hard because this bishop on e4 is kind of monstrous. And on top of that, black controls the only open file, which is the C file. It's true, white has the rook on f1, but since the kings are on the king side, you actually don't want to control the f file because it's kind of useless. Because the king on g8 will always be defending the pawn on f7. You won't be able to ever penetrate on that square. So black for choice. Unfortunately, not a very fast player, the Mongolian player. 2 minutes and 45 seconds against his opponent. 7 minutes and 33. That is quite a lot. Rook f2 played, and I like what white is doing. White plays quickly. White plays very quickly and not blundering, just defends everything, puts everything in a dark square so that he can play a little bit faster as a reactionary measure. So here, h3, king h2 might be an idea. I'm sure there's more than one idea in this position that you can continue with. And it forces black to find moves, right? Because black has improved his position significantly. The rook on c6, bishop on e4, the queen on b3, they're all well placed. But how do you continue? How do you make it past this point? Meanwhile, in the other games, we don't have to switch them, but Mongolia C and Mongolia B are currently winning their games. So it's going to be really up to India D, who is currently not better, but still in a fight, and India A, who's currently not doing very well in this position, as we have now the position, the dynamic position in India C against Mongolia C. Black is currently down in exchange, but in return he has 2 pawns. And white's king is very weak on g2. See, it doesn't have a lot of pawns in front of it. Knight on d3. It's doing a lot better than any of the rooks in terms of activity. And of course, the bishop on b6 is basically cutting the board in half. So, still a lot of work to be done for black to even claim a super strong advantage at this level. I mean, the engine is saying the black is just winning, but I don't know why that's so clear. It wouldn't be so clear to me. Unless there's an immediate tactic that I'm missing, something like queen c4. I don't see why. Maybe queen c4 is just winning, though. As Mongolia B, that game has turned around completely. What a crazy turnaround of events. But we'll focus on this game for now. Queen c4. Wow, so much going on. There's a lot of action. This India versus Mongolia match, we hyped it up, and it's everything we asked for. Queen c4 coming, queen taking on e2 is a threat. Meanwhile, Mongolia A, that exchange swap position, black is making some progress, but not too much yet. Mongolia B destroyed their own position, is now losing an endgame. Pawn endgames are super tricky. India is actually going to be mounting a comeback on that one. Mongolia C, this one, is the big one. Can he convert this winning position, which I don't feel is easily winning? I think knight f4 picks up on exchange, which should technically be winning, but... Oh, and he sees it! Mongolia! Mongolia, I'm telling you. I mean, Dana told us there is decades of tradition of prisoner chess in Mongolia, and it shows. Knight f4, what a classy move. Attacking the queen on e6, attacking the rook on e2, discovered attack with the queen, and it's falling apart. It's just falling apart for India C here. Queen h3, best move in the position, defense the rook on f1. Also, more importantly, defense from queen e4 check, which was a checkmate in 2-threat. So for now, black is not winning immediately, but it is 2 pawns. It is the better position. It is the safer king. So you imagine that black takes this without any issues. India B is winning. So these 2 games are going to basically cancel each other out. And we're going to have a fascinating fight. It's still for the first place in the group. Now, as I said, I don't think it's like the most important race because 2 teams make it out of the group. And I do not envision any timeline that in which Mongolia A and India don't both make it. But if that were to happen, the only way that it could start is with one of these sides losing. I just can't imagine them losing to another team. They've really shown the best chess. They've really shown the best understanding. They have the most stable teams. Mongolia D and India D actually had finished in a draw by perpetual check in what seemed to be a relatively correct game. So it's really going to come down to whether Mongolia A can convert the winning endgame they're in, which looks winning, and can India C, which is this one, hold on to a completely lost position? Can they do it? Because, I mean, this looks really bad. You're down 3 pawns. And there's no counterplay. Your e5 pawn's not going anywhere. h5, g4 kind of plays itself. This king on f4, you might be able to give a couple of checks to it, but that's about it. The bishop on b6 is a much better piece than the knight on f3. It's just on a different dimension, level of difference between them. All right. G4 played in this position. As I am trying to see what else we have, because besides this, yes, we have, of course, it's not the only important matchup we have. We had India, I guess Kazakhstan 1 versus Philippines 1 is the most important matchup outside of this, because if one of them wins, they do reach 5 points, which is as close as it gets to 8 from this group. All right, so bishop comes to c7. Yeah, this is just dead. The pawn on e5 is just too strong. Too strong. It's too weak. The king on f5 is going to hunt it down. G5 coming. Yeah, I don't expect any difference. But we're going to stay with this one, because I always feel that when there's a knight on the board, things can happen. Meanwhile, there's madness going on in many other boards. We'll check them out. I believe Australia is falling to India, from what I can kind of see. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. Yeah, I think Australia is falling to India too. Not so clear yet, actually. How's this game going? Yeah, the pawns are just promoting. Yeah, I gotta say the Mongolian team has exhibited an extreme amount of technique. It's not easy to win like so consistently in these games, but they're pretty good. There's a reason they won it last year. All right, rook f2 played. There's nothing wrong with actually going forward. Bishop f4 covering is also very good. Taking advantage of the fact that when you are up a lot of material, you should use that material in your conversion. Oh, wow, Australia A coming back from, wow, Australia A. I mean, at some point, Australia A had like 3 seconds left, but it was more than enough time. Because with the increment, with the 5-second increment, they're about to get a new queen. Look at that. This new queen is coming down the board. And that's a big victory for Australia A, because we're going to switch immediately to Australia B. Australia B versus India BB. That one. India. Yeah, we don't care about this game anymore. So we're going to switch to Australia B, India BB. So not India AA, but India BB. Australia B, India BB. Yeah, because this is all... So Australia B has to win this game. Australia B has to win this game to tie the match. Because thanks to the victory of Australia A, there's chances. There are chances. And Queen B7. Queen B7 is winning. Queen B7 is winning. Rook takes B7, E takes F6. No, what? Why? Why did he move the bishop? Why did he take the pawn and be up 2 pawns? He was scared of ghosts. The time ticking down, 25 seconds. It's not easy. Bishop B4 attacks the rook. You gotta respond. You gotta respond quickly. It's not easy. It's not easy playing blitz. When you see grandmasters play blitz, it looks easy. When you play blitz yourself and it's a tournament, you're letting your team down. Man, that's hard. You got 30 seconds left. Make a move. It's not easy. And here, f takes e6, bishop takes e6, e5. This game should end in a draw. And a draw gives India 2 the victory in the match. But it ain't over. Wait, is that true? Yeah. Because India CC won and India DD won. Yeah, that's great. So Australia trying to hold on for dear life needs a victory. Hard to win this though. It's too symmetrical. 5-second increment is, as you can see, quite important. And we are, finishing up around 5. So 2:30 a.m. here, actually, in St. Louis. But a pleasure to be with you guys as we are in the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. Quite a pleasure to be here. We've seen some incredible initiatives, and the players are playing their hearts out. I mean, it's very impressive that a lot. So how much effort goes into these things? Because I've been hearing of teams having grandmasters volunteer lessons to inmates. We've seen, as Dana was telling us, grandmasters going in Latvia, in Serbia. First board, Alexander Indic, volunteered lessons. We had programs in Canada. Of course, we have the ones. We have had some incredible stories. And I just read that in the Mongolian correctional system, they've been having tournaments since 1956. Just think about that. 1956. How beneficial is that? That's very cool. Unfortunately for Australia, no progress is being made in this position. A5, probably trying to get rook g5, rook e6 in, or rook d6, but can't imagine that working. Exchanging the rooks won't help. Mongolia finishing as expected. Mongolia finished as expected. Mongolia B1, Mongolia A1, Mongolia C is moments away from winning. So this is the most important game that's still going on. Australia A against... Well, he got a pawn. Guys, he got a pawn. No, but why did he give it back? What? Why? Why did he give the pawn back? Why did he take the pawn? This is for the match. No. Wait, what? Why did you go rook b2? No. Oh, no. Wait. You can play rook f2. Yeah, but that's a difficult move to see. Rook c2. Well, he unfortunately lost that precious fast a pawn, kind of for free. King d6 is a good move. The pawn on a6 is doomed. This king needs to rush to the king side. It's not doing any job anymore on the queen side. So he needs to rush. a7 played, but that's the wrong approach. And India too is going to squeak out a victory, I believe. We're going to let this round finish. And then after the round is done, I think I'll take a little break, a little horse here at 2:30 a.m. Take a little bit of a water break and be back recharged for at the beginning of round 6. I'm not sure how long we're going to stay for round 6, but at least a little bit. Black should be comfortable here to exchange on f2. The endgame poses absolutely no danger, even if you somehow lose the opposition. And there goes, king takes f2. And probably a good technique is to keep long distance opposition with the king f6, but I don't think it actually, I know it doesn't matter, but it's nice to flex it against your opponent. That way you at least get the g4 square. All right, king f2, there should be no way to make progress anymore. And with this, going around a little bit. Don't say it's over until it's over. Okay, king h2, king f4. Don't play g4. Still a draw, but don't play it. Okay, don't listen to me. It's fine. Still a draw because the h-pawn doesn't promote, but why? Why lose the pawn? There's also a trick somewhere where you go g5. Like if the king was on h3 and you go g4, I guess king takes h4 is a draw. Can't do basic things. King takes h4 is not a draw. But g5 is winning. Yeah, I think that's correct. All right, so this might actually end in a draw because I think white does know the king in the corner is just dead. And black will have nothing better to stalemate his opponent. But a stalemate is good enough for black because it gives them the match victory, and it will be the only team with wait a second. Hold on. Hold your horses. This is not true. Oh, something got updated. Something got updated. Kazakhstan too actually has 5 points. How did they just do against Kyrgyzstan? I believe they won. Kazakhstan 2 against Kyrgyzstan. Okay, they lost this one. They lost this one. Won this one and won this one too. So Kazakhstan got 6 points, actually within striking distance of India. I didn't realize that. I hadn't seen that they had updated their pairings. All right, round 6 will start temporarily. I am going to go on a very short break, maybe like 5 to 6 minutes, and I will come back for the end of this broadcast. We're going to finish it up at 2:55 a.m. Central Standard Time, because that's as long as we need to go. But I will be back in just a second.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Mitt navn er Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the real. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play.
Back everybody, as we are in round 6 of Group 1 of the second Intercontinental Chess Championship for prisoners organized by FIDE, an unbelievable initiative that I'm very happy to be part of. And we have plenty of chess, and actually it is very exciting chess. So let's jump right into it. We only have about 13 minutes left of broadcast before we have to get ready for the next group of participants. So let's jump right into it. I actually wanted to see the Australia against India 1 matchup, as it is pretty crucial for the standings. We have an excellent one to start with, Australia A against India A. It seems that the black player here blundered a knight earlier on f6, and white is winning. And white is winning is actually something we can apply to every single one of the positions of India against Australia. Every single of those positions is being won by the white player. So far, it seems like the match should be split into a 2-2 tie. The question would at that point become, does that somehow, as I was saying this, Australia C board has blundered horrendously. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. A completely winning position that Australia C had has turned around by a very fateful blunder, and now it is black that is winning in that game. That might be sealing the deal for India. Still a complicated game on that one. And in this one, the extra piece really should tell. But the question will really be, can Kazakhstan take advantage of that, Kazakhstan 2 that is, and somehow keep up the chase? Because Kazakhstan 2 here on round 6 is playing India 2. And if they win, they're still somehow mathematically in pursuit. And more importantly, and very excitingly, they play each other on the last round. So as long as Kazakhstan can keep pace with India, it's not over. I mean, Kazakhstan 2 might be able to make, there's a potential avenue for Kazakhstan 2 to take fate into their own hands and defeat India in round 7 to make it to the next group stage. Because remember, it is going to be the top 2 teams that make it to the next group stage. That's going to be applicable to every single one of the groups, 1 to 8. And Mongolia is by far the strongest team in this group. There is no question about that. They only won 2.5 in the last round. Besides that, they have won consistently by 3-1 or above every single match. And I have the feeling that that is not a coincidence. So Mongolia will make it out of this group quite easily. I don't think that mathematically there's any chance for that not to happen. And it all comes down to the India 1 versus Kazakhstan 2 race, which is kind of lucky to watch when you think about it. So as I looked away, Australia C is unfortunately dead lost at this point. So the efforts of Australia A might not matter. It seems like India is going to be taking this match. So let me clear this. Let me read this one properly. All right, so we don't have anything here. On other news, Philippines is up 3-0 against Kyrgyzstan, so some consolation prize for them. Kazakhstan playing against Mongolia, but this is Kazakhstan 1. Kazakhstan 1 is not doing great, and they're playing the favorites. And it seems like the favorites are doing favorite things, being better in every single board. Or just straight up winning. Yeah, so Mongolia is defeating Kazakhstan 1. And the more important matchup becomes the one that I cannot find. Where is India 2? How come I cannot find this match? All right, maybe my producer can find one of the games from India 2. Oh, yes, I see them now. Oh, did they just start? Oh, that's crazy. That is a late start. Yeah, I think I just clicked on them. I think that I would love to watch something like India AA, Kazakhstan AA. I think they just started. Wow, there's a lot of chess, guys. I'm getting a notification that the FIDE World Junior Chess Championship is just starting. There's no nonstop chess. I'm going to go to sleep very soon because it's almost 3 a.m. St. Louis time. You guys are going to be entertained by Keti Tsatsalashvili with the next group of prisoners chess. And if you decided to take a break from this, you could tune in to the FIDE broadcast of the World Junior Championship, which I'm kind of surprised is at this time. I thought, did they have a double round? I wonder if they have a double round today because I think it's early in Europe. I don't see that these games have started. Maybe I can ask my producer if he sees any of them. I do see that there's like, there are some India AA games against Kazakhstan AA, but I don't see it. Oh, I apologize. Now it is going to be Michael Rahal. That will be the broadcaster for the prisoners chess. And tomorrow it will be Keti with Michael. So still plenty of chess, plenty of great commentary out there. Follow the stream and support the program. Really a great initiative. And I'll be logging off pretty soon, but I want to say that I'm glad that even if it only was a few hours, that I was able to contribute to this great program. It's a great way to use chess as another way for good. And I think those are the type of programs that we should always be supporting as chess professionals. So happy to be here. Happy to hear that the program is growing rapidly, growing well. And honestly, quite happy that you see these games and they're pretty fun. They're pretty cool. They're fun to cast. They're interesting to look at. They're not like one side just killing each other. You see that things actually turn around, that even though one side is consistently better than the other, that there's this human element and at some point you blunder and the game just becomes something else. The matches were pretty close when you think about it, even though Mongolia, I think, is considerably stronger than the other teams in the competition. They didn't just annihilate everybody. They did have a strong presence, but they only won 2.5, 1.5 against one other team. They still had some trouble in some boards where clear wins slipped away for them into losses. So a lot of reversals there. And I think that we have a cool fight between Kazakhstan and India going into the last round. It is a pity that we're not going to be able to see it because I really do need to sleep. I am working the US Championships after all, which is also, you know, more chess if you weren't sick of it by now. But in the last few minutes, let's just briefly take a look at what's going on in the Kazakhstan-India games before we log off. A special thanks to Dana for all the effort that she does. Honestly, it's an incredible amount of running around that she does for all of these programs. Very selfless human being and clearly very successful programs at that. And of course, Kema, who I know is still listening. Thank you for inviting me. Everything runs better when you're involved. Much appreciated. So let's finish up with what's going on in this position. It seems like India, too, has an absolutely crushing position in this particular game against Kazakhstan, too. Remember that Kazakhstan, to keep up, needs to win this match and then win against India. Now, I don't know how difficult that would be, but it's what needs to happen. So what else is going on? India B. I apologize. India BB versus Kazakhstan BB is a position in which black is a piece, but anything can happen. Kazakhstan AA, India AA has not begun. And Kazakhstan CC, I remember, is the weaker player in this team. So I believe he got outplayed and India should take that point. So it does seem like India 2 will take care of it does seem like India 2 will take care of Kazakhstan 2's chances to qualify, if I'm doing the math right, because India 1 won their match, and it doesn't seem like Kazakhstan is going to win theirs, which they need to keep pace to be at least within striking distance of India 1 in their final match. But I think that's unlikely to happen based on the positions that we just saw. Stranger things have happened, but we're going to call it here. And I'm going to congratulate, I don't think I'm missing a beat on this one. I'm going to congratulate India 1 and Mongolia for qualifying from the group stage I got to cast. And I will leave you in the good hands of other commentators coming up in about an hour and 5 minutes. So be on the lookout for that. I'm going to be signing off for now. Have a good night.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger til å gjøre det til noe større og sette det litt mer i system da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this. I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are in the world. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm international master and chess trainer, and I'm going to be the host of this qualifier and this afternoon's qualifier of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners, which is, as you all know, organized by FIDE and the Cook County, Chicago, USA office, and is part of the Chess for Freedom program and a continuation of the International Championship first held in 2019, and also the tournament held last year in 2021. As I said, this event is organized by FIDE and the Cook County, Chicago, Illinois, USA Sheriff's Office, and it's going to be held today and tomorrow, October the 13th and 14th, which is actually the International Days of Education in Prison. Already this morning, we have had the first qualifier hosted by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's in the United States. A really interesting and fun and exciting event. For the next 4 hours, we'll be hosting the second qualifier, which we will talk about very soon. And this afternoon, we'll be hosting the third and final qualifier, because today on the 13th is the group stage. Tomorrow will be the final stage. And during the day, apart from analyzing some of the games and commentating on the games, we'll be hosting some interviews with the directive, with organizers from FIDE and from the Cook County, with the sheriff, also with some coaches and even with some of the inmates themselves. So this championship is hosted online by chess.com and is open for teams made of 4 players who represent any correctional facility. It can be jails, could be prisons, and without specifications for age or gender of prisoners. We have 3 types of events. We have the main team. We have teams representing female facilities, and then all 4 female players must form part of the team. And also we can have some teams representing juvenile correctional facilities. They have to be under 20 years old. Each country can have up to 3 teams for the event. Team number 1, team number 2, team number 3. And for this year, 85 teams from more than 46 countries will be participating, among them 12 female and 14 youth teams. And separate tournaments will be held for the female and youth participants. Many of the strongest players, national and regional chess players, will be in the teams in the correctional facilities, representing their countries in this international tournaments. And I'm sure we'll have really, really interesting games and situations and stories in this online event. Teams like countries like Serbia, India, the current champion, Mongolia, Latvia, Armenia. We'll be talking about all the countries during the broadcast. So maybe we have some screenshots, or we go straight to the first video.
I'm Arkady Dvorkovich, President of FIDE International Chess Federation. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Our project Chess for Freedom is for people who made mistakes in their lives before, but have a chance to improve. FIDE is going to bring chess to all corners of the world, especially to those corners where chess can transform lives of people, give a chance to live a better life, to change things around. And inmates who are not free right now have a great potential to develop their lives to the best. Chess started to come to prisons many years ago, and I would like to thank in particular Sheriff Dart from Chicago County, Michael Rahal, who develops this project in FIDE, and Dana Reizniece-Ozola for coordinating this project globally. This is the second edition of Chess for Freedom tournament. Last time we had 30 countries, this time 46 countries, 85 teams from all around the world. So we are improving. And I hope that all players will enjoy playing. They will represent their own countries in this World Intercontinental Cup, and I hope that this event will give a boost for the development of chess around the world, and will have a great social impact on many people around. So good luck, and I wish all the best and success to this event.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. Welcome to the 6th International Chess Tournament. We are very excited to be hosting this. We cannot begin to thank the people from FIDE for all of their help in bringing this together. Chess is an amazing sport. As you know, it gives you critical skills, but it also teaches you patience. things that we can all learn from and something we can all use in our daily life. I hope you're going to enjoy the games today, and good luck, everyone.
How to transform the people's lives for the better. We do not have a universal method, but what we have learned, a chess set and a good book might help. This is what Chess for Freedom or Chess in Prisons program is about. We use our role game to help those who have made the mistakes in their life to be reintegrated and do it in a smart way. I warmly congratulate all the participants of the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for the prisoners. I thank all the officials in their countries who have made this possible for their teams to participate. I know how challenging it might be to overcome all the legal, technical and other obstacles to do so. I warmly thank my colleagues in Cook Country Sheriff's Office and FIDE for dedication to facilitate this worldwide program that this year has gathered together 46 countries, more than 85 teams in this championship. I believe that the inmates will not only compete today, this is a highlight event that motivates them to work on everyday basis, becoming smarter, learning how to respect their opponents, understanding the link between the cause and the consequence, making the society a better and more secure place. I also thank our sponsors, The Gift for Chess. You are helping us to transform the lives with your support in this program. I wish you all the best in this tournament. I wish a lot of excitement. I wish we together reach the goals others only think of and feel the freedom that chess can give.
So, my friends, we're back live again after these 3 introductory videos. The games of the second qualifier haven't started yet. They were scheduled to start at 11 my time here in Spain, in Barcelona. Different times all over the world, obviously. But final preparations are being done for the moment. Players are already connecting to chess.com in their different facilities. And obviously, this does take a small amount of time. So we're waiting for the games to start to be able to analyze them. Also, I'm being told I have very soon a very important guest who will come on the stream, one of the coaches of one of the facilities. I'm sure he'll give us some great insight into his part of the tournament and also some other general questions I have for him to be asked. So hopefully the production team will give me some screenshots so I can commentate on the different tournaments. So as you can see on the screen, thanks, cheers, Dima. As you can see on the screen, we have the qualifiers of the main tournament, the men's tournament. And as you can see, today, the 13th of October, we are doing the group stage. So already this morning at 6 a.m. CET, the first group was held between Australia, India 1 and India 2, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, and the Philippines. Of course, bear in mind that this is a global intercontinental event. So obviously we have to allocate the groups according to certain time schedules, allowing the players to dispute their games in approximately even time schedules. Now, this was a very exciting group, and after 7 really tough rounds in the round robin, Mongolia won, the champion, the current champion, and India won were the 2 teams that progressed to the finals, which will be tomorrow. Here we can see the final score of this group, with Mongolia 1, as I was saying, taking down the tournament with a full 100%, 7 out of 7, 14-point score. So Mongolia crushing the opposition in this event. And India won, the main team of India country. There are two teams, two correctional facilities playing here. India 1 and India 2 came second and third, with India 1 taking down the second place and the qualification for the finals. Also strong performances by India 2, Kazakhstan 1 and Kazakhstan 2. And finally, closing the table, the Philippines, Australia and Kyrgyzstan, who all were able to score at least one victory. The numbers you see on the right of the score are the tie breaks. In case of a tie, the tie breaks are used. Now, starting any moment now, we'll be getting into the second stage of the qualifiers, which will be held from now till about approximately 2 to 3 o'clock CET, which is for about 3 or 4 hours approximately. And as you can see, we have a Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and Group 5 in the men's tournament. Most of the teams, as you can see, of the countries represented are European teams, basically, and mostly European teams, also some African teams, such as Zimbabwe, and also some teams from Asia. We have another team from Mongolia, with Armenia, and we have other European teams such as Montenegro or Armenia, and also the Philippines team number 2, which is, as you can imagine, quite far away. They have to adapt to this time schedule. Also, we have a team from United Arab Emirates, which will also be adapting slightly to the time schedule. As you can see, there are 4 group teams now, so we have plenty of games to choose from. And in the afternoon, we will have the groups representing basically South America, Central America, also the USA Chicago hosting team, and some other teams which will be adapting to the time schedule of the States, which is they're barely sleeping now, basically, so they can't obviously play at this time stage. Let's check out the women's, the female event. And we have the youth event and the women's event in this screenshot. Fantastic. So there are less teams participating in the women's tournament, but enough to be able to make a separate event for them. 2 groups. First group will be playing now with the men's tournament alongside with Georgia, India, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Mongolia, and Serbia. And this afternoon, the second group will be playing with Argentina, Ecuador, Trinidad, Tobago, USA, and England and Norway. They will have to adapt as well to this afternoon time schedule. Very good for European teams, and early morning, mid-morning for the American and South American teams. In the youth tournament, which it's good to remember that youth tournaments are under 20 age group in the juvenile facilities. We can see the morning group will be England, Georgia, India, Montenegro, Nigeria, Serbia, and South Sudan. And in the afternoon group, we have none less than 3 teams from Argentina, 3 facilities, strong representation from Argentina there, plus Canada, Ecuador, Trinidad, and Tobago. So things are looking good for these women's and youth tournaments, which will be held, as I said, next to the men's tournaments. Now, I'm going to quickly check if the games have started. And we are actually having a guest very soon, in hopefully 2 or 3 minutes. We'll be receiving and hosting an interview with a guest. So the games, we're still waiting for them to start. Meanwhile, we can talk to our guest as soon as he comes on the broadcast, and maybe ask him some questions about his experience in the tournament and how his team has performed, and some other general questions about chess, coaching chess in prison. So let's wait for this guest to appear. He is being accepted in the Zoom now, so hopefully we'll be getting him. And meanwhile, we're still waiting for the games to start. I'm sure they must have started, but I'm still hoping to get him on. I think we're getting him on very soon now. So here we are. Let's make sure. On. We're receiving our guest now. It'll be on at any moment. Yeah, so let's see if Mr. Ketan can hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, great. So, Mr. Ketan Kairi, welcome. I'm seeing you now on the screen. And
yes,
I'm very pleased to have you with me. So, Mr. Ketan Kairi, I hope I pronounced that correctly. If not, please correct my pronunciation.
Yes, it's okay, sir. It's a Ketan Kairi.
Ketan Kairi. He's the coach of India 1 team, who has the team which has just qualified for the next stage of the tournament for tomorrow morning with Mongolia in the first group. That is correct, Mr. Ketan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are on the second spot.
Great. So where are you talking from? From which part of India?
In India, there is Maharashtra state, and in that Maharashtra, we are in Pune city.
Nice, from the Pune city, fantastic. So I was actually in India very recently in Chennai in the Olympiads, so I have really good memories from that experience.
It's a native place of Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte.
I actually met Kunte. I think he was one of the coaches of one of the Indian teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Bronze medalist women's team, Olympiad.
Exactly. I actually interviewed him in one of the press conferences. So, Ketan, as coach of the India 1 team, tell me how can you rate your performance of your team this morning, of the inmates of the team? What's your general balance of the morning leg of the tournament?
Sir, actually, all players played well. We have 2 strong players and 2 medium strength players.
Okay.
And they have their leeches rating around 1800, means around 30. FIDE rating, maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
But we prepared, focused on their endgame. And
okay.
That benefits us.
Okay, did you have any connectivity problems, or was the tournament smooth from a technical point of view with chess.com?
No, sir. No. We arranged 2 connections. One for dedicated to Zoom meeting only, and second one is for that network laptops.
Fantastic. Ketan, I see you played, if I'm not mistaken, your team won all the matches except for the clash against Mongolia. Would this be correct?
Yes, sir. Mongolia is I think they will reach the final tomorrow.
Oh, so you already putting them on they're actually the current champions of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the very strong team that is.
Obviously. Tell me, Ketan, as a coach of the team, what type of preparation were you able to do for the inmates? How do you organize your teaching schedule in the facility?
Sir, we got only 5 months, means only 4 months to teach them. We had our basic sessions on last year around October, November. That time we got 1 month of coaching.
Okay.
In that coaching, we taught them about basic chess. Means, they were playing with very old concepts like we have to checkmate in 16 moves for Lonely King, likewise.
Okay.
From that we started. They even don't know about the N%.
Oh.
And in first month we taught them on the basics of chess. And again we started preparation for this tournament in June, from 1st June.
Okay.
It's around today 4.5 months are completing. And we are completing 4.5 months. So first 2 months we focused on basic openings, how to open the game.
Okay.
And then middle game. And we showed them a lot of old games, old classics.
Old classical games to improve their understanding.
Yes. And originally they are very talented humans. So their grasping is very high.
Okay.
When we teach some kids, we have to repeat again and again. One thing we have to repeat again and again in case of kids. But here if we told them in once only, they understand very properly.
Okay, so smart guys. So Ketan, let me say that I would say that for someone who doesn't know, for instance, the ampersand rule, and getting them to 1800chess.com in about 4 or 5 months, that's quite an achievement. So you must be very proud of yourself. Congratulations from my part, at least.
Thank you, sir.
So,
but that is not my credit. That credit goes to them only, because they practiced day and night.
Okay, so exactly. Tell me about that. So tell me, I have 2 interesting questions I would like to learn about. First of all, your participation as a coach. How many days during the week do you go to the facility? Do you go every day or maybe once a week? And then the other question is, what about this question then?
5 days in a week we had our coaching session.
Okay.
And minimum 2 hours a day.
Okay, so quite extensive then. You're going quite a lot then.
Yes.
Do you have a special place where you can train with them, a special room, or is it open for the rest of the inmates? How do you work there? What sort of situation do you have there?
Jail authority arranged a special room for them.
Okay.
For us. And no one was interfering in that room. That is the plus.
So,
and, initially, there is a few errors in communicating, but after 1 month it goes very smoothly, and all are cooperating from door means security till superintendent of jail. They cooperated very much.
Okay, that's great. Tell me, can they practice outside the classes with internetchess.com, or they are just allowed to practice on normal chess material and boards? How does that work? Can they get actual practice on the computers to get outside the classes? I mean, are they allowed to do this?
Yes. From last 2 months, they practiced on internet. Means jail authority provide this program run by Indian Oil Corporation Limited.
Oh, that's great.
These laptops and internet facility. And we practice on internet only, on online only. We practiced on chess.com as well as Leeches, and we focused as per 10 by 5 time span games.
Okay. So apart from practicing the game and enjoying the experience of playing online and with the other inmates, what do you think the inmates value from the tournament and in general playing chess in the prison? Where do you think this is helping them during the time they have to spend there? What values do you think you can note and you see are getting improved by this practice in chess? What can you tell us about that, Ketan?
previously they all of them are not much aware or keen about chess coaching.
Okay.
But now they all of them we taught or we gave coaching to 20 inmates.
Okay.
And from that we selected 6. And now
Okay.
that those 6 players, when they will release from the jail, they start coaching in chess.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So it also allows them, in a certain way, to be able to have some sort of interesting opportunities when they are released from their term, from their prison term.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you noticed any positive changes in personality, maybe in the development of their mental abilities, even communication between themselves, a positive way of talking, communicating with the other inmates due to chess, or do you think this would be far stretched?
Actually, all of them are very polite. Means they have a lot of respect for outsiders.
Very good. Very good.
Because we are going to help them. That's why they're means we are their guest. So they means very polite nature was there. Although they are I don't know what to say. It's a criminal background, but still they are very polite.
Okay.
And all of them started now. They are they developed a lot of patience in their game as well as in their thinking, because
very good.
Jail authorities gave us those inmates who is once a criminal, means they took or what we can say, unknowingly they got mistake and put in jail.
Of course.
So that impatientness, because of their impatientness, they are there in jail, and now they have a lot of patience in their thinking and behavior. That is the most important part, and because of them, means in this Yeroda jail, this is the one of the biggest jail in Asia. It's situated in 500 acres, and exact jail is 65 acres premises is there in this jail. So there are a lot of circles, means barracks are there, and total 7,000 inmates are there in this jail. So because of their chess activity, jail authority demanded 100 chessboards to IOCL to provide,
nice,
to give or circulate those inmates, because they when they started playing, they completely covered their in negative thinking. Means they forgotten their maybe past, you can say, and only chess related activities were there in their mind.
They can focus on the game, develop their patience, get better, and hopefully also create a good atmosphere in the jail for the other inmates to also learn and improve with this game. Ketan, I think you're doing a wonderful job there. Also, India, as everyone knows, is a really, really strong country in chess. So I'm expecting that you'll do well tomorrow in the finals. And also, who knows, maybe next year you'll be one of the strongest teams and go for the win. Try and go for the win with this improvement. Ketan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on and giving us your experience and talking to us and giving us an even better idea of how chess and the program helps the inmates in their day-to-day life. Thank you, Ketan.
I have to mention one more development.
Of course.
Just now, their jail authority again published their list. Means they are collecting the names from inmates for chess coaching, and these 20 number of guys were give coaching to all of them, those new freshers.
Wow.
So this is all. This is because of IOCL, and Abhijit is in IOCL. Means Dobrekar sir is also there, and Yogesh Pardeshi. They were coordinators, and because of them, this whole task happened. So I'm personally thanking them, and let's hope for tomorrow.
I'm sure tomorrow will be a great day for you. Have a good day. Make sure they rest. Make sure they go over today's mistakes, and tomorrow hope for the best. Against, we'll see what other countries will qualify from the tournament. Ketan, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
My regards to Kunte if you see him as well.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Welcome.
So that was a really, really cool experience for me to talk to Ketan, who is the coach of the India 1 team, who just qualified alongside Mongolia for the finals. Ketan was telling us how he was coaching in the prison in Pune, getting more inmates to be interested. He has a team with 1,800 players, which is quite good, quite a good level for some players who 4 months ago didn't know what the ampersand rule was, and also how chess helps them to develop patience, to think more carefully about their decisions, and gradually get into this dynamic where you take your decisions carefully because you know that a mistake on the board can sometimes can't be taken back afterwards. So that was a nice one. So let's try and get to the games. I have been informed they've started, so I'm going to try and find some cool games. At the moment, I can see on the screen one of the games from the Mongolia, Serbia. I'm trying to find the rest of the games. Aha, I can see the games now. Many of them have finished. I can see the games now. The new group, that's great. But I think we can go with the Mongolia-Serbia game. I'm going to connect it on my screen. And let's see if I can find the current game which is being played. There might be a small delay. No, this must be the next game. I'm still getting certainly used to this this system, so stay with me, and we'll be going over the games very, very soon. So this is oh, it's been changed. Now we have a Latvia-Georgia game on the screen. I'm going to find this Latvia-Georgia game. It's a board D. Women's D, here we go. Okay, so this is the teams from Latvia against Georgia. These are the women's team, if I'm not mistaken. We're on one of the women's board, and we can already see that Georgia has extra material. Looking good, the game for the Georgia player. She's just checked, and this actually looks like a checkmate. I think this is checkmate because the knight very conveniently dropped back, giving a discovered check to the king. King can't escape, and game is over. So let's jump to another game where we have India against Serbia. The India against Serbia game. And this is a funny one because India youth game, so under 20, is playing with the black pieces, and the Serbia, this is the fourth board of the team. Serbia is playing with the white pieces. Now, this is a tricky one because India needs to win this game. Huge material advantage, rook and bishop against a lone king. But you always have to be careful when you're trying to give a checkmate because of the stalemate opportunities. Now, the king has to go to the white square in the corner, And I'm sure the India player will find rook to a6 checkmate. There you go. A nice win for India on the 4th board of the youth team. Now, it's always tricky, so I actually think that he played quite well. Okay, board's changed. Now, this is an interesting one. North Macedonia against Armenia. I'm going to try and find the board on my own screen, because if not, I have to turn my head around and it's going to be tough at the end of the day. So I'm going to find North Macedonia against Armenia. I told you before, everyone, there's 4 or 5 groups playing at the same time, so that's a huge amount of games. But I found North Macedonia, Armenia. It's the D game. And it looks like black is going to win. A new queen has just been placed on the board, and checkmate will be coming very soon unless the white player, Armenia, 4th board, is able to find a way to give checkmate to black. But black is hiding his king. Look how he's hidden his king on the side of the board. There's no more checks left. So what to do now? No more checks, at least no more good checks except for some sacrifices. Maybe white should capture the black queen. I'm thinking that maybe that is the best move now. The white rook should actually capture the queen on b1, because if he doesn't, white is going to get checkmated in the corner. Look at those 2 queens honing in on white's king. So really he has to find the move rook takes, rook captures the queen on b1. Will the Armenia player on board 4 find this move? He found it. He found it. So no, now it's queen and bishop for Armenia with 4 minutes on the clock against queen, bishop, and knight for the North Macedonia player who has just captured a pawn. Now look at this nice maneuver by black. He's zigzagging his queen towards the white king. Maybe he can get a check in to capture the bishop on f5. Here we go. He needs to check on f1 now. If he does check on f1, things are looking very bad for black. For white, sorry. This is my first commentator game on chess.com here in the tournament. So, oh, he could have captured the bishop, but he didn't want to. Maybe he'll capture it now. Let's see. Go for it. There you go. He captured the bishop. Now, if the queens are exchanged, it's 2 extra pieces. I have to think that that will be a win for the North Macedonia. While they're playing, I'm going to check on the score. So actually the score is now, they're playing from boards 51 to 53. So 1 game at least is finished. North Macedonia has won on board C. So they're ahead by 1 point. And on board A, it seems to me that, not quite sure if, yeah, it seems that Armenia will win on board A. So this actually could be a decisive game. If North Macedonia wins this game with the black pieces, they might be taking down this match. And you can see that Armenia player is really trying to avoid being defeated, but although he has 500 more rating points than his opponent, he's in big trouble here. Oh, he's just dropped his queen. No, unbelievable. He just captured a pawn, a poison pawn. Armenia can capture the queen. Will he find it? Oh, I'm talking about another game. We need to get back to this game of Armenia D. We need the Armenia D on the board. He didn't find it. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Now we've got it back on the board. He was just able to capture the queen and he missed it. Ah, what a mistake by the Armenia D player. A huge blunder. He could capture the queen. I'm not sure that North Macedonia will give him a new opportunity, a new chance to capture the queen. Okay, so for the moment, he's just picking up pawns with checks. Remember, he does have two extra pieces. Now, while we're talking about this game, I think it could be convenient to remind you all that, oh, he dropped the queen. No, it's been it changed queens. Okay. I was worried there. I thought he dropped the queen. So he has to capture with the pawn now. There you go. Pawns are advancing now. New queens will be on the board very, very soon. This is looking very bad for Armenia. I have the feeling that Armenia is going to lose this game. You can see that with less time, moves are being played very fast. Now that pawn has to become a queen. Let's see how he does it. He wants to advance the king and the other pawn. Be careful of the stalemate. Always remember, a stalemate can always happen in these positions, and the draw would be the result. Knight's coming in. White's king is just moving around the pawn. And look, that knight is coming in for the kill. He wants to stalemate. He wants to do checkmate to the white king. Let's see if this happens. Moves are coming in very fast now, so they're coming in by 2-2. Here we go. Has to be careful. Don't want to stalemate the white king. Remember. Okay, so I'm going to start to introduce my next guest. We have a guest, a very important guest to interview while this game is being finished. I don't think there'll be a stalemate here. I think that North Macedonia will do the queen and is just checkmated. So a nice victory for North Macedonia. Could have gone any way that game because, as you saw, there was a moment where the queen was being dropped. So let's see our next guest. We are going to introduce our next guest, who is Simo Sak Guane. Simo is an ex-prisoner who is organizing chess classes for kids in his hometown in Molweni, South Africa. So we are going to have a very interesting interview very soon with Simo, and hopefully we can get a chance to talk to him and talk to him, ask him about his story, his personal life, how being introduced to chess in prison has actually changed his life, and the importance of introducing at-risk children to chess in his country in South Africa, in Molweni. So as soon as I'm being notified, we'll get Simo on the stream. Meanwhile, we have another game. We have a game between Bosnia-Herzegovina and Bulgaria. Let's try and find this game. Maybe talk a bit about it while we're waiting for Simo to come. Let's find the Bosnia-Bulgaria game. We're doing the qualifier. Okay. Still getting used to the option of finding the games in the list, but I'm sure we'll have it soon. Bulgaria C against Bosnia-Herzegovina. So many games today, it's unbelievable. Oh, so actually this is round 2. So we're actually now in round 2. It seems to me. I'm still trying to get used to this option. I'm going to use one of these. Aha, here we go. There you go. So if I put the name of the team in the search mask, I can easily find the game, and I have it in front of me now. Fantastic. Yep, the position resembles. So as soon as Simo's with us, we can do the interview. Meanwhile, let's talk about a bit about this game between Bosnia and Bulgaria. So it's the main tournament, men's tournament. We have the third board of the team, board C, third board. And let's talk about the position. Oh, no, it's been changed. The game has been changed to Bulgaria A. Okay, so let's leave this board and find Bulgaria A. There you go. So now we're on the first board of Bulgaria against Bosnia. We've chosen the first board to analyze. Two players of 1,031 chess.com rating for the Bosnia player, and only 100, very low rating for the Bulgaria player. But you can see that he's playing very, very decently. Material is equal, approximately equal, a queen and two rooks each. No, now I realize that actually the Bulgaria player has an extra piece. He has two knights and a bishop, while white, Bosnia, only has two bishops. So actually, although trailing by rating nearly 1,000 points, Bulgaria is actually winning this game by material. But let's see. Oh, that's a nice move. Lovely. Knight to e3. That's a really nice move by Bulgaria. That's called a fork. A triple attack. He's attacking the two rooks and the queen all at the same time. In these situations, really white has to just move his queen away and try to lose the minimum. Probably one of his two rooks. Let's see what he does. Nice move by the Bulgaria player. These guys play well. Look, so he moved his queen back. He saw the threat. And now I suppose that Bulgaria will capture one of the two rooks. Which one will he choose? Difficult to say. It's actually quite a good game because Bulgaria is more than 1,000 points. Trading in rating, the black player has 1,000 points less than the white player, which is quite outstanding. So he's looking which rook to capture. Both seem fine. You can capture any one of the two. And I suppose that the Bosnian player will recapture with his queen. The position on the board will clearly be favorable for the Bulgaria player. So things are looking very good here for Bulgaria. I think we might have our guest here. Let's see. I don't understand Russian, guys, but I think our guest is in the waiting room. So let's get prepared for Simo. Yep, it was scheduled for 12 o'clock. So I think Simo will be coming on any minute now. And when we finish the interview, we'll get back to the games. That's what we're doing today. Checking some of the games, seeing the level of the players, which, by the way, looks quite good for me. I actually thought the level would be slightly lower. But yeah, after interviewing Ketan, it seems that I was mistaken. However, there's been a development, and now I'm going to have my guest on very soon. My guest is actually connecting with the audio right now. And as soon as we have him on, we'll be able to talk to him about chess in Molweni, South Africa. Okay, are you with me?
Yes.
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me perfectly? Nice.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, so we're live with my guest. I hope I'm able to pronounce your name correctly. And if not, please correct me, please. So it's Simosak Guane. That would be a correct pronunciation. And if not, tell me your...
Yes, correct. Come again.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Simosak Ngwane. You pronounce it correctly.
Okay, that's cool. I'm Michael. I'm hosting the stream for this qualifier, and I had you scheduled for 12, so that's cool. Can I call you Simo? Is that okay?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Simo. So let me understand your background. As far as I understand, you're an ex-prisoner, but that you now organize chess classes for kids in your hometown in Mongolia in South Africa. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us about your story, Simo. How introducing chess, how it was introduced to you in prison has actually changed your life. You've been able to use this opportunity outside. Tell us about your story, please.
Yes, as you have mentioned, my name is Simosak Ngwane. Yeah, it's true. I have learned chess in jail. In South Africa, we have two super maximum prisons, which is one in Pretoria and one at Epongweni, Kokstad, where I have met chess. Meeting chess for me was it's changed my life, because first I didn't know that there was a game like chess in the world. I didn't know that. I was that's
incredible. Unbelievable.
Yeah. When I met chess, I was shocked. What a game! And it I would say it resonates with my mind, or with the way I was thinking, because now I have learned after I've met chess, I started to know that life is made up of clear steps that you need to know and understand and respect. You see, what I've said, chess is life education.
Yes.
Yes. After I've met chess, I got to know loads of life principles that I couldn't have met or known without meeting chess, I believe. So to a point where it gave passion. It gave me passion that if all the kids that are outside could, when I was in prison, all the kids that are outside if they could learn this game at their early age, maybe most of them will know how to live without crime, how to live without offending or offending other people. Because chess just teaches you something very simple, that you just have to know other people and know yourself, so that you know what to do right.
Okay,
you understand? Like I used to talk about such is a move rule that we get from chess.
Touch move rule, yes.
It's a simple rule. It's a simple rule, but I have seen it working. Here outside, I have about 50 or 200 players that I have taught since I came out from 2013. I have about lots of players that I have taught chess. Among these players, what I've observed is that there are simple rules that such is a move that give discipline to these kids. Because now maybe the kids wasn't listening, the kids was thinking that and that. So when he's meeting chess, you tell him that for you to take a good move, you will need to have a disciplined thinking. Now that's a disciplined thinking brings a disciplined behavior, according to what I observed in chess. Yeah. That's what I can tell you, it's very hard when you come from prison to do chess without passion. You need to have lots of love, because these kids that I'm doing chess with, they got other challenges without chess. They got other challenges. So when like for example, we are in a rural area, this rural area, there's lots of things, even in our schools, they are not familiar with the idea of chess. You bring chess to them, you need first to tell them what is chess good about. Even to the parents, maybe the kids love chess, but the parent doesn't understand what is chess. Then maybe the parents will discourage the child to keep on being a chess player, maybe. Because here in the area, I have about 15 players, but I started with maybe 25 players when I was starting. All of those kids now, they are gone. Why? Because parents, they come and tell me, my parent is this, and my Gogo doesn't know chess and that. And for me, as someone who's not working, coming from prison, trying to do right, it's also hard because, you know, when you are an ex-offender in the community, first most people have to accept you that you have changed. You see, so if that is not well,
I have quite a few follow-up questions for you. Quite a few follow-up questions because that was quite unbelievable. First of all, my first question as a follow-up is, you say you have between 50 and 100 kids which you're teaching now. Could you tell us more or less what ages you teach them? From what age to what age are they learning? Are they young kids? Teenagers? What ages do you teach, Simo?
Yes, I'm teaching from 5 years.
Wow.
From 5 years. In my club, we do have one kid who's 5 years. Wow. Not less than that. I do have 9 years, 12 years.
Okay.
But all of them, they're below 15 years. It's just under 15 team.
So basically youth kids. Do they also play chess tournaments outside the club, or they just practice in your internal club? What is your strategy for getting them to play against other kids from maybe other towns or other parts of the city?
Yes, that's a good question, because it's where we are stuck now. As I said, I'm an ex-offender trying to do right. I'm not working. Okay. So it's where I'm stuck, because now I need like transport, money to take them to town. Yes, to take them to, because now when you want like rated tournament, they charge most of them. So we don't have those fees. As I said, I got lots of players whom I can't champion to be the best or to professional tournament based on the fact that I don't have resources.
Okay.
And to try, yes, to try, as for me, as you will know, I'm not even politically connected. So to try and then meet maybe federations, it's very hard, because those people, they live in town, right? So even if you connect them, it's hard. It's very hard. Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully this shout of support will get to your federation, or maybe even FIDE or the program Chess for Freedom can lend a hand to try and improve the options of these kids to play tournaments. In any case, at least you can get them to play together. One other question I had for you, Simo, what skills do you use to get the kids interested in the game? Do you just present them with the piece on the board, or do you talk about the players, the stories? How do you get them interested to come to the chess club and start playing the kids? Maybe word of mouth between the kids and their friends.
Yeah, what I've done, I have talked to the Chess Association to give me a venue.
Okay.
Yes, they gave me a venue, and then I made announcement via post. I made post to tell the community that every Sunday from 3 Sunday and Mondays from 3 to 6, I'm doing chess there, which means I'm gonna be teaching children how to play chess, why chess is good at school, why chess is good for their social life, even like why chess is good for normal living, daily basic living. Yes, because for me chess is life skill. So for me, everyone has to learn chess before you go and do other things, because chess will give you the basic of how to think correctly. So that's life skill that you get from chess. So that's what I'm doing. And then, when these kids, my vision is that when these kids are ready, as I'm not a proper made player. So at some stage, I need maybe to get a good coach, maybe from the town, to take these kids from where I put them, because I teach them from the opening and the middle game, bit of a middle game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from the history, the opening, and the bit of a middle game. Okay. So I need a proper coach who's gonna take them from middle game up to the end game, right? But for me to do that, I need financial support or support from other federations.
Okay, I can see that Molweni is quite near the Durban city, which is a main city there in South. Let's hope that the Durban authorities can hear you. And I think it's very interesting that you understand that when kids reach a certain level, it's always good to push them up to the next level. Try and find some support to get maybe a stronger coach that can take them up. I understand it must be a bit more difficult being in a small town further away from the city. But okay, Simo, it's been a pleasure, really pleasure to talk to you. I'm very happy that chess has helped you further your life outside the facility, and it must be really wonderful for all these kids to learn from your experience. Simo, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was Simo. What a story, guys. What a story. What a story. Unbelievable. From Molweni, an ex-prisoner himself, who, after learning how to play chess in the prison, he hadn't even heard about that before he was in prison. That's absolutely outstanding. He learned how to play in the prison, and then after being released and after learning how to play the game, has used his passion for the game, the skills he learned, to go forward and teach this game. Okay, so I think I've been reactivated. Yep, it seems we're live again. So as I was saying, this was an unbelievable experience for me to talk to Simo. Thousands of kilometers and miles away from where I'm living in Barcelona, the south of Africa, in Molweni, next to Durban. An ex-prisoner himself who actually learned the game in prison. He told us that he didn't even know what the game was before he was taught in prison how to play. And he's used this experience. He's used the knowledge of the game to use it to teach kids in his hometown in Molweni after being released. That's outstanding. Hopefully, the Durban, Cape Town, South African authorities, chess federations can hear him, as well as many other probably coaches in. He's using chess to help at-risk kids to stay away from crime and learn from his experience. Simo, well done. Well done. So let's get back to the games. I think we're on round 3 now, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe we can post the results of the rounds up to now, if we can get production team to post the results from the tournament. I can see them on chess results, and at least I can mention the results up to now. In Group 1, Serbia and Bosnia are leading the scores after the first round. Group 2, Georgia is leading the scores. Georgia, just behind them, Latvia. That's group 3. Sorry, group 4. Leading the table is Bulgaria 3, followed by Romania and Slovenia. And group 5, we have Ireland and Mongolia. 2 teams are leading the score table after the first round. Going over to the women's event, again, the Georgia team is leading the score table, followed by Mongolia. In the youth event, England and Serbia are leading the event, both with 100% score. So after the first round, already we're getting some teams heading the competition. Let's get back to the games. So I'd actually like to look at one of the games from Latvia. So hopefully the production team can give me one of the Latvia games. I want to talk just a little bit about the Freedom for Chess program in Latvia. So if I could get one of the games on the scoreboard. Okay, so we have it, thanks, a game between the women's teams, Serbia, board A against Latvia, final stages of the game. And this segue of the second round allows me to just talk just a little bit about the Chess for Freedom program in the country of Latvia, one of the small Balkan countries with Estonia and Lithuania. So actually in May 2022, the manager of the chess program of the Cook County Sheriff Organization, Michael Rahal, who also is a member of the FIDE Social Commission, visited the Baltic countries to promote the idea of chess being used for educating and empowering prisoners, inmates through the game. He was accompanied by Managing Director of FIDE, Dana Reizniece-Ozola, who will be joining us at some point during the afternoon. They met with the prison authorities in Latvia, and Michael was able to share his experience, 10 years experience with chess in programs of chess in Chicago, Cook County prisons. They started the program with the women's facility in Gusiema of Latvia, where these games, the team is being held. And Dana herself conducted the first lessons for the 27 female prisoners, and things were looking quite well, and already they're participating in the tournament. And we must remember that the program is not only to promote positive use of their leisure time, but also to try and improve their behavior, try and help reduce violence between the inmates, and also, very important, develop a clear communication skills between the inmates. So they are now participating in the second International Online Chess Championship. So Latvia is playing in the women's team. One of the games is just finished in a draw. Hopefully we can get another game from Latvia up. Let's see if there are other games being played. Most of them are finished. Yeah, all the games from Latvia of the second round have finished. So let's try and find some other interesting game. For example, let's see which game we could get. Let's find one of the groups. Maybe one of the youth games from England. Can we get one of the England games up on the screen? Yeah, for instance, England DD against Bulgaria DDD. Let's try and get that game up on the screen. Nice. That was fast. These production guys are really fast. Okay, so we have England DD against Bulgaria DDD. So these are youth teams. And this is the fourth board. So let's see what's happening here in this game. Sorry, this might not be the youth. This is the fourth board of England D. No, this is not the youth board. I'm still getting used to the letters and codification of the teams. Okay, fourth board of England against Bulgaria. What's happening on the board? So, wow, it's queen and bishop and 3 pawns against queen, rook, and 4 pawns. Anything can happen in this game. 4 minutes against 4 minutes. The rook invades the 7th rank, hitting the queen. England has to be careful here. He needs to move his queen to a safe square. Let's see which square will he choose. And I would say that if he moves his queen away, Bulgaria can use his own queen to hit on the f2 square. Okay, that was a safe move for the queen. Yeah, he went to e3. That's good. Now, what's the way to win this ending? Should he try and exchange queens? That might be a good idea. Exchange queens. And that would be rook and 4 pawns against bishop and 3 pawns. I would think that I would try and exchange queens here. Yeah, for sure. Get the queens off the board. Simplify. And, oh, careful. That's a good move. Hitting the h7 pawn. I think that he should drop back with the king. That would be very prudent. He went up. Just to be careful when your king comes up. Wants to cross the board. Be careful with the checks of the white queen. They play actually quite well. I'm quite surprised. I thought the level would be slightly worse. You have to be careful. Look, this nice move by the h pawn. Defending, protecting the g5 square. Ah, that's a nice move. Queen to a7. Hitting the f2 square. Now, white has to be careful. If he messes up here, he's going to be in for a surprise when that queen lands on the f2 square with a checkmate. Let's see what he does here. Check. That's a good move. King should drop back. Possibly to g7. That would be a very safe square. And queen to f4. Another very solid move by England. Protecting the f2 square so that if the queen captures that pawn, he's going to lose the exchange. So let's see what black does here. I insist. I think black should try and go for the swap of queens. Oh! What's he done? What's he done? He didn't see the queen protecting. He's just lost his rook. Wow, what a turn of events. He went for a sacrifice and he's just lost his rook. That was a huge mistake by Bulgaria. And England has the upper hand now. He has an extra bishop. Wow, what a mistake. But be careful. The g3 pawn is hanging. These are tough games. Low on time. Mistakes are going to be made. We have to get used to this. We're going to be seeing generally quite decent games for the most part and huge mistakes at the end. Look, he's just dropped the g3 pawn. With check. What's going to happen now? Okay, remember, if you're following this broadcast on the FIDE YouTube channel, you can just drop me a message in the chat and I'll be pleased to answer any of your questions. So a huge greetings to all the followers online. Okay, so now it's a very interesting position. It's queen and bishop and one pawn against queen and four pawns. That's a tough position to decide who is better. I would say that at this point of the game, the winner will be the player who is able to control his nerves better with under 3 minutes to go for both of them. So we'll see. We'll see. We just have to wait. With the queens on the board, always a perpetual check could happen. Perpetual checks normally happen when the queens are on the board. Don't capture that h4 pawn. Mr. Bulgaria, D, don't capture the pawn. You'll drop your queen. Just keep doing checks. That's a good idea. Yes. Okay, we're on the final part of the second round. These are the last games being played. There you go, king to d3. Look at all those checks. He's just check. He wants to check until the end and force a perpetual check. That would get him a draw. Very sensible when you're a piece down. If he blocks with the bishop now, he'll drop his queen. He blocked with the bishop, okay, but not in a position where he's dropping the queen. As you can see, black is trying to do checks and white is trying to block the checks. Okay, he dropped back now. Now it's England's turn to try and improve his position and maybe win one of the pawns. Okay, he puts the queen to the side of the board. Okay, let's see what he's trying to do here. Okay. I wonder if black will come out again with checks. I think he will. There you go. Started checking again. And now check on g3 maybe. Or on e5. So many checks, really difficult to win this position because of the amount of checks. So this is being played on in the second group 4, this game. What will happen? What will happen? Remember, there's a rule in chess that says if after 50 moves, 5-0, 50 moves, there's been no pawn moves and no captures, then the game is a draw. So they're on move 75 now, and the last pawn move was move 64. So still a long way to go, but something to remember. If you're checking around or moving around, make sure you do a pawn move or a capture before 50 moves. If not, your opponent can claim a draw. That would be unfortunate. Doesn't seem that England knows how to win this position. He has an extra piece, but there's so many pawns. Now I wonder look, he's captured another pawn. But careful, he's threatening queen d8 now. Careful. Queen d8 would have hit the queen after a check. That's called a skewer. Okay, he avoided that one. He's protecting the pawn on e6. Now, with 4 pawns against the bishop, I would actually try and go for a win with the black pieces. Don't know about all of you, but if I have 4 pawns and the other guy just has a bishop, I think I'm going to try and go for a win. So now white is trying to do a chess perpetual. There you go, starting to push the pawns. Push them, baby. Pawns have to go up to get a new queen. This is going to be really tough now, I think, for the white player. He has to try and find a perpetual, but that pawn's going very fast. Bulgaria has the upper hand now in the game. Look, there's no more checks, and the 4 pawns are connected and walking together up the board to the end. And we all know that when the pawns get to the end, a new queen will be on the board. But there's still a lot of tricks. Look, if he goes queen f3 blocking, bishop e2 will win the queen with a skewer. Careful. He has to be very careful. Such a powerful piece, the queen. How to hide that? He needs to hide the king from the checks and then be able... Look, he just dropped a pawn. Wow. Blunder, blunder. There were 4, now there's only 3. And both players are nearly under 1 minute and a half. But then again, the H pawn was able to advance just 1 more step. So it's only 2 steps away for getting a queen, and then the situation would be untenable. Maybe he can capture the pawn on e6 at some point. Okay, now he forced the king to be in front of the pawn. That prevents the pawn from advancing. I think it's a good moment to talk about... It's a good moment to go over very quickly one of the rules regarding time distribution. So remember that the time control is 10-minute games with a 5-second increment for each move. That's very important to remember, because that means that every move, the player gets 5 extra seconds. So even if he drops very low on time, sometimes they can play a few quick moves and get some time back using the increment. And in any case, if they get with less than 10 seconds, then it's really, really tricky to get back some time. Look at him. Look at him trying to do the perpetual check. Will he get the perpetual check? Okay, the king is going back now. This is a really fun game. He went forward, couldn't stop being checked. Now he's going backward. But that's very sensible. As soon as you hide the king from the checks, then the pawn can advance 1 more step. So I think actually that Bulgaria is doing quite a good job here to try and promote his pawn. But it's still very tricky. Now queen g2 would be the move. Queen g2. To change queens and get that pawn to the end. Queen g2 would be a very strong move. f4. Okay, okay. That seems good as well. Okay, I like that move. You can't get through with 1 pawn. you bring another one to the front, okay? So now there's no checks. I think it's time to play h2. Yeah, he should go forward now with the pawn. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Things are turning round now. Things are turning round. The pawn's about to get to mate, to get to promote, but look at the bishop and the queen. That's very dangerous. He could receive checkmate on g4. If he promotes now, he's being mated. And they're under 1 minute each. Wow, this is that was a really nice move. Well done. Well done, Bulgaria. Very well done. Check to the king, swap off the queens, and get a new queen. That was very well done. Fabulously played. Very nicely played. Very, very nicely played. Now the queens are off the board. He can get a new queen. And, of course, white will still hang on, but this is a trivial win now. Very well played. Very nice. Nicely done by black player. Nicely done. He still has a minute. Yeah, that was a good, very well done. A new queen? Will he get a new queen? Okay, okay. Now we're going to see the checkmate. Remember, the checkmate between queen and king against the lone king. And that's not such an easy checkmate if you're not an experienced player. Many players end up doing a stalemate. So let's see let's look at the technique of the Bulgarian player here. So move 1-1-4. He has 50 moves to do the checkmate. Let's see if he knows how to do this. Okay, he starts off well, cuts off the white king, brings his king to do opposition. Looking good for the moment. Getting to go over our basic mates. Okay, that was fast. Now he has to be careful with the stalemate. Don't play queen c7, my friend. Nice. Checkmate. Well done. Well done. A good score for Bulgaria. Winning the game and hopefully taking down the match. Okay. Okay, so in a few minutes, we'll be taking a short break after this round. Go to the toilet, getting some tea, rehydrating. We're only just started at 11 o'clock, so we're only 1 hour 45 in, but still lots of good games to come, good interviews. It's going to be a fun one today, okay? So don't leave. This is a round robin with 7 rounds. So, so this is just the second round being finished. It's going slightly, some groups are going a bit faster, some of them just a bit slower. We have we have an arbiter team headed by, I'm going to confirm his name, good friend. I met him in the Chennai Olympiad. Arbiter team headed by Baralik Nebotia, international arbiter, top international arbiter, and also very good deputy arbiters, Anna Srevenik, Nebotia Baralik, Anna Srevenik, and my good friend Sabrina de San Vicente, who's also a very, very experienced arbiter. This arbiter team joined also by fair play officer, my good friend Bojana Bijatovic, are taking care of the technical side of the event. Very experienced arbiters, all of them. Top arbiters, also top players. and huge experience dealing with the technical and also legal part of the event, and also Bojana taking care of the fair play part of the event. That's standard in all top tournaments nowadays. Have to make sure that players are doing their best to apply the correct rules, correct ethical procedures, no cheating, no foul play, which of course is respected by all players nowadays. But it's always good to have a team taking care of that side, so that the arbiters can focus on the results, the games, the rules, these 50 move rules, make sure the platform is handling the games correctly, etc., etc. These tournaments take a lot of work. There's a lot of teams involved. Okay, we still have a game here. We still have a game. So now we're on the game between Kyrgyzstan with white and Serbia with black. It's a women's game. I'm going to try and bring it up. Serbia women's event. There we go. This is a tricky one for Kyrgyzstan. The woman player, she's actually under 30 seconds. Really tough situation for her. Serbia has 5 minutes on the clock. Queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, an extra knight. This is looking really, really bad for white. I mean, she has no pieces. She only has that rook on d1. But what can that rook do against the queen? 2 rooks and 2 bishops. I mean, all the Serbia army is coming down on top of Kyrgyzstan's king. But the game still has to be finished. The checkmate has to be dealt. Because if you don't checkmate, there could be a stalemate and get a draw. Several ways to do this. I think a good idea would be to bring one of the bishops hitting the g2 pawn and then go in for the checkmate with the queen. That would be my take. Also possible, do the castling, look, I think Serbia heard me. She put the bishop hitting the g2 pawn. Now she's actually threatening queen takes h3 check and queen takes g2. That's a combination of 2 moves. There you go, she can do it now. Queen takes h3 would finish off the game. Let's see if Serbia with 600 rating is up to the task. Queen takes h3. Oh, she went for the simpler one. Queen to g2, threatening the checkmate. Five, 4, 3, 2, and she's going to be checkmated. And I think that's it for this game. Queen takes g2 is checkmate. And I don't see any other move. She could also capture the rook, but why not checkmate if we can? So Serbia still pushing strongly in the women's event. And another game has been brought up. Now we have Germany against Bosnia. I'm getting the games much faster now. Germany A. So this is a tricky one. Very, very equal. This is Germany A with the white pieces. The first board of the German team. Against Bosnia-Herzegovina. First board. 600 rating against 1000 rating. And it's bishop and 3 against bishop and 4. So slightly better for Bosnia, but clearly still some drawing chances for Germany. But Bosnia is going for the kingside pawn. That's very sensible. We abandon our c pawn and try and capture some of the pawns on the kingside. Very sensible. But he doesn't want to abandon it. Okay, so I think that the way to win this game is to abandon the c3 pawn at some point and chop off the 3 pawns on the king side. But to do that, you really need to take the initiative and go for it. I mean, you have to play king e3, king f2, king g1, chop off 1 or 2 of the pawns and try to win. But I think that the player from Bosnia wants to win with the c pawn. But pay attention, guys. The c pawn promotes on a black square, on a dark square. And the bishop, well, you're actually looking at a green square on the chess.com board, but it's a dark square. Now, the bishop is a light square piece, so it's going to be impossible to get that king off the dark square. So you can't really win with the pawn. You can't promote it. So the way to win would be to push the king back and go for the pawns f3, h2, g3, dropping off the c3 pawn. That's the only way to win. Oh, they agreed a draw. They didn't seem to be able to find the way. Actually, this is a 3-move repetition. 52, 54, 56, they repeated moves. Okay. Let's jump to another board where we have Germany D. Germany D. Here we go. Nice. Wow, what's happening here? So it's Bosnia with the queen, the knight, and the pawn on b7. Okay. And Germany with the queen, the 2 knights. Okay, so Germany has an extra piece, but that pawn on b7, very dangerous. So I think anything can happen here for the moment. Germany very low on time, though. So it's 3 minutes against 40 seconds. If there was no increment, I'd say that White would win. But with the increment, anything can happen. So he has also a pawn to advance. Now, if White promotes the pawn, he gets an extra queen. Let's see what he does. Oh, so we might be on actually in round 3 now. Let me confirm. I'm trying to confirm this just to make sure. Yeah. Trying to get some information about when the rounds start and finish. Yeah, he could have put the pawn to the end. He decided not to do it. That's something I don't quite understand. At some point, he has to promote that pawn. Knock off the knight and then come to defend. But for some reason, he's delaying that. And now the black knight on g6 can jump to e5 and to f3 and probably create a mating attack. There you go. Now White is in big trouble. He's going to be mated by the knight on f3 and the queen on g1. Big mistake by White there. Okay, so I'm being informed that the rounds don't all start at the same time, but it's sort of overlapping. As there are several groups, probably each group starts at the same time, but some groups might start before others if they finish sooner. So the schedule is balanced, but not exactly straight with prefixed schedule times. Okay, so now the king will hide on h7, and I think White's going to be mated with knight to f3 and some mate on the first rank. We'll hold on here, but that looks to be the thing. Very soon we're going to get a new video on. We have a really cool video for you guys. Oh, he doesn't go for the mate. He prefers to try and promote the pawn. I think there was mate there with knight to f3 and queen to d1. Mate, that king, it was in big trouble. But of course, they're playing with, they're very low on time. They're 500 to 700 players, not so experienced as maybe some of us who are commentating, and sometimes not so simple to find a clear win when you're low on time. But now, unless he blocks with the queen, he goes back to h2, knight to f3 will be a check, a decisive check. Let's see what he does. Bosnia blocks with the queen, and now a fun move, e2, hitting the queen and protecting the queen. If he does e2, I think he's going for the win. Let's see if he does it. Also, knight to f3 check is winning. Yes, that's a nice move as well. Now he wins the queen in the game. So this one is for Germany. Okay, so this is going to be mate and one other game on the books. Okay, so when this game finishes, I'll quickly just mention the standings on each of the groups. Okay, so let's do this now. So we have the women's group. Three complete rounds have been played already. They're going much faster because there are only 6 teams here. And Mongolia is leading with 11 points, followed by Georgia with 10. 2 countries with a huge chess tradition in women chess, especially Georgia. So these 2 groups will probably be the 2 teams who will qualify for tomorrow's finals, although Serbia could still be in a chance if they perform strongly in the last 2 rounds. The youth group is being led by England and also by Serbia. India is just behind, so this is a very close group. Anything can happen here. But England, Serbia, and India are the front runners in this group. Men's group, group number 2, only 2 rounds have been played here. Serbia is leading with 6.5. Group 3 after 2 rounds, Serbia 2 is leading with 7, so strong performances by the Serbian teams. Group 4, 2 rounds have been played, and Slovenia is leading with 6 points. Group 5, 2 rounds have been played. Mongolia, second team of Mongolia, is leading with 7 points. So, in most of the youth groups and the women's groups, already 3 rounds have been played. In the main men's group, only 2 rounds have been played. Let's jump over to England, Jersey. Jersey B. There you go. This is the Jersey against England. First team. First team for Jersey. Second team for England. And this is the second board. So equal material, very balanced. But England has just checked the king with the knight on g4. So let's see where the king is going to move. Maybe with the queen and the knight, there is some way of going for some checkmate pattern. Okay, this is round 3. King to f1, and there was a fork with knight to e3. Nice, very well played by England, who will now pick up the rook and have an extra exchange, which means the difference between a rook and a bishop. Okay, we're going to get a video from the Philippines soon. As soon as it's prepared, I'll introduce this video on the situation of chess in the Philippines prisons and correctional facilities. We're going to have this video on very soon, and you'll be able to enjoy and improve your understanding about the situation of the chess situation in the Philippines prisons. It's a pre-recorded video which will be appearing very soon. So whenever you're ready, Dima, we'll put the video on, and I'll take advantage to take a small break after nearly 2 hours of commentating and interviews, and see you in a few seconds, a few minutes.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom, help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse, and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I am the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I am the winner.
So I think I'm live again. Let me check. 3, 2, 1. I'm on the air. Okay, guys. So I'm back. As you all probably know by now, I live in Spain, in Barcelona, but I'm British, and in England we like to have our tea. So this is a tea which I actually bought from Kazakhstan, where I was recently in Astana, and I brought back a huge amount of Kazakhstan tea, and this is one of them. So cheers. And I think we're going to be going back to look at the games. We just witnessed, we were able to see one of the videos that the production team has prepared. We have many of these videos which we'll be showing during the qualifying stages and also the finals. And I'm sure that you'll appreciate the work that has gone into producing all these videos, which gives us a much better idea of exactly how chess is played in prisons and jails, inside spaces where we have no idea, we can't really see what's happening. And I think it's really good to be part of this project, Chess for Freedom, and to witness and get a better idea of, at least for me, to get a better idea of how chess is being introduced into the facilities, because we see sometimes on films the inmates are playing chess, but this is a structured way of learning with coaches who go into the facility, help teach chess to the inmates, and then they can participate in this type of online tournaments. In fact, in Spain, in Catalonia, where I live, there is a facility who is actually participating in the team over the board tournament of the Catalan League. So there is a 4-player team that participates in the team event. And when one of the clubs has to play against this team, they go to the facility because, of course, the inmates can't leave to play outside. So they've actually been able to integrate this into the team, which I think is a really, really good opportunity for them to develop their interest and have something interesting and worthwhile to do inside the jail. Okay, so let's go back to the games. So now we're actually on round 3. I think we're at the last part of round 3. I'm looking at the game between Armenia and Philippines. So I'm going to pick up this game to analyze for you guys. Just a small greetings to my friend from England, Carl Portman, who's following the stream, although can't be available now due to an illness. But he's actually one of the captains and coaches for one of the English teams. So hello to Carl, and hope you're enjoying the stream. So this is Philippines against Armenia, and Philippines has just gone under his allocated time. But of course, there's a small delay between the clocks and the online board. So sometimes players will go down to 0, but still be in the game. So unless the result comes on the board, we have to believe the players are still fighting. Okay, so it's Philippines with rook, a bishop, and 4 pawns. Armenia with rook, bishop, and 3 pawns, so very equal. Now it's 3 against 2. Philippines with a small upper hand because of the extra pawn, but huge drawing chances here. And actually, as we've seen in the other games, absolutely anything can happen because, I mean, games are just going up and down continuously. I'm trying to to make sure which round we are on now. I think we actually might be on round 4. Most of the games are finished. This looks like one of the last games to finish of the round. But I'm trying to check which round are we in now. Yeah, this one's finishing. White was actually better, but now I believe the black pawn could be even more dangerous. So Philippines has to be very careful here. They might go down in this game. Yeah. The bishop was dropped. Now I think black's going to win. You can see what happened there when both players were really struggling to control their time. Now the king can go to e2, hitting the rook, and there's going to be a checkmate very soon here. Very, very soon. If he plays king to e2, I don't see white getting out of this position. No. King to e2, protecting his pawn, hitting the rook. Of course, there are other moves, but even rook to g1 could be a move, but I think the king move is the best one. Also, I can also see black pushing his a pawn to the queen. I can also see that happening. Armenia's, look, king to e2. That's a very, very sensible move. That shows a very strong sense of control and understanding, because the other option was just to push his a pawn and get another queen. But king to e2 is the professional move. Yeah, this is going to be over very soon. He just has to be careful because of stalemates. But as he got nearly a minute, I think he'll be good here. So let me check on classifications. Yep. I seem to think that this is the last or one of the last games of the third round, but I'm going to try and make sure of this. We're a bit behind schedule with the men's teams, more groups, more teams, even I'd say slightly tougher games. So we're slightly behind schedule there, but the women's teams and the youth teams are going very well. Yeah, checkmate here. And this was the last third round game. So I'm going to ask production to post. Oh, there might still be another game of the third round. Let's check. This is Ireland. Yeah, this is still third round. So this game obviously started late. I think we can go to it. Yep. Latter games of the third round. It seems to me that groups are not starting until all games are finished. I'm going to try and confirm this with the main arbiter. Okay, I'm trying to get confirmation if all the groups start at the same time, or if the last game of one of the rounds has to be finished before the rest of the games start. If they're overlapping or not overlapping. Okay, let's go to this game then. So North Macedonia with the white pieces. Ireland A. So this is the first board of Ireland with the black pieces. Okay, so let's see here. So it's rook, 1 bishop and 6 pawns against rook, bishop and 6 pawns. So this is totally equal. And just under 3 minutes for both players. Okay, of course, if I have to choose a side, I probably take black because he can push his king forward and capture the weak pawn on d5. That white pawn on d5 is very weak and liable to be captured at any moment. So yeah, I'm going to take black for this game, but he's playing passively. He prefers to protect his pawn on e5 instead of playing the more aggressive king to d6. Okay, so this is going to be a tough one, this one here. Okay, so my production manager tells me round 4 is going, but this game on the board seems to be of round 3. So I'm slightly confused here. Let me check. Ireland against North Macedonia. Yeah, this I think is still the this is the last game of Ireland against North Macedonia, but the 4th round. Okay, so I'm being confirmed they're not at the same time. Okay, so what we have on the board now is the last round of Ireland North Macedonia of the 3rd round, but already some of the 4th round games in the other groups have already began. So not to drop too far behind schedule. So a win by Ireland, the piece was dropped, and so maybe production can give me the scores, the chess results of each of the groups, and we can commentate them because here we go. Nice. So this is group 3. After 3 full rounds, as you can all see, Serbia 2 is leading, and just behind Georgia with 10 points. So Serbia and Georgia at the front of this group 3 after 3 rounds. So we're basically at the halfway through. 3 rounds done, 4 rounds to go. Slightly behind schedule, that is true. And 3rd place, Norway is quite far away. Let's go on to group 4. Thanks. So here we have, okay, so Slovenia is leading with six points, 3 wins. But Bulgaria is just behind with 4 and actually has a better tie break. So these two just have to face each other still. Also Zimbabwe with 4 and England 2 with 4. Anything can happen here. First 2 of each group progress to the next round. Let's go on to group 5. This group is also quite close. Look, Arab Emirates with 6 points, leading, but winning the rounds with 2.5. So close matches. Mongolia to Portugal and North Macedonia with 4. But even Philippines with 3 can still be a contender in this group. So this is a very, very close group. Let's go to group 6. This group hasn't started. So I think we need to do group 2 as well, if I'm not mistaken. Check group 2. Yeah, this is also being contended now. So as you can see here, Serbia 1 leading the group, but mainly you can see the points for Serbia have been done against teams 5, 6, and 8. So it seems to me they're performing strongly against the weaker teams, but Serbia still has to play with Bosnia, Italy, and Germany. So this group is still up for grabs. Okay, let's go to the women's 0-1 group. Wow, this one's nearly finished. So 8 wins, 8 points for Mongolia. Still has to play Serbia. And of course, the result of that match will clarify. No, Mongolia has to play Kyrgyzstan. And the key match here will be Georgia against Serbia for the last round. So we'll try and pick up one of the games of that match. This could be an important one in women's teams. And let's see how the youth is doing. Youth 0-1. Let's get the Youth 01 group on the scoreboard. No, not the group one. Youth. There you go. Youth 01. Here in the youth teams, remember the first group is played now, and the Youth 02 is played in the afternoon, and the first two teams of each group qualify. So here it's going to be all decided the last round because Serbia and England are leading with 7 points, but India has to play England in the last round. If the Indian team wins, India will qualify, presumably with Serbia, who seems to me should be able to defeat Montenegro, as Montenegro is losing most of its matches. So interesting here. Okay, let's get back to the action. Try and pick up one of the games from Youth England against India, please. Production, England, India, Youth, if possible. Okay, so I'm being informed by the production team that not all games start at the same time. Women's and youth sections are really going on schedule and should be finished very soon because the last round starts in 2 minutes. We'll try and see one of the games. We'll try and focus on the games of women and youth for the next round, and that will give us time to focus on the other games afterwards. Arbiters do check all the internet connections with all the teams, and some games are started manually. So for these reasons, it's nearly impossible to start all the games at the same time because, of course, there are matches from all over the world and different time schedules. So groups can't start at the same time. So there will be some overlapping. Okay, so thanks to the production team. We do have Kyrgyzstan woman first board against Mongolia woman first board. We have this board on the screen right now. As I said, this will be a key match to decide the winners, the qualifiers of this group of the women's. It's actually the last round, so let's pick up this game. So Mongolia, woman A. Final round of the women's team. Mongolia, we must remind you all that last year, in the 2021 edition, Mongolia was the winner in the men's section. So already they've scored a huge success in this tournament. Seems like the women's team is also doing quite well. Okay, so the bishop is hitting the queen. Generally, when the bishop hits the queen, the best move is to move the queen out of the way or block with the pawn. So I'm expecting pawn to f3 or maybe queen to c2. Pawn to f3 has been played. Already I see that black's opening strategy is slightly superior. White has put the bishop on d3 in front of the pawn. The knight has gone back to e1. Very defensive play by white in this game, by Kyrgyzstan. So I do sense that black is a superior player here. At least that's my more or less idea. She should draw back with the bishop, though. There you go, bishop at e6. And now, of course, it's always very difficult for an international master such as myself to try and think for myself what would be the best move from slightly weaker players, because sometimes they just surprise me with moves I haven't even thought about. But rook b1 is actually quite a good move, as long as the idea is to push the pawn to b4, because that's the sort of grabbing space move. Now let's see if he does it. Pawn to b4. If not, it's just an unconnected move with the rest of the pieces. Okay, let's take advantage to talk a bit about Mongolia, chess in Mongolia. So I'm going to bring up my notes and give a small talk about chess in Mongolia. So, the court decision-making agency of Mongolia has been doing several chess in prisons projects in the country. First of all, it's been organizing different chess events in correctional units, and also the prison staff plays chess as well, so that's cool. I wonder if the prison staff also plays games with the prisoners. I have to check my facts on that one. Mongolian chess has a great history, especially in correctional units. Since 1956, chess tournaments are being organized in all the units, so it's pretty widely spread here. The amateur chess level already in Mongolia is quite high, so if in general amateur chess is high, it's to be expected that prisoners will also do quite well in international tournaments. And as I said before, in 2021, Team Mongolia was the winner of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners after defeating Zimbabwe in the final of the biggest chess event among correctional facilities. So Mongolia, as you see, huge experience, current winner of the event. And what I don't have is information about chess in Kyrgyzstan. So if I can get some information about chess in Kyrgyzstan, I'd be pleased to present it in the stream. Maybe in a while, I'll talk a bit more about the program for Chess for Freedom, so you guys get a better idea and understanding of the project. Meanwhile, this game is just improving one move at a time. As I suspected, White's moves are slightly unconnected, and Black has took advantage to break through in the center with d5. White has captured the pawn, and I expect Black to recapture with the knight at any moment now. Knight to d5 would be my venture for this position. I'm not totally sure which knight. Probably the knight on f6. That would give me a chance to get a bit more scope for my bishop on g7. Okay, so Mongolia recaptured with the knight on b4, which is perfectly good as well. And that does allow us to capture the bishop on e4 with the other knight. So this is perfectly good as well. Knight exchanges. And I wonder if she's going to recapture with the knight or the bishop here. With the knight. I think that's I think is better. Yeah, now we can just progress with our pawn to f5, attacking the bishop. Maybe queen to d7. Always good to have the rooks connected. Now, you can easily see in this game that White is not an experienced player, because all her pieces on the first rank are disconnected from the rest of the board. I mean, the two rooks are not connected. The knight on e1 is very passive. And knights are pieces that really suffer on the edge of the board, really suffer. Because in the center, a knight can control up to 8 squares. But when it's on the side of the board, it only controls 4. And this knight is very poorly situated. Okay, d3, solid play. Let's check the schedule for videos and interviews. Okay, so in a while, around 2 o'clock, we'll get another video in, the Checkmate for Kids video. I'm looking forward to see that one because that's a special program. I'll talk about that probably in the afternoon with the County Sheriff's Office Director. But the Checkmate for Kids, I was checking out this program before the broadcast, and it seemed to me it was very interesting. It allows inmates from inside the jail to play chess with their children virtually. And that's huge because it not only allows them to talk to them and improve the communication between inmates and family, but also to enjoy the experience of playing, a cool game of chess with your children who are outside the facility. So I thought that was quite cool, and the video will actually explain this, and hopefully we'll get a bit more of understanding of this project this afternoon. Children plus their guardians are gathered at a local high school. They participate in the program. They have their laptops, they have their snacks. They can talk to their parents, in this case, their fathers, using Microsoft Teams. And then they play chess in a really comfortable environment and engage with each other and discuss how school is going, sports, family affairs. Really cool program, the Checkmate for Kids program. Okay, so White is gradually bringing her pieces out, but Black does have a commanding position here on the board from Mongolia. Okay, wow. That was a nice move. I wasn't expecting that one. The bishop on e6, on d5, knocked off the pawn on b3. And now Kyrgyzstan must be very careful, because if she's not careful, she's going to drop her rook. Well done. Well done, Kyrgyzstan. Saving the rook and also protecting the pawn on a4. Good job for Kyrgyzstan. But you can sense that the Mongolian female player is much better. I mean, look at the way she's coordinating her pieces. The two rooks, one next to each other, well protected, focusing on the center of the board. The two bishops, coordinated. The queen, far away from the pieces. However, there is one thing on the board that is working for White. The bishop on c3. If that bishop on c3 crosses the diagonal, you can see the queen on f6 would be very, very dangerously placed. So there is still some danger on the board. Black does have to be careful. Okay, bishop to d5. That's a good move. The queen protects the pawn on b6. I wonder if Kyrgyzstan will see that or go for the capture of the pawn anyway. It'll be, okay, she noticed. She moved the rook away. However, one thing I just don't understand, Kyrgyzstan put the knight on e1 on move 6. And we're now on move 25, and the horse is still on e1. You can't play a serious game of chess with the horse on e1. Okay, another pawn has dropped. Things are not looking good for White. Not at all. Okay, so be reminded that this is the second qualifier. The first qualifier was taken care of, hosted by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. Very good, very strong Grandmaster from Costa Rica, but now living and residing in the United States. Very good player, excellent player, and also a very good commentator and interviewer, as we could see when he interviewed Carlsen and Hans Niemann recently in the Sinkabil Cup. I'm hosting the second qualifier, which is being held now, but also when this one finishes, we'll take a small break for lunch, and then we'll go on to the third qualifier, which will be hosted this afternoon, scheduled for 4 o'clock CET. However, there might be a delay if this one finishes a bit later. In any case, all these qualifiers promote 2 winners for the finals tomorrow. Of course, this qualifier, which is being hosted now, this is the main one because it actually has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. This afternoon, there'll only be 3 main groups, 1 women's group and 1 youth group, 5 in total. So this one is the biggest one. Also, this afternoon, we'll be having a round table of live from Chicago. We'll get to meet some of the main men and women who are organizing this event. Most importantly, the sheriff of Cook County. They've done a huge job in this program. We'll have more interviews scheduled for this afternoon. So stay with us. We're hopefully getting Indian Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte at some point. Also, we're hopefully getting on Eduardo Carrillo and Tony Ballard, also directors of different prisons and also some other ex-convicts. So I think we'll get a chance to further our knowledge of these persons, these people who are really doing their best to promote chess in prisons. And yeah, also, I'm going to try and see if we can get on someone representing the Spanish prisons who I can interview them in Spanish, but then just translate for English. So I'm going to do a consultation now to the organizer. I actually do know 2 or 3 different persons. There's actually the Montero. Mr. Montero is really, really up at the top in chess in prisons in Spain. And that would be a really good interview. So I'm going to see if I can contact him. So I'm going to do my best to try and contact some of the guys here in Spain. And if possible, try and get some of these. There are many guests already scheduled, done previously by the FIDE and Cook County team, but I'll try and see if I can get also some other, I know them personally, to give their experience either in Spanish, and I'll do the translation, or hopefully even in English. So we'll see if I can get Mr. Montero on, or some of the other guys who are working in the prisons. Okay. As you can see, apart from commentating, I'm also doing some small questions to try and get guests. So hopefully I'm going to get one of the two of these guests. Okay, so it seems we might have a guest in 5 or 10 minutes. He is a very important person in chess, so I am going to see if we can get him on the stream. Okay, so we're going to get Juan Antonio Montero on the stream. That's going to be really, really interesting. So let's send him the Zoom link. And as soon as he's on, we'll introduce him. I'll do a short interview with Juan Antonio in Spanish, but I'll do a paragraph translation, so this can be registered, and that way we'll get a double language. So our Spanish language audience will also be able to understand what Juan Antonio is saying. And I'll do a small interview, a small translation also to English. So while the games are finishing, we're going to interview Juan Antonio. Who will be with us very soon. This is going to be nice because Juan Antonio is really, really experienced in working with inmates in prisons. I've actually been to one or two of his conferences, to his expositions, and he's very good. And they do a really good job in his area of Spain, south of Spain, working with inmates. So I think we'll be able to enjoy a few words with him. He'll be coming in very soon. Okay, so let's see if Juan Antonio will be coming on. And meanwhile, things are looking very, very difficult for Kyrgyzstan, who have just lost their game against Mongolia. So let's jump over to another game between Georgia and Niger, and this is the youth event. So let's go to this youth event. It's going to be a challenge for me to try and do the interview in Spanish and English at the same time. Let's see how it works out. But yeah, Juan is a friend, and as I said before, he's well versed in chess in prisons. So I'm sure it will be interesting to hear what he has to say. So he's just connected. Let's see if they can bring him on the screen. Okay, so in a few minutes we'll have Juan Antonio Montero. We're just waiting for him to connect. And as soon as he says hello, we can talk to him. Can you hear me, Juan?
Hola, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Hello.
Juan me está escuchando. Juan me está escuchando. So, Juan, te voy a entrevistar, te voy a hacer algunas preguntas en castellano, pero primero permíteme que explique un poco lo que hacéis en inglés para el stream, ¿sí?
Por supuesto, Michael. Gracias.
Okay. So, Juan Antonio Montero is one of the main persons here in Spain, if not the main person, who deals with chess outside the sports part. He deals with chess in prisons and also chess in other areas, but not sports. Basically, using chess as a tool to develop other options in his part of Spain, which is Extremadura. Spain has several prisons that do chess in prisons, but the club Magic Extremadura Deportivo Social actually sponsors a social program called Nuestro Ajedrez Reinserta, which means our chess reintegrates in Extremadura in Spain. The club works in 2 prisons, each of them located in the capitals of the 2 provinces of Extremadura, which are Badajoz and Cáceres. These are big towns in the south of Spain. Their program began in 2009 and runs for 9 months of the year, with a 3-month break in the summer. It even withstood the onslaught of 2020. The workshop were closed because of COVID, but they did resume in August. So the workshop hardly was affected. Half of each session is dedicated to cognitive trainings through chess exercises. They do chess exercises designed to improve attention, memory, reasoning abilities, all based on chess, which motivate everyone equally, whether they are enthusiastic or not. It doesn't really matter. Second half of the class, they're playing with personalized teaching, lessons related to chess, thinking applied to life. There's Juan is the director, also Grandmaster Pedro Candelario, a good friend, is also in this project, and several other teachers and monitors. They have exactly more than 1,200 inmates participating. That's a huge amount of inmates in this program, with 14 teachers leading the workshop, 5 of them are women. Juan, ¿he explicado bien más o menos vuestro proyecto? ¿Ha sido correcto lo que he podido explicar?
De maravilla, Michael. Discúlpame tú y discúlpame que entiendo bien en el inglés, I understand, but no lo hablo con fluidez.
Okay, so Juan understands us perfectly, but his speech is not so good. So I'll do the interview in Spanish. We'll try and do short answers, and then I'll translate to Spanish, so both English and Spanish viewers can see the answers. Juan, no te lo he dicho con claridad antes, pero se está disputando, como sabes, el campeonato intercontinental de prisiones. 85 equipos, 45 prisiones de todo el mundo. España está participando con algunos equipos. Claro, esto es un stream desde la FIDE. Tú eres una persona en España desde hace muchos años muy involucrado en el ajedrez, concretamente aquí en prisiones. Cuéntanos un poco tu historia, cuéntanos un poco qué es lo que hacéis en Extremadura de una forma más específica y dónde crees tú que el ajedrez está ayudando vuestra experiencia para los internos en las cárceles de Extremadura. Juan, tell us a bit about your experience in Extremadura, how chess is helping the inmates in these prisons in your part of Spain.
Bueno, creo que en primer lugar es importante decir que llevamos trabajando en prisiones desde el año 2009, o sea, 13 años, y por nuestras cárceles han pasado ya más de 1.300 presos.
Okay, so 1,300 inmates, and you've been working since 2009. That's 13 years, okay. Continúa. Cuéntame un poquito más.
Sí, nosotros comenzamos con el ajedrez más tradicional, los éxitos del Club Magic Extremadura, que es un club en lo deportivo potente, pues nos llevaron a intentar llevar el ajedrez a las cárceles. Probamos con el ajedrez más puramente competitivo, el ajedrez que se puede conocer en los clubes, etcétera, pero eso en un principio no nos funcionó excesivamente bien.
Okay. Continúa. Yo lo haré un resumen después en inglés. I'll translate at the end of the ideas to get an idea of what you're talking about. Yeah.
Muy bien. Con el tiempo fuimos modificando el objetivo. Eso empezó a gustar a los patrocinadores, a la Fundación Jóvenes y Deportes de Extremadura. Empezó a gustar a los patrocinadores porque ya no era la enseñanza del ajedrez. Y entonces afirmar que, bueno, que el ajedrez tiene muchos beneficios, pues bueno, lo aceptaban bien, ¿no? Pero cuando modificamos los objetivos y ya eran utilizar el pensamiento estratégico del ajedrez para proporcionar una visión estratégica ya de la vida, porque se puede extrapolar, se puede transferir perfectamente, reconocer los momentos críticos, convertir tus debilidades o convertir las debilidades en fortaleza, hacer jugadas profilácticas. Nosotros nos dimos cuenta de que todo ese bagaje estratégico del ajedrez venía muy bien para los presos, y porque realmente si algo hay que caracterice a muchos de los presos es la impulsividad, es el tener objetivos muy a corto plazo. El ajedrez te enseña a tener paciencia, a establecer metas a medio y largo plazo. Nosotros, por ejemplo, cuando llegábamos, ese mito de que en las cárceles hay muy buenos jugadores, bueno, nosotros no lo hemos visto, ¿no? En el argot, pues lo que hay jugadores muy cafeteros.
Déjame traducir aquí en este punto del cafetero. So, it's very interesting what Juan is telling us. They used to do chess classes from 2009 in prisons, but more on an old school basis, you know, playing games, teaching chess stuff. And, okay, that was working okay, but it wasn't really taking off until they started to use different exercises where they would use the chess, but more to teach strategic thinking, to teach things like understanding the critical moments, to try and develop life strategies for the inmates based on chess, to try and detect the weaknesses in their games and their moves and convert them into strengths. At that point, then the sponsors, the institutions started to get behind the idea that this was much more than a game and that could actually help the inmates to improve in even their behavior and their abilities. And that's something that I've been seeing also with other, for instance, when we talked to Ketan before from India, he also was related to the same things. So this is a common ground between educators in different areas of the world. And Juan is exactly saying something very similar to what we're seeing in other countries. Juan also says that inmates in the prisons are normally very impatient, very impulsive. They want to do things very quickly, very fast. They don't think about their decisions. And chess actually helps you to develop your patience, to start thinking before you do your moves on the board. And maybe that helps them to overcome these problems outside the board. I'm going to ask him that now. Juan, aclárame una cosa que también me han dicho en otra entrevista antes con uno de los entrenadores en la cárcel de Pune, de India. Tú me hablas de que los internos suelen ser un poco más impulsivos, tal vez no piensan tanto sus decisiones. Incluso he hablado con un ex interno de Sudáfrica hace una hora que al salir de la cárcel está enseñando ajedrez a los niños. Y él me decía esto justamente, que de alguna forma el ajedrez le ha ayudado a no tomar esas decisiones tan impulsivamente. ¿Tú encuentras que esto es una de las claves de lo que enseñáis y funciona bien?
Sí, Michael, totalmente. Pero tenemos que guiar, creo que el entrenador indio, creo que has dicho,
sí.
Lo sabe muy bien. Tenemos que guiar a los presos. Os cuento una anécdota. Cuando empezamos el taller hace 13 años, me acuerdo perfectamente que 2 presos recién llegados me dijeron: en el patio jugamos muchas partidas, jugamos mucho al ajedrez. Y uno de los 2 que estaba hablando me dijo: ayer le gané, no sé cuántas eran, pero eran algo así como, le gané 9-3. Y el otro fue y le dijo: ¿y por qué no le dices que el día de antes yo te gané 7-1? Claro, eso era un poco extraño, ¿no, Michael? ¿Qué pasaba? Pues pasaba que en cuanto perdían una pieza, se rendía y empezaban otra. Claro, ahí no hay ningún beneficio del ajedrez. Nuestro famoso mate pastor, nosotros tenemos unas prácticas en clase, unas prácticas estratégicas que lo llamamos el mate del atracador. Y le sienta muy mal. Y decimos que es como atracar a un niño. Y ya dejan de hacerlo. Porque atracando a un niño, bueno, puedes atracar a gente más peligrosa. Pero claro, atracar a un niño, a ninguno de los presos pues le sienta bien, ¿no? Ser un atracador de niños. ¿Qué pasaba con el mate pastor? Que en cuanto llegaba un novato, intentaban por todos los medios darle el mate pastor. Y salían tremendamente satisfechos. Nosotros ahí hacíamos las prácticas de analizar que eso era realmente pensar muy a corto plazo, muy a corto plazo. Cuando te enfrentes a un jugador de cierta categoría, pues estás muy limitado, porque te has dedicado a hacer esas cosas infantiles. Y también nosotros creo que algo muy importante y que nos ha funcionado muy bien es introducir el lenguaje estratégico en la clase. Es decir, nosotros hablamos de cuál es tu plan, vamos a analizar. ¿Hay igualdad o tienes ventaja? ¿Has tomado la iniciativa? Todo ese lenguaje estratégico de que ellos carecen, porque vuelvo a insistir, en las clases nosotros, en los talleres, en las cárceles, no notamos tanto la pobreza. Existe, por supuesto, ¿no? Tenemos muchos presos también de muchos países, pero lo que sí notamos es una baja tolerancia a la frustración. Nuestras partidas tienen que ser auténticamente entre caballeros, obligamos a darse la mano, obligamos a pieza tocada, pieza movida. Baja tolerancia a la frustración y un pensamiento estratégico muy pobre. Pensar en lo inmediato. En cuanto nosotros empezamos a utilizar estas herramientas, estos recursos del ajedrez, nosotros vemos que empiezan a cambiar muy rápido los internos.
Ok, déjame traducir esto brevemente porque es bastante interesante. So, Juan is saying that he actually told an anecdote which is quite funny. He was basically saying that at the start, many of the interns just wanted to win the games as fast as possible. They were using the famous mate del pastor, which in English is the scholar's mate, which is actually the kid's mate. And of course, they would win 9-3, 7-1. One would win a piece, and then the other inmate would just resign because he was frustrated for losing so quickly. And then what they understood was the way to go forward was to try and introduce strategic thinking. To try and, for instance, I have some notes here, to try and to avoid this low tolerance for frustration that the inmates were getting when they were losing so fast. They were trying to understand that winning a game with a 4-move mate like the scholar's mate is like going out and robbing something from a kid. You don't do that. A way of using chess to sort of get to the backs of the minds of the inmates. Of course, it's a simple way. It's through a game, but this does help. Probablemente no con todos, sino con algunos. Nunca va a funcionar con todos, ¿no? Pero con un sector de los internos puede funcionar. So, strategic language, such as using a plan to analyze a situation, to see if someone is better, advantage, equality, strategic words, and use them in the vocabulary of the inmates. Juan, una última pregunta. Yo estuve en tu conferencia ni lo recordarás, en León.
Creo que fue León, Michael, me parece.
Efectivamente, y la verdad es que lo disfruté.
Tengo el gusto de conocernos personalmente.
Sí, nos conocimos. Yo, la verdad es que recuerdo perfectamente bien que cuando pensé, voy a ir a la conferencia, porque Marcelino me dijo, Michael, te va a gustar, digo, pero no estoy muy... Voy a ir, porque me gustaría conocer más sobre esto. Bueno, me impactaste con una serie de diapositivas y explicaciones sobre cosas que yo, la verdad es que no era lo que yo pensaba. Era muy distinto a lo que yo creía que eso iba a ser. Y recuerdo además, especialmente, unas diapositivas que ibas explicando sobre los internos que tenían problemas de drogadicción y cómo el ajedrez les había ayudado parcialmente en esa recuperación de la drogadicción. Explícanos, voy a traducir esto en inglés para que lo sepan primero, explícanos un poco específicamente esto, porque esto quizás de todo es lo que más me impactó. So I was in a very interesting conference of Juan in León a few years ago. He remembered perfectly, of course. And one of the main things that really impacted me was the way they were using chess in the prisons, but also in drug addiction facilities where the people who were doing chess there had a long history of problems with addictions to drugs. So I'm asking Juan to give us an idea of how that works for them. Juan, explícame un poquito esto. ¿Cómo funcionáis con el ajedrez, específicamente en las instituciones de adicción a las drogas?
Sí, es que la mitad de las sesiones, nuestras sesiones son grandes. O sea, nuestras sesiones duran 2 horas y cuarto y tenemos 2 sesiones semanales. Es decir, no son unas clases esporádicas, no. Es un trabajo continuo. Nosotros hacemos durante 1 hora nuestro ajedrez más puramente terapéutico. Y eso les encanta a la mayoría de los internos, y los que tienen problemas de adicciones, sobre todo, lo aceptan plenamente, absolutamente. Es el método ECAN de entrenamiento cognitivo a través del ajedrez. Lo patentamos en 2018 en Estados Unidos. Es original del Magic. Y nosotros ahí, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? Bueno, los adictos, desgraciadamente en las cárceles hay muchos presos con muchos problemas de falta de memoria, de muy deficiente atención, no se centran en lo que le estás poniendo, con problemas de razonamiento, con problemas de planificar. Realmente muchos de sus fracasos son por estos déficits mentales, intelectuales. ¿Qué hacemos nosotros? Hemos creado, y creo que las enseñé en León, hemos creado multitud de baterías de ejercicios basados en el ajedrez que en vez de ser los clásicos ejercicios de juegan blancas y dan matendo, son ejercicios de memoria de trabajo o de memoria inmediata o de atención focal, que es como te estoy mirando ahora, o atención sostenida, que espero que los oyentes mantengan la atención en lo que estoy diciendo, o en discriminación perceptiva. No me voy a meter en muchas honduras, pero son ejercicios para recuperar, para rehabilitar las funciones que se han perdido por las adicciones, y lo hacemos a través del ajedrez, y es muy lúdico, les va especialmente bien. Muchos de ellos no tienen especial interés en el ajedrez. Hacemos esa parte donde ellos están muy interesados, el resto de los presos también les encanta, y en la segunda parte hacemos juegos, hacemos teoría de ajedrez, y esos presos que tienen problemas de adicciones, pues suelen quedarse haciendo ejercicio de entrenamiento cognitivo a través del ajedrez en papel o con el tablero mural. Se ponen retos que algunas veces son absolutamente tremendos, ¿no? Yo he visto ponerse un tablero entero lleno de piezas, pero cuidado, no es una posición de una Scheveningen ni
randomizada,
ni un gambito de dama aceptado, es completamente disparatada. Y ahí ellos trabajan la mente, la memoria, y se ven cosas asombrosas.
Juan, eso es realmente asombroso. Juan, hoy solamente podemos hablar contigo un poquito, pero después de esto estoy seguro que miraremos de recuperarte otro día, porque es fantástico. Juan was just saying that they use special exercises of immediate memory, focal attention, very specific exercises based on chess, but not real chess problems. No, we're not talking about chess problems. We're talking about patterns. This is what really impacted me when I was seeing the conference, because I was expecting chess positions, and what I saw were positions using chess pieces, but trying to help the inmates with addiction problems who had already lost most of their memory because of the drugs and addiction problems, trying to get that back. And he actually says that many of the inmates don't really enjoy playing chess. It's not something they enjoy, but they do enjoy doing these exercises, doing special positions, because they know that helps them recover at some degree what they have lost by the addiction to drugs. Juan, un placer de verdad, ¿eh? Y sobre todo muchas gracias. Esto yo ya lo tenía pensado hace un par de días. Digo, tengo que hablar con Juan y con alguno más para ver si quieren entrar a saludar, porque la mayor parte de la gente que sigue en esta retransmisión, tanto hoy como en el futuro, lo hacen en inglés, pero también tenemos gente que nos sigue de Argentina, de Sudamérica, de Brasil, y van a ver este trozo y van a comprender un poquito más lo que hacéis en Extremadura. Muchísimas gracias y nada, un placer, y seguro que nos veremos en este camino pronto.
Eres muy amable, Michael. Hi.
Gracias por entrar. Un saludo muy, muy grande. Si quieres decir algo en inglés para despedir, adelante, ahora es tu momento. Aunque sea algo cortito.
I am very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan. See you later. Goodbye.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had it at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this. I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dark for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
So it seems I'm live again. And that was a really, really cool chat with Juan Antonio. Juan is #1 here in Spain in the area of psychologists who specialize in prisons, social cognitive situations, using chess to try and improve the quality of life for inmates and their expectations, and also helping, as you saw before, all of you, the other people with addiction problems. So always nice to talk to him. Of course, his English is not so good as his Spanish. Luckily, I'm fluent in both languages and have tried at least to get this through. Okay, so let's ask production if they can just post the screenshots of the winners of women and youth groups. They've just finished, and hopefully we can get them on the screen and just recall the situation in those two groups, because they finished, Women 01 and Youth 01. We're going to get them on the screen. And if not, we'll carry on looking at some of the games. But as you can all see, this is obviously a chess broadcast, but actually it's very broad with regard to what we're trying to achieve here, not only looking at some of the games, which as you see are not top level games, but also talking with the people who do this project. Okay, so in the first group of the first qualifier for women, we have Mongolia as the winner with 10 points. So basically Mongolia won all 5 matches, and Serbia also won 4 of the 5 matches, only losing by 3-1 to Mongolia. So Mongolia and Serbia qualify to the semi-finals, which will be played tomorrow. Mongolia and Serbia qualified to the semi-finals, being first and second in the group of women. The second group of women play this afternoon, and in that group we'll see the teams of England, USA, Trinidad, Tobago, Norway, Argentina, and Ecuador. Now let's go on to the youth 01 group. Here we go. So the youth 01 group has been dominated by Serbia and England, who both of these teams destroyed the competition more or less with 4-0 scores, except when they played together. The match ended with a very close 2-2 score. So tiebreak goes to Serbia. So the youth team of Serbia under 20 qualifies for the semi-finals tomorrow. Probably will play against the second qualified in the other youth team, and England close second, tied by points, but just being scored in the tiebreak by just half a point. So Serbia, England go through semi-finals. They will face the two winners of the other youth group, where Argentina 1, 2, and 3 play against Canada, Ecuador, and the youth team of Trinidad and Tobago. Very strange it would be if at least one of the Argentina teams doesn't go through to the semi-finals. So that's a wrap for the women's and youth teams, but we still have the men's. And if production can give me the group 02 of men from the chess results link, I can go over the standings of these groups after the first 4 rounds with 3 to go. They're currently playing the 5th round. Let's wait just for a moment. If production can put on the screen the rounds of the chess results. There you go, group 02. As I said, after the first 4th rounds, Serbia won in the lead with 8 points, and just behind Bosnia-Herzegovina. But I see that Bosnia hasn't yet finished their 4th round. So we're really out of schedule here. This is really being a longer schedule than expected. So there might still be some games of the 4th round of this group being played. Let's go to group 3. Yeah, it seems to me that here, all the 4th round games we played, they probably playing the 5th round already. Georgia is leading and close behind Serbia 2 with 7 points. So they still have to play each other. So a very close group still. Even Bulgaria is still in with a chance for 2nd place. Let's go to group 04. Okay, here Slovenia is leading. Zimbabwe just behind. Must be reminded that Zimbabwe was the finalist last year against Mongolia. So they really want to qualify and get into the 2nd stage. But England is pushing in 3rd place. So anything can happen here. But Slovenia seems to be on the way to a win. Still has to play with Zimbabwe and England, though. Group 5. Okay, so Emirates pulling ahead here with 4 wins, 8 points, and close 2nd, North Macedonia, still to play. Emirates against North Macedonia, that would be the maybe probably, with a high degree of probability, this could be a key match for the 2nd place. Mongolia, still in with a chance, but they have to score heavily against the last three in the standings. So, let's see what's on the schedule. We've done the Checkmate for Kids video, which, as I said before, is a program run by the Cook County Sheriff's Officer, allowing incarcerated men to play chess with their children virtually. And that was a cool video. I think we should go back to the games. And I'm going to select a game, although I've just been provided with a game there between Ireland and Finland. But I'm going to try and select an interesting game based on the qualifications. I'd like to see a game of the United Emirates. I'm going to try and find one and offer it to the production team. Let's see, UAE, United Emirates. Aha, they finished their game with Portugal, haven't started a new one. No, but they're finished. So probably these are the last rounds of the last games of the fifth rounds, yeah? Okay, so production team, give me whatever game you think is okay, because there's not many left of the fifth round I can see. So whatever you can see is okay with me. Okay, Mongolia, nice. Mongolia, Armenia. This is a very important game for Mongolia, a very important match of Group 05. Let's pick up the game. Mongolia, first board. Against Armenia. This is the last game of this match. 2 minutes for each. Mongolia needs to win to still get a chance to qualify for tomorrow. And the situation is such as Armenia, 2 rooks, 1 bishop, 1 knight. Mongolia, 1 rook, 2 bishops, 1 knight. This looks actually like a French defense exchange variation. Yeah? No, this came from a Petrov. Okay. So definitely an advantage for Mongolia here. This knight fork is very good, hitting the bishop and the rook. Advantage for Armenia. Mongolia has to play rook f8, protecting the bishop. And in that case, I expect to see knight takes bishop and maybe even rook to e8 as the next move. This might be a combination to win material for Armenia. This would be a huge blow to Mongolia if they lose this game. Because as I said before, this match is critical for Mongolia's aspirations to qualify. Rook f8. Oh, he's giving up the rook. Maybe this is the only move, but it's unexpected because he probably thought if he moved the rook that he'd be mated on the last rank, which is actually, yeah, quite possible. So now this is very, very difficult for him. 2 rooks against bishop and knight. I think that he's on his way to lose. Mongolia will probably lose this game. And I'm not actually sure the rest of the games of this match, how they're doing. Let me see if I can see. No, I can't see the rest of the games. So the thing is, I don't get an idea. No, I can't really see if this game is important for the qualification, or even if they lose this game, if it will be a big deal. That's something I can't see here. We'll have to wait, just see how this game finishes. For the moment, Armenia is still pressing. We might get an opportunity to talk to Leoncho Garcia in English. Leoncho is a really important person in chess worldwide. So I do have him on WhatsApp, but we'll probably schedule this for the afternoon or maybe for tomorrow at some point. I think this would be a really interesting conversation with Leoncho, who, as many of you will probably know, is a very important journalist with a huge amount of experience in social chess, education chess, and also chess in prison. So I think this would be a really nice conversation, possibly for tomorrow. We'll try and schedule it. Okay, so 2 rooks against bishop and knight. Things are not looking good for Mongolia. They'll probably lose this game, but okay. 1 minute still left to go. Anything can happen. Okay, knight to e4, still fighting till the end. That's, I think, is a trait, a characteristic that we're seeing in this tournament. Players are really, really doing their best to fight and hope for a mistake by their opponents. But I think that rook will go for the a5 pawn now, pick it up, and then white's pawns will start marching. I don't think there's a realistic chance of Mongolia getting back into the game. I mean, there would have to be a huge mistake by the Armenia player, who's actually playing very, very well for the 1200 rating he has. I think these ratings, the players are better than the ratings we're seeing on the screens. Even you remember the Ketan Kairi coach from India was saying that his players were 1800 players. So I would suspect that at least some of these players are performing with higher scores. Maybe these ratings are provisional because these are new ratings done by chess.com based on the new nicknames they've created for this tournament. So you can't really take them into account. Okay, f3 hits the knight, also makes way for the king to come into the game. King f4 would be a cool move, knight d2. That knight could easily be trapped. It can become trapped. But rook c5, king f2, many good moves here for white. Even g3 and try and make a mating position with h4 and try and get against that king. But the easiest way to win these games is to go with the rook and capture the pawns. Yeah, rook a7, as expected. And Mongolia, he's losing on time, he's losing on position. Things look very bad for him. King to f4, okay. Hitting the rook, that's a good move. Very good move. And there's a win. Okay, so does this mean that the fourth round is finished and all games of the fifth round are on? We're really behind schedule. I mean, this starts at 11 o'clock and we have to be finished at 3, which is exactly in half an hour. And there's still 3 rounds to go. And that's about, no, we're going to finish really late. I don't even know if we're going to ever start the next one on schedule. Okay, I've been offered a game here, another game between Armenia and Mongolia. Let's pick it up. Armenia C, third board. Okay, against Mongolia C, also third board. This is always a tricky one. It's rook and 2 pawns against rook, 2 pawns, and king against rook and king. It's definitely a win, but there are some stalemate tricks in these type of positions. So, especially if the pawns are H and G, H and G, the 2 side pawns, center pawns, they're normally a win. Just pushing the F6 pawn now and just taking care not to fall in some stalemate situation. For instance, now rook H7, king G8, F7, king f8, and then rook h8 will win the rook and the game. So just to be careful, but this is definitely going. Here we go. King g8, f7 check, king f8, and rook g8 check. So this game is also finished. Well, we're finished now. Just you have to be careful because of the stalemates. King takes e6 or king d6. Always fighting to the end. Let's see the technique of the player. No, Mongolia decided to resign. That was cool because, I mean, obviously there'll be a mate in just a few moves. And let's see if there's any other games left of the round. Okay. Okay, so now we're in full screen. And we're waiting for the start of the 6th round. In some of the groups, there seems to be two rounds left, if I'm not mistaken, but in group 04, they're still on their 5th round. So it seems to me that 2 of the groups have finished the 5 rounds, and there's still other games of the 5th round. But now it's unclear to me on which round we are for Georgia, Iran. I'm going to try and check this. I would like to know what's happening here. Georgia, Iran are playing now. This must be yeah. So this is the 6th round for Group 3. Group 3, 6th round. Georgia leading the event against Iran. Okay, let's see the game. Iran AA. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. So, queen, 2 rooks, bishop, knight, 6 pawns. Queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 6 pawns. Okay, equal material, but clearly white with the advantage in the center. And more importantly, a huge time advantage, 8 minutes against 120. So slightly better position, but also a huge time advantage. This looks very good for Georgia to take this one down. A check is being done now. She really should go to the corner. And then I'm expecting some aggressive move like knight to d5, or maybe a consolidation move like h3, just to avoid background mates at some point. A very big advantage for Georgia in this game. Yep, he went for the rook e6, penetrating into black's position and preparing to double rooks on the e file. Rook to e6, and Iran, he has to play fast. Maybe Iran is having problems with connectivity, because it doesn't make sense to me that they're spending so much time on the moves. That generally indicates possibly some connectivity problems. Okay, knight to f5, that's okay. Maybe to double rooks now. Seems good. Rook to e1. Queen to d5, queen to e4, hitting the knight. Could be other alternatives here. Do we have any other interviews for this morning? No. Most of the interviews are this afternoon, of course, basically because of the time differences in different parts of the world. There will be many interviews this afternoon, which will be quite cool. Okay. And then again, tomorrow in the finals, there'll also be a lot of interviews and some interesting possibilities. Okay, I'm still trying to get behind the different situations here. Okay, so 9 seconds left. I was running this knight d5. Doesn't drop the rook because he doubled, but I think Iran's going to lose on time. Yeah, looks to me. No, yeah, lost on time. So I'm going to try and find another game. I would suggest, if possible, let me see which game I'm going to try and pick. I'm going to ask for a game between, I'd like to see the game between UAE and North Macedonia, if they're playing together in this round. Let me check. Yeah, North Macedonia, UAE. That's the one I'm looking for, because they're actually playing, and that game will decide the classification in Group 05. So I'm going to ask for the game UAE. Where are the games of these players? I don't see them. They haven't started yet. Okay. They haven't started the round yet. I understand. Okay, so which other? We're still waiting for the fourth round to finish. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's finished. This one's finished. And this one's finished. Okay, so it looks like group 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks like all of it. So this is the Spain, Latvia. Okay, Spain B. Spain B is playing against Latvia. This is round 6. Okay. Okay, round 6 of Spain, Latvia. Let's get into this game. There you go. The last game of the round. It's a bit of light for myself. So we talked briefly about Spain before. We also interviewed Montero. We talked about Latvia. Okay. So let's see this game. So Spain has 6 minutes. Latvia has 1:47. Latvia. Yeah, big advantage to Spain here. No, two extra rooks. No apparent compensation for Latvia. Even quite passive. So I'm expecting now exchange of bishops. The rook will come to protect the other rook, or maybe situate itself behind its pawns. This is a position that should be relatively easily won by Spain. Yeah, the bishop is being changed. He'll recapture with the king for sure. But also here, there's a very nice tactic with rook takes d6. Maybe slightly advanced tactic. Rook takes d6, queen takes d6, and queen takes f7 would be the tactic and mate. But it was quite advanced, and white is just playing it safe, getting back the piece and waiting for the next moment to improve the position. Knight to f5, that's a good move, blocking the attack on the f7 pawn. Maybe rook to c1 now, doubling rooks and going for rook c8. Looks quite good. There you go. Well played. Well played, mi amigo de España. Well played. That's a nice move, yeah. Very, very simple move as well. Just putting the rook behind the other rook and going for the kill with rook to c8. So first board of Spain, performing strongly on his computer. Okay, queen e7, that's decent. Preventing the pin at the end of the board. Rook to c7, rook to c8 check. Several good moves here. Pawn to a3, just protecting the pawn on b4. Lots of very good moves here. When you're 2 rooks up, it's very easy to play chess. Ah, that's a nice combination. I wonder how my voice will perform this afternoon and tomorrow. Okay, this in tournament chess, this is probably the moment when you're thinking of resigning. But as we talked about before, these games are really tough. They really fight to the end. So it's not unexpected, and it's not even really something to be what's the word I'm looking for here? You can expect this to go on to the end, the bitter end, because I mean they know they're lost, but they're just hoping for some solutions. They're hoping for a stalemate, some mistake by the opponent. But this actually very rarely happens. And in tournament chess, slightly better players normally resign when they have their king against a rook and a queen. And we see that here as well. But we also see some people fighting to the end, going for the stalemate. But this is going to finish very soon. Okay, so things are speeding up now. Women's and youth have finished, and we're dealing with the latter stages of the men's group. 2 rounds left to go. We're playing the 6th round now in most of the groups. Let's check. One, two. Yeah, this is the 6th round in all of the groups. Okay. Okay. So this is the 6th round, and this one should be finishing about, yeah, we'll probably go over schedule for about more or less half an hour. Okay. Okay, time to recover, get something to eat, and right into the afternoon session from 4 o'clock onwards, if there's no delay. Okay, now white is doing the shuffle with the king, with the queen and the rook, going for the checkmate. Has to be careful about stalemates, but I'm sure there'll be no problem here. Rook to e6, queen to g5, so many different moves. Queen to f7 now. Yeah. We'll see the technique and then jump to another game. Rook to e6 check. White is taking its time, but okay. No rush at all. King to g6. And there's the checkmate. Well done. A standard checkmate on the side of the board, using the king, the queen, and the rook. And let's see if there's any other games of the round still in play. I can't really check which ones there are, so I'll let the production just decide for us. Okay. Maybe I'll choose a game. Okay, this one's about to finish. This is interesting. Let's go for this one, Croatia. We haven't seen Croatia yet against. Oh, no, let's go back to the Croatia one. That was looking good because this one is more or less decided for Serbia. There you go. Croatia. Croatia against Bulgaria B. Okay. So this is 5 minutes for Croatia, 19 seconds from Bulgaria, who does have 2 extra pawns and is trying to promote one of these pawns to get the win. It does look as if Bulgaria will be able to do that. Maybe pushing the pawn to H2. King goes to the corner. And then King F2 would be a really nice mate. That would be a really nice checkmate. If he plays H2 check, King H1 and King F2, that would become a really nice checkmate. Okay, King E2 is the solid move. Now the threat is H2 mate. Doesn't seem there's going to be a way to stop that one. So another win for Bulgaria, as long as, there you go, there's the win. And now I'm going to see Zimbabwe. See if there's some games from Zimbabwe going on. Zimbabwe. Okay, Zimbabwe has finished the match. No, Zimbabwe against Jersey A. That's the one I need. Jersey A against Zimbabwe. Let's see if we can get that one on the board. Because Zimbabwe is actually contending for the win in the group. They defeated Slovenia 4-0 before, and now they're playing against Jersey, which is actually the last qualified, and they're winning 3-0. There we go. Yeah, Zimbabwe's going fast. Knight to F3 check. That's a lovely move. Okay, so it's an extra piece. Well, no, exchange down actually. But look, the rook is going to hang now, probably with check. This is looking very, very good for black. Oh, yes, he won the queen. And now it's going to be game over soon, very soon. That was a nice combination. Oh, what's happening here? Black is just giving, white is just giving away his pieces. Oh, no, he blocked with the rook. Okay. So it's queen and bishop against rook and knight. But it doesn't look very good for white here, unfortunately. Looks like Zimbabwe will take this one down. And I'm checking on the other groups to see if the round's finished. There's still some games in contention. Yeah. Go back to this one. So what's the way to win this? Maybe get your bishop out with check or start pushing the h5 pawn. h5, h4, h3. Many different ways to win. So he brought his bishop out and effectively pushed the h pawn. Queen to g4, maybe queen to c4. Even bishop to g4 check. Queen to e5. Zimbabwe playing very strong here. Oh, what a lovely move. Queen to e4 check. That is really nice move. Queen takes knight, and the queen can't be taken because of the pin for the bishop. Very nice move. Could easily force the resignation now from White after getting crushed like this. Very nice. And the win for Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe goes forward as well. And now I'm going to ask for a game of the match between, let's see, Serbia 1. Okay. Let's bring up a game from Serbia 1. No games left from Serbia. So that's finished as well. I think we're finishing the round, actually. We're just waiting for the results to be updated. Yeah, these games are finished. There's no games left there. Let's see Georgia. Also all finished. You have to bring up a game. Production can decide any game they want. So production, choose your game because most of the games are finished and I can't really suggest any game. So just choose a game one game that maybe has, okay, Bulgaria against Germany, okay. This is the last game of the match. Bulgaria is winning. No, Germany is winning 2-1. And this is the last game. So Bulgaria really needs to win, but it's being crushed by Germany. I wonder if this is important for the standings. It is important because Germany, let's see. No, not such an important one because both teams are at the bottom of the table. But Germany will overtake Bulgaria if they win, which seems likely based on the fact that they have 2 extra pieces here. Okay, rook to e7. This is still the 6th round, 1 round to go. Let's see if the groups are being updated with the results. Not yet. Okay, White is already trying to consolidate his win and push those pawns up. Rook to c7, hitting the bishop. Bishop a6. Rook to c3 might be expected here. Yeah, king e4. Of course, with 5 seconds per move, there's still work to be done. Bulgaria can still, put up a strong defense. But eventually, unless White allows those pawns to advance, eventually the D pawn or the H pawn should promote to queen. There you go, the pawn starts advancing. Pawn still advances. D4 pawn will fall now, but not so important. Still 2 extra pieces. Knight E2 check is a threat. Okay, and that's the win. So I'm wondering if this might be the last game of the 6th round. Let's see if results are updated. Yeah, on some of the results, the round has been updated. Group 3 is updated. Group 4 not yet. Group 5 not yet. So they started to update the results for Group 3. Let's see if there's any more games. Okay, so I'm going to see. Okay, so probably we'll be taking a small break to recover a bit of energy before the last round. Let's check. We're checking now. Because not so many games left. They seem to be preparing the results for the last round. So I think this is a good moment to take a small break. Let's see if that can be handled. Yeah, second Group 2 updated, Group 3 updated, Group 4 still to be updated, Group 5 still to be updated. Okay, so they're finishing the rounds for Group 4 and Group 5, updating the final results. And in the last round, I think we should focus on Serbia-Bosnia, because that match will definitely be a top contender for the first place. Serbia-Bosnia, and let's see here, and also Serbia-Georgia. The Serbian teams with key matches in the last round, but we're still waiting for the update on the results of UAE North Macedonia, which is actually finished. But for some reason, results are not coming in. Oh, still a game to go. Still, these games started later. Okay, there's been a draw. There's been a win by North Macedonia. So there's been another win by Emirates. So Emirates are winning 1, 2. Okay, Emirates won the match. There's still one game left, but Emirates won this match, which basically gives them the win in the tournament. So most probably Group 5, Emirates will be pulling ahead here. Let me check this. Yeah. See that this round is ending as soon as Emirates win this game. Okay, we have the game. We have the last game on the board. Now, this is a turn of events because Emirates was winning before, but now it's 2 rooks and 3 pawns against rook, bishop, and 3 pawns. So black is better. Black is actually clearly better, but there could still be a fight here because the bishop is in the center and there are 2 passed pawns. So this is still quite tricky. Okay, so let's see. Oh, now c5 check is coming. So now this is the turn of events. If he plays king b6, c5 check, Emirates will score the third win in the there you go. c5, picking up the rook, and now white should be winning this position. White shouldn't miss the win here, but Emirates had already. Okay, so rook, bishop, pawn, e4, e5 pawn is dangerous, but it could be a mate there. Okay. Okay, now the threat is rook a8 mate. Can he stop that mate? I can't see a way of stopping it because the rook, the bishop and the pawn, they're connected with the sort of mating net. So rook a8 is a mate threat now. And I'm not really sure how I can stop that. Yeah. He has to resign. North Macedonia is going to lose this game for sure. There it is. So a win in this game. And now things are looking very good for UAE. Are the groups updated? And as soon as this group is updated, we're going into the last round. Let's see if the last round has started in the other groups. For example, I wanted to see the match between Serbia 1 and Bosnia. Let's see if that one has started or not. Bosnia. Yeah, that one's already started. So the last round has officially started. So we're slightly behind schedule, but not really behind schedule. Okay, so we have Armenia B, Ireland. This is the last game of the 6th round in, which group is this? Armenia B. This should be group 5, yes? Yeah. This is the last game of the group 5. When this game finishes, the group will have finished. So let's check it out. But things are looking very bad for Ireland here. My Irish friends, they are being crushed by Armenia, who only has 30 seconds left on the clock, but a huge advantage. I mean, he's about to lose the rook, and it's queen and 2 rooks against the king. And although 30 seconds is not much time, it's more than enough to do checkmate with the 5-second increment. So Ireland's losing here. Yeah, he's doing his best to spend the time, but to no avail. I mean, there's only one move to do here, so why isn't he playing it? Okay, I wonder if there's any other games left over, because the whole group might be waiting for this game to finish, and Ireland is just not playing. It seems that he prefers to lose on time. Is that actually happening in this position? He only has one move, king to e7. What are you waiting for, Ireland? Play your move. Play your move, my friend. It's the only game left of the group and of the round. Production, I think we should go towards the 9th round straight away, or maybe just a quick break for 3 minutes. Maybe. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. You're going to see another video, and then we're back for the last round before the end of the qualifier. So we'll see you right now in just 1 minute. As soon as the video's in,
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, a flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helps everyone to feel I am the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I am the winner.
Okay, so we're live again. I just had a small break for personal reasons, so we're live and we're in the last round. Qualifications have been updated, standings are updated. Very quickly, we have Group 2 leaded by Serbia 1, and they're playing against Bosnia. So whoever wins here will win the tournament, although Serbia do have a lead of 2 points. Also in Group 3, Georgia is leading and facing the last round against Serbia 2. So that's another important match for the second place also. And in Group 4, Zimbabwe is leading and facing Bulgaria 3 in the last round. Here again, Zimbabwe and Slovenia fighting for the first place in the group. Finally, in Group 5, Emirates will be taking this down. Already, Emirates has won the tournament, and they are facing Montenegro in the last round, the leader against the team which has done no points in the tournament. Of course, Philippines and North Macedonia, who are actually facing each other. Whoever wins will win the second place in this tournament. So I would say we should focus on Serbia against Bosnia and also Philippines against North Macedonia. These are the 2 matches which I think we should focus on. Actually, I'm going to ask production to upload a game of the Philippines, North Macedonia, if possible. For example, hasn't started yet. So Philippines, North Macedonia hasn't started yet. So there's still 1 round to go. Aha, here we have, they just started. Nice. Philippines, North Macedonia. Let's take the first game, AA. Okay, so here we have, this is a really important match because whoever wins here will take the second place of the group because they're basically tied in the standings. So this is an interesting match, okay? So black has played the Scandinavian defense and white has blocked with the bishop against the check. Now black attacks the bishop with the bishop on g4. Very aggressive play by North Macedonia. Both of these teams have 8 points and whoever wins will join Emirates in the second round of the tournament. So it's quite an important match for them. I'm not a betting man, but I would think that North Macedonia have a slight chance, slight advantage. But who knows? Who knows? For the moment, Philippines is trying to find out how to attack. D4, a strong move, hitting the queen. Probably black should capture on E2 first, also hitting the white queen. That would be my decision for here. But okay, other options could be possible. Now, knight takes e2 should be the normal move here. Good. Black moves his queen away. This is already a game which I'm sensing has a higher level than some of the other games I've been seeing. This is the first board of Philippines against the first board of North Macedonia. And I can already sense that both players are playing on a much higher level than some of the other games. So I think this will be quite an interesting and close game. So castle is normal here, but bishop d2 could be an option. And white does have a slight advantage in development, but not much. A couple of pieces more developed than his opponent. Not such a big advantage though. Very small advantage. Castle, or maybe, yeah, just castle. Even d5 could be an option, but castle is the normal move in these positions. You just put your king into safety, bring your rook out, develop your rook, connect your pieces, and then wait for a better moment to start advancing in the center. It's worrying that Philippines is taking so much time to do castle. It's very worrying. Spending 2 or 3 minutes to do a move like castle here, it's very worrying. Pawn to b4 is an option, sacrificing a pawn for development, but castle, that's a good move. But he spent quite a lot of time here. 1 minute 23 to do a very simple move. Okay, so castle, black played knight c6, quite a sensible move, developing the piece, and probably black is going to do long castle here. That's what I sense would be the normal move. Even if white advances the pawn to d5, black could do long castle. Put his king into safety, develop the rook. Yeah, that's the move I would go for here. So let's wait for a moment to see if that happens. d5, correct. And now long castle could be good. The thing is, I wonder if North Macedonia will realize that he doesn't have to move his knight because the rook would pin the pawn to the queen. He realized that. Very good. Well played. Well played. So long castle. Well played. Very well played. Very well played. If the pawn captures the knight, the queen is lost. But he might play now bishop to d2, which is very interesting because the bishop on d2, in some sense, hits the queen on a5 with a discovered move by the knight, and also unpins the queen so that the rook would be actually attacking the knight. Bishop e3, that's not so strong. But okay, a developing move, but not so strong. Okay, results are still coming in. As I said, Emirates has won the Group 5, but there is a tie for the second place. Group 4 is dominated by Zimbabwe, but an unfortunate loss against Greece in the first round means that Slovenia still has a chance to catch Zimbabwe. Basically, Zimbabwe is qualified. Second place should go to Slovenia. Group 3, Georgia, 12 points, already qualified, but still unclear if they'll be first or second. All depends on their match against Serbia too. Most probably, Georgia and Bulgaria will qualify in this group. And finally, in Group 2, Serbia, already qualified. Bosnia might take away the first spot if defeats Serbia. If Serbia defeats Bosnia, then Italy can jump ahead of Bosnia by defeating Bulgaria. So quite interesting still. And remember, all of you, this is the second qualifier. This afternoon, actually in about half an hour, we'll be starting the third qualifier. I'm not sure if I'm not going to make it for the third qualifier because it's tough. Okay, so knight takes d5. seems the correct move here, but Philippines really low on time. Knight takes d5, that's the move. Now he should take with the queen, but he took with the rook. That's interesting. Now, the move pawn to c4 would be a good option, but also queen to f3. So actually white has 2 or 3 options now, and quite a good position. The thing I'm worried about is that Philippines is very low on time, only 3 minutes against 8, well, 9. So that's quite worrying because you have a good position, but you don't have time. And at some point you need to calculate some variations, think about your options. And if you don't have time, then it becomes tricky. So it's been a very interesting qualifier, very interesting. However, there's the last minute development which we have to attend. The next qualifier starts at 4 o'clock in exactly half an hour. And we have to prepare all of the production materials to start the broadcast on time. The Zoom calls, the production materials, we need 30 minutes to do that. Now, we had an hour because the round should have finished at 3 o'clock. But unfortunately, as it's a qualifier, some of the games were delayed and we're still in the last round. We have to stop the broadcast now to prepare for the second qualifier and then the finals. So although it's a pity we won't be able to see the last round, if you want to see the games, you can come onto chess.com and see them using the link provided in the description or just searching for Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. And if you want to see the round in the afternoon, then tune in exactly half an hour. Until then, it's a good game from me, and we'll see you in a while.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom. Help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before, but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I am the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I am the winner.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel. Primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. it would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient. And I ain't had that at first, so sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I have time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this. I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
We really believe that the game of chess, one of the oldest intellectual games historically, is really helpful to improve socialization skills of people who are restricted in their freedom, help people to start thinking a bit more rationally. People who made mistakes before but have all possibilities to improve their lifestyles in the future.
Actually, you know, this tournament is, of course, the flagship event for the whole movement that we want to expand for training these people for carrying out research.
We have female teams, we have juvenile teams, we have men's teams. It's wildly diverse and we are so excited.
It is fascinating to observe how much chess activity there is already in prisons around the world.
I strongly believe that chess helped everyone to feel I'm the winner right now. I won it, I did it. I did it by myself, I did it without any bribery, any help, and I'm the winner.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners. I am your host, International Master Michael Rahal. The second Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners is organized as a part of the Chess for Freedom program. It is a continuation of the International Championship first held in 2019, and also the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners last year in 2021. The event is organized by FIDE and the Cook County, Chicago, USA Sheriff's Office, and will be held today, October the 13th, qualifier stage, and tomorrow, October the 14th, 2022, the finals on the International Day of Education in Prison. The championship is hosted by chess.com. It's an online team tournament for 4 players representing any correctional facility without any specification by age and gender of prisoners in 3 groups: men's, women's, and youth. And now, a warm welcome by International Chess Federation President Arkady Vorkovich.
I'm Arkady Dvorkovich, President of FIDE, International Chess Federation. Greetings from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Our project, Chess for Freedom, is for people who made mistakes in their lives before, but have a chance to improve. FIDE is going to bring chess to all corners of the world, especially to those corners where chess can transform lives of people, give a chance to live a better life, to change things around. And inmates who are not free right now have a great potential to develop their lives to the best. Chess started to come to prisons many years ago, and I would like to thank in particular Sheriff Dart from Chicago County, Michael Rahal, who developed this project in FIDE, and Dana Reizniece-Ozola for coordinating this project globally. This is the second edition of Chess for Freedom tournament. Last time we had 30 countries, this time 46 countries, 85 teams from all around the world, so we are improving. And I hope that all players will enjoy playing. They will represent their own countries in this World Intercontinental Cup, and I hope that this event will give a boost for the development of chess around the world, and will have a great social impact on many people around. So good luck, and I wish all the best and success to this event.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. Welcome to the 6th International Chess Tournament. We are very excited to be hosting this. We cannot begin to thank the people from FIDE for all of their help in bringing this together. Chess is an amazing sport. As you know, it gives you critical skills, but it also teaches you patience, things that we can all learn from and something we can all use in our daily life. I hope you're going to enjoy the games today, and good luck, everyone.
How to transform the people's lives for the better. We do not have a universal method, but what we have learned, a chess set and a good book might help. This is what Chess for Freedom or Chess in Prisons program is about. We use our role game to help those who have made the mistakes in their life to be reintegrated and do it in a smart way. I warmly congratulate all the participants of the 2nd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for the prisoners. I thank all the officials in their countries who have made this possible for their teams to participate. I know how challenging it might be to overcome all the legal, technical and other obstacles to do so. I warmly thank my colleagues in Cook County Sheriff's Office and FIDE for dedication to facilitate this worldwide program that this year has gathered together 46 countries, more than 85 teams in this championship. I believe that the inmates will not only compete today, this is a highlight event that motivates them to work on everyday basis, becoming smarter, learning how to respect their opponents, understanding the link between the cause and the consequence, making the society a better and more secure place. I also thank our sponsors, The Gift for Chess. You are helping us to transform the lives with your support in this program. I wish you all the best in this tournament. I wish a lot of excitement. I wish we together reach the goals others only think of and feel the freedom that chess can give.
Thank you very much, Arkady Dvorkovich and Dana Reizniece, Managing Director of FIDE. And now, from Chicago, we have the Sheriff of Cook County in Chicago, Thomas J. Dart. Are you there, Chicago? We'll have them at any moment now. I can see they're there. And we're just waiting for them to come live for the opening speech from the Cook County in Chicago. So we're ready, and any moment now, we'll have the speech from Thomas J. Dart, Sheriff of the Cook County in Chicago.
Michael, you just let me know when you're ready. Yeah. You ready now? Yeah. Oh, great. Fantastic. Hey, I just wanted to welcome everybody here to the Cook County Jail, but more importantly to the International Chess Tournament. We have been doing this now internally for 10 years now, but the big thing is that we have gotten together with people from all around the world. It's just interesting because between the amazing help of FIDE, the councilors here, we've been able to take something that was a really localized idea and take it around the world. I cannot thank Michael enough for everything you've done, and all the rest of the people from around the world. It's sort of strange to be saying that, from around the world, because usually we're talking in a very broken sense about things right around here, but that's not the case. And it's because of the folks who've been engaged in helping this. It has not been easy. As many people can attest to, just getting our different countries to be able to interact in this fashion was a little bit tricky. And for many people here, I want to thank you for making the effort, because I know it's not the easiest thing. The easiest thing is to keep people locked up in jails or prisons, feed them and move them when you have to, and nothing more, nothing less. To engage them in a program like this takes a lot of effort of a lot of different people. And I can tell you, I've heard every excuse in the book as far as why people can't do it. But for the people that have been doing it, it just shows their extraordinary effort and their thoughtfulness and compassion in making sure that people are engaged in something that's so healthy on so many different levels that chess is. So I just want to thank you. I just painfully, I've been doing this job now for 16 years, so I can just tell you that I've become somewhat experienced in this. And this is not easy. And so I just have to absolutely thank everybody for their help and assistance. And FIDE has been such a great partner. They literally ask for nothing. They just help spread this. And for us, this has been something that has been building on itself for years, where we long ago took this beyond the notion of just teaching people how to play chess. You know, Dr. Kornman, took this in a whole different level here. And for sense of perspective, we are, I think we're now the third or fourth largest jail in the country. We used to always be the largest jail in the country. My main point in saying that is that this is something that if we can do it in a place this big, then everyone can do it, and it is possible to do. And so not only is it possible, and in doing that, you give detainees, inmates new skill sets, you get them to think differently. I've talked to detainees, inmates over the course of many years, and they've taught me about how this changed their mental processes. They now think in terms of multiple moves, not just in the chess game, but in their life. And so instead of just trying to exist minute for minute, they now are thinking ahead as far as how there are reactions to things that they do. And so it has changed mindsets of people. And then, through Dr. Kornman, my son, and some other folks, Marlena, they brought this to the families of detainees, to where we started teaching their children how to play chess. And in doing that, it then opened up an entirely new window to where children are able now to play their, most often not fathers, here while they're incarcerated. They play them online. They play them via Zoom, you name it. And it's just an incredible interaction that not only keeps children connected to their father in these cases, but also has children looking at the father in an entirely different light, as someone who is engaged with a very sophisticated sport game and is very good at it. So it changes how they think of the father. So my point is that this, though, the international tournament, takes all this up to the next level. And this now shows people that we collectively, and in very troubled times, can come together on many different things to try to advance many different issues. And this is just one of them. So I really just wanted to use this as an opportunity to thank everybody for all their help over the years, and particularly this one here. We're now at 46 different countries, I believe, and 88 different teams. And so for the technicians who have been making this happen, with 88 different teams, the opportunity for someone to hit the wrong button on a computer and completely screw this thing up is so monumental, and that has not happened. So I want to thank everybody from that side as well. So the game started last night. It's been going very well. It's going to go on throughout today, tomorrow. And so I just wanted to welcome everybody, thank everybody, and wish everybody good luck. And Miguel? Thank you. A question from yes, I appreciate your questions. They're all true and false. Right? Baseball team so bad.
Okay, can I be heard? Can you hear me from the live stream?
Yes.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Hello, Thomas Dart, Sheriff. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm hosting the stream here online this morning and this afternoon. So I had a couple of questions for you. So you mentioned that you've been doing this for 10 years already. My first question was, how was chess introduced originally in the Chicago jail? What was done during these 10 years?
So how did it get introduced?
Yeah, how did it start? How did the program start?
You know, so a lot of it was just this bizarre sort of coming together of Mikel and my friendship and his desire to take chess that he's obviously very, very talented in and bring it into a correctional setting. But it was that notion here that in our location at that time too, probably about 11,000 people in custody. It was with the notion of trying to get people who are incarcerated, A, engage with positive things while they're here, and then B, give them something that was unconventional in the sense that it was going to try to get at people's mindsets. So we, like many other places, have programs that teach people practical skills and how to, be a mechanic, things like that. We have those. But we really wanted to come up with something that was going to try to impact people's mindset and how they think. And this was just such an amazing way to do that. And it's just so obvious for everybody that's involved with it. And then, as I said, it's just taken on a life of its own, and we keep adding more and more to it. So it was really sort of a labor of love by Mikel and me at the same time seeing all the opportunities it would present for the people here.
My second question for you, Mr. Thomas Dart, what positive outcomes have you noticed after the 10 years of running Chess in Jail program?
The positive outcomes have been many. The difficulty, though, frankly, is that for so many people that participate in it, you just wish you could turn the clock back, and you wish you could have taught them this on the outside before they did the act that got them here. Because for so many of them, they'll tell you that this has been transformative, and you just wish this had happened earlier on in their lives. And so that's one of the reasons why Mikel and I were so excited about bringing this to the children of detainees and trying to get this out much further to teach. As they say, chess inherently is just an amazing thing to know, learn, and play. But more importantly, it just provides a different way of people thinking. And so for us, the results have been positive on so many different levels. There's an element of regret in the sense that we couldn't get this to people earlier on in their lives and see what that could have done. Because it is just incredible. You talk to the different people who are involved in the program, very articulate and very, very thoughtful in what they think about this program, of bigger picture things. And it really was what we were trying to do, was sort of subtly try to change people's mindsets. So it's been fantastic. It's been very life-altering. It's just regretful that this is not something we're able to get to people much earlier in their lives.
So that's really very encouraging. It's really nice to hear. The games have started. The games of the second qualifier have started, but I know that there's a meeting now, a round table with many of the consuls of different countries in Chicago, where you will discuss the program, the initiative, the benefits of the program. How can they implement this program in their different countries? We have consuls of Australia, we have consuls of Brazil, Bulgaria, Colombia, Czech Republic, Ecuador, Mongolia, and also the Philippines. So get going with the round table, and we're going to carry on here online with the games from the different prisons. Good luck, Thomas Dart, and a huge success, and keep it going.
Thank you so much, Herman. I promise I will not be instructing anybody in chess. This will be completely on the up and up, because I actually want our team to win, so I will give them no pointers whatsoever. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
So as you all can see, the round table has started. You can see there are many consuls of the different countries now in Chicago with the sheriff having a meeting. They're going to discuss a huge amount of things. How to support prisons and chess in prisons in their countries, how to develop the program in their own countries, the program that they're using in Chicago. Of course, all of them believe that chess is really good for the development and helping their inmates, as the sheriff has discussed. I didn't say the names of the consuls. I do have many of the names here. We have Justin Biggs, who's the consular officer from Australia. We have vice consul from Brazil, Sandra Malta Santos, hoping not to butcher the names here. From Bulgaria, Consul General Svetoslav Stankov. From Colombia, joined by Vice Consul Monica Andrea Peña Araujo. Czech Republic is represented by Consul Deputy General Andrei Prometslo, and Ecuador is represented by Vice Consul Fernando David Lasso Garzon. And finally, Mongolia is represented. Mongolia, actual current champion of the tournament, is represented by Consul General Vatsak Svitintuk. I don't have the name of the Philippines representative consul, but also there. And as you can see in the images on the lower half of the screen, just below me, they have just started the meeting, and for sure it will be a good meeting. I can see Mr. Michal Korenkan is also there, chairing the meeting and sharing his experience as one of the founding members of this project, this program, Chess for Freedom, in the Cook County with Sheriff Dart. So after that, I think it's time to get on with the games. We'll have more guests this afternoon. We'll leave them to do their discussions, to do their initiatives, to see how these things are. And we're going to go back to the games. And before we start looking at the games, it would be a good idea if we can get the production team with my good friend Dmitry at the top. If you could just check and post the link to the chess results, where we can see the compositions of the groups we're dealing with in the last qualifier. Exactly, the men's group 6, 7, and 8, women's group number 2, and youth group number 2 as well. And for those of you who didn't connect this morning, who have just arrived at the stream, this is an online team tournament, completely online team tournament. It's a tournament that's hosted by chess.com, teams of 4 players, always online, games, 10 minutes plus 5 seconds increment. So as soon as players are down to the last minutes, nerves kick in, and we are seeing some mistakes, but also some really interesting games. Players are playing in teams of 4 from their own correctional institutions. No one is playing outside. There is cameras and other people from the organizational team controlling each of the 85 teams which are participating from 46 countries. And as you can see on the screen, the group 7, group 8, and I think also group 6 will be playing this afternoon. Here we have group 7, and this afternoon from Barcelona, of course, is early morning in South America and Central America. So you can see that Argentina 3, Trinidad Tobago 2, Uruguay 2, Ecuador El Salvador, Canada, and St. Lucia are all represented in this group 7, and the top 2 teams of this group will qualify for the finals tomorrow. All of them, as you can see, basically countries from the Western Hemisphere. Although I'm in Spain, it's 4 o'clock here. It's early morning, basically over there, early morning, mid-morning over there. Let's jump to group 06, where you can see the local host team from Chicago. Sheriff Thomas mentioned the team in his speech, group 06, there you go, USA Chicago. Then we have a team from the Turk and Caicos Islands, which I'd be really hard-pressed to pinpoint on the map. No idea. Argentina 1 is obviously there as well. Colombia, Mexico 1, Trinidad and Tobago 1, and Uruguay. Be reminded that when the groups are 1, 2, or 3, it means that different penitentiaries from the same country, okay? And finally, let's go to group 08. So this afternoon, there are 3 groups playing their qualifier. This morning, there were 5. And early morning, very early morning, there was 1. So there's been 3 qualifiers today, a long day of qualifying tournaments. Group 8, we have Grenada, which I do seem to know where it is. And they have actually just finished their game against Mexico 2. USA from Kansas Correctional is also participating, and they've tied their match against Jamaica. Already 2 results there. And finally, in this group as well, Brazil, Argentina 2, and Argentina 4. So we have exactly 4 teams represented from Argentina in this tournament. Huge amount of teams from Argentina. These are men's group. We call it an open group, but in reality they're men's because, as you are all well aware, the correctionals are separated by gender. So in the men's group, we have 3 qualifiers this afternoon. Let's jump over to the women's group, to the female group, where we have institutions from 6 countries. This is the second qualifier. In the previous qualifier, already we had 2 winners. Could you just check Women's 001, please, production team? And let's remind the winners of the Women's 01. Actually, I do have them in front of me. I can check myself. Exactly, Mongolia and Serbia were the qualifiers for tomorrow's finals. And jumping back to Women's 02, we have the teams of England, USA, undefined, undisclosed penitentiary from USA, Trinidad and Tobago, Norway, and Argentina, Ecuador. So here we have England and Norway in their afternoon time schedule, and the rest of the teams in mid-morning time schedule. And finally, the youth team, the second group of the youth team, this morning, the youth 01 qualifiers were Serbia and England. And this afternoon, youth 02, we have 3 teams from Argentina, 1, 2, and 3, a team from Canada, a team from Ecuador, and a team from Trinidad and Tobago. Which of these teams will be the top 2 teams to qualify for the semi-final tomorrow? It shall be seen this afternoon. These teams play a round robin, all against all, 5 rounds, whereas the men's teams, as they're groups of 8, they play a 7-round round robin. And be reminded that the youth teams are under 20 juvenile correctional facilities. So no players are aged over 20 in this youth group. So after having that small introduction, I think it might be time to jump into the games. We are going to have several interviews this afternoon. Hopefully we will be joined by Tony Ballard, the Director of Prison Outreach, The Gift of Chess. We should be also joined by Indian Grandmaster and Coordinator of the Social Projects and coach also of the Indian women team, a man who I've already had the pleasure to meet in Chennai in August, Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte. So hopefully we'll be joined by Abhijit at some point during the afternoon. We've also scheduled an interview with Eduardo Carrillo, who is an ex-convict teaching chess now to the community in Champaign, Illinois. That would be for sure a very interesting interview. We also interviewed this morning Seymour from Durban, from South Africa, who explained to us very clearly the benefits that chess had for him when he learnt it in prison, and after being released, what he's doing in his hometown in Malweni in South Africa. So that will be for sure a very interesting interview. So let's see if we have any other surprise guests during the afternoon. So let's jump into the games. Okay, 4:36, so we're on schedule today. Okay, so many of the games were probably already finished for the first round, but even so, I'm going to see if I can pick up the game. Now on screen is Jamaica against Mexico, the first board. So I think I'm going to stay with that game. I don't see why not. It seems like an interesting position. So I'm going to jump to Jamaica against Mexico, board 1. And let me make sure this is correct before I start. Yes, this is already round 2. So in this group, we're on round 2. And we have a very interesting game already between Jamaica and Mexico. This is the first board, board 1. And we can already see that the position is quite balanced. Doesn't seem much to be happening on either side. Material is completely equal. Black does have an isolated pawn on d5, which might be considered a weakness. But then again, all the pieces are evenly developed, and white has even started to create some initiative on the king side. He's just lifted his rook. That's called the Luft in chess. A rook, Luft. He's took his rook from f1 and switched it on the third rank to g3. That's always a sign of attack, because the rook is hitting the bishop, and behind the bishop is the king. Now, when you want to attack the king, you need to bring pieces over towards that area of the board. There might actually even be a threat now, which is knight takes d5, and when the knight recaptures, the bishop on g4 will be hanged. So black has to be slightly careful. Now, I'm sensing that that bishop might want to move back. So we'll see what Mexico, first board of Mexico, wants to do. You'll notice that underneath the names of the countries, there's a rating, 4 numbers. Now, be aware that these ratings don't actually represent the strength of the players, because these accounts were made specifically for this tournament. Mexico A would be the first team of Mexico, board A, board 1. Mexico B would be board 2, C and D, board 3 and 4. We don't use their real names because these are inmates and we have to preserve, obviously, their anonymity. So as these accounts are new, ratings can't be taken into account. From what I've seen, most of the players are averaging a rating between 1,200 and 2,200 chess.com online rating. Most of them are playing around 1,500 to 1,800. That's more or less what I'm sensing. This game, I would say that both players must be around 1,800 because, at least from what I'm seeing here, most of the moves seem quite sensible. So if you're following the broadcast or you're seeing this broadcast later on YouTube, please don't take much notice of the ratings underneath the names. So the bishop went back to c6, and the position is approximately equal. I mean, nothing much is happening here. Both players deploying their pieces. It must be noted that black shouldn't move his knight, because if he does move his knight, he's in for a awakening if he moves that knight, because white will checkmate on the g7 square. So black should be on a defensive mode and make sure he doesn't move the knight, at least until he's protected conveniently the g7 square. Now, what can white do to increase his attacking perspectives in this position? It's not so clear. We would really want to bring one or two more pieces towards the king side. For example, we'd like to bring the knight on c3, maybe to get to the e5 square, or maybe the bishop on d2 to develop to the c3 square behind the queen, crossing in diagonal towards the king side. That would be really cool if we could get that working. So one idea, one possible idea. Oh, what has he done? I just said, don't move that knight. I said it, you heard me. He moved it. What a disaster. Queen takes g7 checkmate. What? Oh! He changed knights, but he still has the mate. Unbelievable. Will he see it? I don't believe what I'm seeing. I have to take back my sentence that they were 1,800 players. Come on. It's mate in one move. Oh, he didn't see it. Oh, what a disaster. My friends, what a disaster. Jamaica, he was winning. He had checkmate in one move. He only had to put the queen on g7. He even brought the rook to threaten it. What has happened here? What a disaster. He still has a reasonable position, but look, he advances his pawn to attack. But what about the checkmate? Unbelievable. What have we just witnessed here? Unbelievable. I need a moment to recover from the shock. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. What a mistake. What a lost opportunity. You bring your rook to the third rank. You put it in front of the opponent's king. You have everything prepared for the checkmate. And just at the moment that you have to deal the final blow, the nerves come in. Yeah, you get nervous. You sense it might be there. Remember, they're playing online. They don't see their opponent. They only see a screen. They have other players next to them. Their intention, they're in the prison. Nerves come into play. And they missed that move. That was a tough blow for the Jamaica. But okay, the game continues. It's 5 points, 5 pawns against 5 pawns. White still has some initiative, but he has to bring his rooks to the attack. He needs to develop the rook to h3, go for the 7th rank, try and get that rook into the 7th rank. But he has to be careful because black is also doing the same thing now. Wow, what an opportunity. Okay, the bishop hits the rook. Careful, my friend from Jamaica. Don't drop your rook, move it away. Put it on the black square. Go to d2, get away from the white squares. Nice. Now, let's try and get our rook to the 7th file. Come on, you still have chances to win here. What a blunder, guys. What a blunder. He had it in his hands, but he messed up there. He messed up there. It's a pity. He really had it. He was winning. I mean, it was done. Okay, he got the rook in. Now what to do? Let's check. Now they're playing faster. Moves are coming fast and furious. Okay, so let's recapture that pawn with the rook. And white, with his entrance in the 7th file, has grabbed a couple of pawns, which should be good. Should be good enough for the win. But it was unbelievable. What a miss. How could he miss queen takes g7? It's really unbelievable. But that's what happens. Nerves come into play, and just when you think you've got it, okay. Just when he had it. Yes. But okay, he still has 3 extra pawns. However, with 2 rooks and a bishop on the board, it might still be tricky. Of course, grandmasters win these type of positions without even blinking. But here we're talking about lower rated players, and mistakes happen, as you've seen. So you still need to go slowly to convert this advantage. For instance, black is now trying to deal a blow on the 1st rank with rook to f1. He's going for some sort of checkmate, but it's not going to be easy. So let's see how white deals with this threat of rook f1. Queen, that seems very sensible. Get the king out of the range of the rook. I think he'll check him now. Yeah, I get it. I have a feeling he'll go for the check. Okay, so I think we should try and get the team from Chicago on the screen. Let's see if we can get the team from Chicago on the screen. So it's USA Chicago, and I'm going to see if I can find the game. Okay, so please, production team, let's do USA KS against Argentina CCCC, please. Nice. We've got it. Fantastic. So nice. Now we have the Chicago team on screen now, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what it seems to be. Yeah, they're playing against Argentina. There you go. I think this is correct. I'm checking. No. Yes. No, they're playing against Turks and Caicos Island. Something wrong here. I'm going to make sure that I'm actually talking about the team from Chicago, because it might not be this one. The first round they had a bye, and now this is Argentina, AAAA. Yeah, I think it must be the USA team. Yeah, so we have on screen one of the teams from Chicago playing against Argentina. This is board one. However, I have to say that things are not going so well for the Chicago team on this board, because although I thought it was balanced, but actually the Argentina team has an extra rook, which has just been put into play with a very, very strong attack. The bishop is hanging. An extra rook in these types of positions should be enough for the win, but still it's going to be a tough defense by this Chicago player. You can see on the screen there's a white lateral bar. Now this white bar actually gives us the computer evaluation of the position. So if it's high at the top in white, it means the white piece is doing very well. If it's down at the bottom, more black than white, that means black's doing much better. At this moment, white's doing much better. Of course, the game hasn't finished yet. There's still a checkmate to be dealt, and the game doesn't finish until the checkmate is over. But white is pressing, has a very strong position. I'm going to see if I can see if there's a game where USA is... let's go, please, production team, to USA KSC against Argentina CCCC. Let's take... This is the one. Okay. So the share is going to like this one because, as you will notice, the pawn is just about to promote and finally has become a queen. So now this game is heavily in favor for Chicago, very heavily in favor, because a queen, an extra queen, when the other player doesn't have a queen, that is a really, really big advantage. That's like playing football with 3 or 4 extra players. So not one player, no, 3 or 4 extra players. I mean, that's a huge advantage. Doesn't mean you definitely win the game, but there's a huge chance to win. If the sheriff is a keen chess player, then he'll understand this completely. But in these type of broadcasts, I like to give different examples just in case the followers don't have chess expertise. Actually, the last move from Chicago is very interesting because he's going to get another queen. It's not enough to have 1 queen. You want 2 queens, or maybe even more. Now, always the fun question is, how many queens can you actually have on the board at the same time? Now, one player can have up to 9 queens, his original one, plus 9 pawns becoming queens. But of course, that doesn't usually happen. The thing is, I want to tell you now, with 1 queen, you can do checkmate easily. If you start putting a lot of queens, then the white king doesn't have so many escapes, and sometimes it's stalemate. So you have to be careful if you put more than 1 queen. Let's see if he finishes him off. There you go. A win for USA. That was a good game. Okay, let's see if there's more games of USA Chicago team. Okay, so it's 2-0 for Chicago. And the last 2 games, one is clearly better for Argentina. Let's go, please, to USA B. Okay, great, the one we have on the board. Okay, now this is interesting because USA has 3 minutes. Argentina has 10 seconds. And at the moment, the position is favoring USA, but not by much. And the last move from the Argentina team is to put the queen on G3, and it's going to try and follow up with knight to G4. That is a really, really tricky tactic. If knight to G4 and the white captures the knight, the queen goes to H4 with checkmate. So USA has to be very, very careful now. Very, very careful. Let's see if this is dealt with carefully. Okay, so black didn't realize the trick. He's going for another idea, which is also dangerous. Ooh. Okay, so let's go and try and find another game. Okay, production, please. Put me on the board. Turks Iceland. Turks Iceland. B against USA Chi B. No, this one not, the other one. Turks Island B. There we go. Now, a slight confusion here with the two USA teams. The K was for Kansas and the CHI is for Chicago. So now we do have the Chicago team on the board. The other game was from Kansas City. It was a mistake of the letters. We're using letters. It wasn't totally clear to me. I was a bit confused by Argentina, but we're playing against Turks Island, which I'm going to check exactly where it is because the first time I've heard this country. So, as far as I'm seeing, it's an island, if I'm not mistaken. Up in Canada, next to St. Pierre and Miquelon, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken because of that. I'm not an expert in geography. But this is quite a remote island, if it is indeed the island next to St. Pierre and Miquelon above Nova Scotia. So, what's happening in this game? So, it's 8 minutes against 7. Bags of time for both teams. But we can already see that black, the Chicago player, has an extra piece. An extra bishop. Now, the player from Turk Island does have 5 pawns. Chicago has 3 pawns. Now, we must remind everyone that the rook is worth 5 points, the bishop is worth 3 points, and pawns are worth 1 point each, unless they're about to promote to queen, in which case their value increases dramatically. But none of the pawns are near the last square, so they're worth 1 point. So actually, in this moment, black is ahead, but not by much, because bishop and 3 pawns would be 6, and white has 5 pawns, which is 5. So actually, black is ahead, pressing for a win, but there's still a lot of game here. Okay, so we will be having a guest very soon, a guest from India, a Grandmaster nonetheless. So that would be a cool player to talk to. Abhijit Kunte, which I actually know personally, so it would be nice to again renew my acquaintance with him. But let's focus on the game. So white has just checked the king with the rook, and now protects his 2 pawns, but also prepares to double his rooks and maybe try and penetrate into black's position. Could be an idea. Now, the benefit of having an extra piece is that you can use the extra piece to put pressure on one of your opponent's weak spots. I think the most weak spot here of white is the f2 pawn or the h2 pawn. So really the Chicago player should try to get his pieces to press on those pawns. That's what he's doing now, actually. So I think he's playing quite well now. Now, white doubled the rooks, as I said, but as you can notice, the square where the rooks can go to is protected by the bishop. So for the moment, it can't be accessed there. Okay, now one idea would be to play rook to g6. Rook to g7 is slightly passive. I understand he wants to avoid some checks, but this move is not aggressive. It doesn't attack. It's more on the defensive. Sometimes you have to play defensive, but generally, if you do have an extra piece, you play aggressively because you have extra forces. You're on the attack. You can use your extra forces. It seems to me that the Chicago B, the second board of Chicago, is playing slightly too defensively. I would have preferred a more aggressive approach, but okay, we'll see. Let's just carry on, see how this goes. Oh, f3. That's a weird one, because it seems to me that black could just capture the pawn. That looks like a mistake because of nerves. I mean, there was no reason to move that pawn. Well done by Chicago. Capture the pawn and, okay, just increase slightly the advantage. And by the way, you can notice that now the pawn on f5, the black pawn on f5, can start running up the board. And remember, if it gets to the end, it becomes a queen. So now things could be dangerous. I like this move. He hits the rook. Let's see where the rook goes now. Nice. Nice. There could be a mating attack here. Very nice. Very nice. If he's not careful, oof, this could end in mate at some point. Rook takes b2, threatens mate. That is not a good move, because although it does threaten mate, white can capture the pawn on f5 with check and exchange the rook. Will he see it though? Yeah. So now, although black is still winning, he can't get to direct win. Rooks are going to be exchanged. Okay, let's capture some pawns with the rook. Rook takes d2, rook takes b2, rook takes h2. Okay, this game is looking good for black, but it was better before. And now it's not so clear. Some of the groups are already advancing. For example, the women 2 group is already England has already dealt a 4-0 score to Ecuador. And on the Youth 2 group, we have Argentina 1 destroyed Argentina 2 by 4-0. And we're starting to get some results in the other groups, but it's a slow process. The group which is most advanced is the group of 8, where already there are several matches which are finished. And actually, USA-Kansas is ahead after 2 rounds. So, can Black win this game? He needs to get that pawn to the end. It's the only way to win. Get that pawn to the end. Okay, it seems we have a guest. So at any moment now, I will be joined by my Indian friend, Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte. Let's see if Abhijit can come in and we can chat with Abhijit. Who is not only top Indian Grandmaster, but also heavily involved in social projects in India. So as soon as he comes into the broadcast, we'll say hello and get to know him. Okay, we're still waiting for him to come in. Okay, so we'll carry on with the game for the moment. There is a small technical problem which is being fixed now. So let's talk about the game, and as soon as he is ready, we'll be joined by Abhijit. So, but it seems the game ended because there's a checkmate on the board. So we need to change over to another game. Maybe an Indian team this afternoon? No, they played this morning. Okay, so let's jump over to one of the women's teams. Production, let's get the USA against Argentina women's team. That will be a cool one to have on the screen. USA. There you go. So it's USA WC against England WC. Let's get that one on the board while we're waiting for Abhijit to come in. Okay, this is, yeah, there you go. This is WA. No, we're looking for WC. We're looking for England WC against USA WC. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. So many games, so difficult to find the exact game you're looking for. Okay, so this is part of the England USA female women's group, and already it looks like England is about to deal a heavy blow, doing a checkmate. I think we have our guest here. Let me make sure. Okay. Abhijit,
hi,
welcome.
how are you?
Welcome. I'm not sure if you remember me from Chennai.
Yes, of course. I saw you today with Ketan also.
My hair is, oh yeah, I talked to Ketan this morning. That was really cool. So pleased to make your acquaintance again. And let me present you to the followers and to be registered here in the chat. I'm joined by Abhijit Kunte from India. He's actually the 4th Grandmaster of India, And apart from being obviously an excellent player in his own right, also coach of the Indian women's team, the reason he's joining us today is not because of his many endeavors on the chessboard, but because of his role as coordinator of chess social projects in the Indian Oil Corporation. Now, Abhijit, tell us please, in your capacity as coordinator of the chess social projects, exactly talk us about this Parivartan Prison to Pride initiative, and what are you doing, and how is that helping the situation of inmates in India?
I think it was a very novel project when we started it. Our chairman, Shri Shrikant Madhav Vaidya from Indian Oil, he visited the prison in Hyderabad, and he saw some inmates playing their volleyball, and that's where this concept was conceptualized. And later on, it was taken to total 37 jails with 7 to 8 different sports. And it started on 15th August 2021.
Mm-hmm.
But then that time, first time, I think this Chess for Freedom event happened in October last year. And when we saw it, we thought that chess can be a good medium to, bring the inmates to the international platform, and where they can really feel that sense of achievement or doing something with pride. And so I must thank our executive director, Sri Umakant Prasad Singh, who made it sure that this whole thing takes a good shape, and this chess event actually really happened. And so we concentrated on 21 prisons where the chess was already taken. And thanks to also the FIDE officials, especially Dana and Nadia, who took a lot of efforts to bring India on board. And we are very happy that we could, our 4 teams, 2 in the men, 1 in women, and 1 in youth, participated in the event today. And the 1 team has qualified for the tomorrow, and
that is right.
2 teams finished third.
That is right. That is true as well.
Yeah.
That is true as well. There was a bit of unlucky play in one of the. But tell me, Abhijit, I'm reading here that during the 2 phases, more than 1,100 inmates have undergone sports coaching. That's a massive amount of inmates.
1,800.
1,800. Well, I mean, that's unbelievable. What resources do you use? How do you get enough coaches to be able to go into the prisons to be able to deal the coaching for so many players? Or maybe there are prison staff who does the team. How does this work there?
No, the coaches were provided from outside.
Okay.
And we had more than 100 coaches in different sports.
Wow.
Going to the prison to train the inmates. And I think the main thing was the inmates really enjoyed it. It gave them a sense of pride that they are participating in a sport. But as well as it gave them a confidence, it gave them, time to think other than the negative thoughts, which was very, very important. Like few prisons expressed, like they were very, depressed. And they thought that this playing sports has helped them to think positively and think about their future in a different way, which I think is a big achievement for this whole concept.
So, do you agree positively with the idea that chess can be considered an efficient tool for the reintegration of prisoners after they are released or liberated? Can they use the tools they've learned inside the facility to be able to maybe not only a reintegration with the community, but also even maybe help other people outside with those skills? Is that possible? Have you seen this happening in India?
Unfortunately, those who have been trained are still inside, so we don't know like when they come outside what will be the impact.
Okay.
But yesterday when I was in Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, where I visited the prison, and the prison authorities were of the opinion that we had trained about 22 odd prisoners there, chess. Okay. And they thought that maybe we can use these 22 prisoners to train the remaining ones.
Oh.
Like they don't need the coaches from outside every time.
Okay.
So, these things are very interesting, and it can have a really multiplying effect, because, sending the coaches from outside will always have limitations. But once you have a trained inmates there, and if they start teaching the other people, it is going to really help, and it will be easy.
Of course, so you have the coaches inside now, so they can really, they're able to perform a much better job. So, Abhijit, I'm sure you've taught yourself, or maybe with other teachers inside some of the facilities. Yes. Could you tell me, as a trainer I am as well, could you tell me the differences you notice, or how you have to do the training to prisoners in comparison with learners outside the facility? Do you need to use different techniques? Do you need to establish some sort of trust first? Tell me about that. It's something I'd be interested in.
So I have been to five locations in India, 2 in Eastern India, 2 in Northern India, and 1 in Western India. Of course, the level was different everywhere, because some programs I attended when they were just completely fresh, and 2 programs when I attended just before this event. So, of course, the training methods were different, but main thing what I focused was to give them concepts and the basic ideas, that what they should do and what they should not do and what they should think.
Okay.
And I am really happy, because the team under 20 category youth team, which started actually the training very late, and when I met them yesterday, I think on Monday, they had never used the computers, and they were feeling very low.
Wow.
So I just showed them the Queen F7 mate, the fool's mate kind of things, and you can try such tricks and never give up till the end. And I am very happy that they implemented it so well that when I saw their games today, almost everyone was just targeting F2 and F7 square.
Yeah.
But getting the concept and actually implementing it, that shows that they were completely into it.
Yeah.
Because they were telling me that now they have something to go back to their prison cells. They were allowed to get the chessboards, and they used to practice every night.
Yes.
So
yes,
it helps them to do the things productively when they are at prison cells, which is very, very, I think, a difficult time for them in a day.
But also, I can sense that these kids must have a sense of huge pride, because not only have they learned a new skill, but they've actually participated in a chess event, even though they're in their cells, against other countries from all around the world. That's something they can even talk about with the other inmates. Maybe use that as well to improve their communication skills with the rest of the other inmates. I think it's something to be really proud of. At least
I must congratulate World Chess Federation for getting into this social project, because this is something which really adds value to the life of so many people. Because when I went to the prison, and the prison authorities were so positive, the inmates were so positive, and also the society, because there were a lot of press people who were coming and asking for the pictures of the inmates who have qualified for the play in the international tournaments. And also it got published in the newspaper. So you have a inmate photo with the jail authorities getting published as a moment of pride.
Of course.
That is something even few inmates told me that they never believed that it can happen to them.
That's something very special and very positive. And things that are special and positive I think they're probably very good for a person who has made a mistake in life and is now facing the consequences there. He can learn by playing chess that there are many good things in life. One last question.
Yes.
Of course, this tournament is online and they play from the prison on computers. But is there any chance that they can do some sort of inter-jail tournaments in India? Are these things possible there? Actually, I have no idea, so it's sort of a question. I'm just trying to search for the answer. Or it has to be obviously inside the prison using internet to connect with the other players.
Yeah, I think getting them out will not be so easy.
Okay,
that's what I felt. Yeah.
Okay, but of course we have internet, and as long as they're responsible and use it in the correct way, should be okay.
Yeah, we did it in 8 sports. So only chess could do the inter-jail tournament and the international tournament.
I can't imagine a cricket online event. That would be a bit difficult. Okay. On that note, we'll let you go, Mr. Kunte. It's been a pleasure to talk to you again.
Thank you, Rahal.
And good luck.
I once again would like to thank Arkady and Dana and Nadia for all the support in participation of Indian team. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
So that was Abhijit Kunte, Grandmaster, a top player, but also as you have noticed, coordinator for the social projects of the Indian Oil Company. And it's very, very satisfying to learn that national companies also use some of their resources for these initiatives, because this is my first sort of understanding of these matters. I didn't know there was chess in prisons here in Spain, and I didn't know it was a good job. But now I'm getting to see firsthand, talking with Abhijit and with other inmates and directors, the importance this has for the lives of these prisoners who are incarcerated, don't have many possibilities, learn a new skill, are happy with that, and using the skill of chess, they can do many things and develop a lot of abilities. So a huge thanks for coming on to the stream with Abhijit. And let's get back to the games. I actually can see in the stream, I'm not sure if this is being shown live, but I can see some of the players from Kansas, USA. But I think I'm not sure if they can hear me, but if they can, just a salutation. Yeah, they can hear me. So well done, guys. Well done, guys. I don't want to disturb you. I mean, don't drop your queen now because of me. Just keep focusing.
Yes,
and
yes, sir. We're waiting on our next opponent.
Oh, you're waiting, so you're not actually playing now?
No, we're waiting on our next opponent.
Oh, so I'm not sure. Can we talk for a moment? Is this possible? I haven't been notified. Let me make sure. Let me just make sure. Just a second, guys. I have to make sure about this. I'm sure it's okay, but let me confirm, because I'm not sure if this was the guest that was now. Just a moment. Okay, so we have some games, but I'm waiting for confirmation to talk to the players from Kansas, USA Kansas facility, and yeah, that would be cool. They're not playing, so they're between games, so hopefully it's going to be okay.
I was a bit confused because Anna asked me to join as a guest speaker.
Oh, okay, but
and I think it was at 11.
Yeah, Anavi, yeah, I think there was a mistake. No, we're good. Sorry, I think there was a mistake there was a confusion of the hour, so we're good. We can start. Okay. So, First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having us. Yes.
Okay, so you're actually the first inmate player I'm talking to of the tournament. I have talked to some of the coaches. I had Mr. Kunte before as a Grandmaster, but you're actually the first player. So this is a new part of my present here. So first of all, how's the team doing? Let's check on the scores. How are you doing? Tell me about the results for now.
Well, we've prepared up to this point, and we're rocking and rolling. We're doing a great job. I'm proud of my teammates. They're doing very, very well. They're excited to continue to play, and we're looking forward to great success. Yes.
Okay, so I can see that exactly now you're in second place. You're joint first, second, because you've won 2 matches.
Wow.
And you've tied a match with Jamaica. So at the moment you're doing quite well, but of course there's still quite a few rounds to go. So anything can happen. But for the moment it looks good. You're on track to a good score. How many players are you in the team now?
It's just 4 of us right now. 4 of us, and our supervisor is on deck watching everything. Yes, 4 of us right now. And
okay, I see your full name now on the screen. Now I recognize you. You were scheduled for a bit later, so that was I was confused because of that. So it seems that Eduardo is your name. Eduardo, is that correct? I'm from Spain, so I'd say Eduardo.
I'm sorry, I may have taken someone's spot. My name is Tony Ballard.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Here you are. No, I've got you now. Yeah. So you're the director of prison outreach. That's the correct one.
Yes.
Huh? Okay.
Gifted chess.
So yeah. That's why I was confused, because the names are just okay. Here we go. Okay, so give me just 1 second to talk and present you to the rest of the stream, because they're seeing your face, but they don't know anything about Gifted Chess. So let me just clarify this for the spectators, and then we'll talk together. So the Gifted Chess is a non-profit organization transforming lives through the universal language of chess. What does Gifted Chess do? It distributes chess sets, gives training, technology across 4 key initiatives: educational, prison global, and elderly outreach. Using a network of vetted domestic and global partners, the aim of Gifted Chess is to leverage the power of chess to create community, expand opportunities, and ultimately change lives. They use chess as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for at-risk youth, along with those currently and formerly incarcerated. It's a partner of the championship, providing boards, chess sets, winners, and medalists to the event. So, Tony, what is your apart from playing in the tournament, do you teach other inmates in the prison? Tell us about your day-to-day life regarding chess there in Kansas. What can you tell us?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say thanks to the International Chess Federation, President Arkady Dvorkovich. I prepared something, Privyet i spasibo za etu возможность.
Wow, nice.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity.
Spasibo.
And I'm just I also want to thank the Managing Director, Dana Reizniece-Ozola, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, chess program coordinator over there, Mikhail Kornman, and all the 45 countries around the world for allowing us to be a part of such a great event. We at the Gifted Chess are just thankful to be a part of this. And this event highlights the importance of providing rehabilitative tools to men and women in prison throughout the world. Those of us who have been impacted by the game of chess know just how capable that chess is able to transform lives. Chess is fun and a timeless game that has healing properties, we believe, at the Gifted Chess. Many men and women incarcerated have found themselves in this predicament because of impulsive behavior and not knowing how to think or to think effectively. So chess becomes that teaching tool to help us to become mindful and thoughtful of our decisions and consequences that follow those decisions that we make. Yeah, so here at the facility, we have a few guys that love the game of chess. And from time to time, I teach a little bit of chess to help improve their games. But for the most part, I work with the Gifted Chess, and we aim to get chess in all of the United States and eventually across the globe into prisons and use it as a cognitive rehabilitation tool to help change people's lives. Now, my testimony is that when I found chess, I happened to be in segregation, serving a long-term sentence for, some disruptive behavior. I found my chessboard, and that's all that I had, and I began to play and play and play. The more I played, the more I became, so to speak, bitten by the chess bug and just fell in love with it. And so I started reading books and learning chess openings, chess theories, and had a lot of success. And so I said, hey, what if I apply these same skills that I'm learning over the chessboard into my own life? And once I start applying those same skills that I learned over the chessboard into my life, I also, again, start seeing success in my reality right here in prison. And so I start having chess clubs in the prisons, teaching other guys how to play chess, opening moves, middle game moves, end game moves. And then for the more advanced players, we get into theory. So yes, that's my testimony as far as chess.
Tony, I was going to ask you how chess has changed your life, but I don't need to ask you again. I understand it completely. What you've just said, it really touched me in the heart. I was going to ask you a couple of questions, but let me get one in first. So you just said you're reading books and you're learning openings. Now tell me, of the books you've read, if you remember the titles, which one has impacted you most from a chess perspective?
Okay, Lev Albert, he has a book, I want to say it's called Chess Matters. We have a book called The Brick, and it has a lot of puzzles in. I want to say like 5,000 something puzzles. Wow. It's by Laszlo Polgar.
Oh, I've got that one. You call it The Brick?
We call it The Brick.
Okay, I got that one at home as well. I've got that one.
So it's so huge. I also have a friend. He's a correspondence grandmaster. They call him Mr. G. Stefan Drzadowicz, and he writes several books himself. So right off the top of my head, those are a couple books. Bruce Pandolfini.
Yep, he's a classic. He's a classic. Okay, so tell me as well, what's your favorite opening then, with white and with black? Where do you excel? Where do you feel you're really getting your games?
So my favorite opening was white, and I haven't perfecting because there's so many different variations. It's the Ruy Lopez.
Ruy Lopez, the Spanish opening.
Yeah, I love that opening. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. But you have to really be technically sound to execute the Ruy Lopez. But with black, I like the Sicilian defense.
Which one?
Accelerated Dragon.
Okay, so it sounds to me that you're more a technical sort of positional player then, yeah?
Yeah, I guess so,
Because the dragon, the accelerated dragon is more, it's not so sharp. It's slow. There are sharp lines, but it's slower. And the Ruy Lopez is very technical, very technical.
Yes. And
you can develop an attack, but it takes time.
Exactly. And continuing to read the MCO, which is the Modern Chess Opening books, and studying that, now in prison, we don't have search engines like LeChess or anything to help us really understand and learn the different variations. It's all about, what we have up here in our head as well as pen and paper. So it's a lot of extensive study when you're dealing with the Ruy Lopez or the Sicilian defense. So I get lost in that. But one opening that is a lot more simpler to learn and to understand for me and what I've been teaching the guys here is the London system.
Of course.
The London system, the Poly system.
It's a good system.
And it leads into the stone wall and so forth.
Yeah. That's quite a cool one because it's not so difficult to memorize. So it's more a strategic plan. So that's good. Tell me something. Did you get a chance? This is a question I've asked several trainers during the day. Can you use the computers for practicing online with other players outside the tournament? Do you have a time allocated to this, or you can only use the computers to play during the tournaments?
Unfortunately, this is the first time we've been involved in such a great event. And so when Mikhail Korman over there sent us a link to have a practice session, we was able to participate in that for the first time.
That was the first time then?
Yes, and leading up to this tournament.
So is it easier for you guys to get used to not only the mouse, but also the way the pieces move on the screen instead of the normal chessboard? How difficult was that transition that way? Because I'm seeing some mistakes that I have to put forward to maybe just nerves because of the new functions. Is that correct?
That is correct. Nerves has a big part to do with it. But my guys, they started off with bad nerves, but they got really acclimated pretty quickly, and they've been doing really well. Yes, there is a difference playing on the board, over the board, versus playing on the computer screen. And for me, I was able to transition fairly easy. Yet there is one or two of my guys that do find that a little bit more challenging, but they've also overcome those difficulties. And that's another thing about chess. You know, when you come across problems or difficulties, it trains your mind to process that appropriately and to move past it quickly. The chess is such a beautiful game. It helps us to learn how to use the most important muscle in our body. And the more we put it to proper use, the stronger it becomes. Through playing the game of chess, we've learned skills like problem solving, decision making, strategic and goal setting skills, critical thinking skills. All these skills are what employers call soft skills.
Yeah.
And when you get out into the world and you use these soft skills, it enables you to have a greater chance of success when getting hired. Mm-hmm. And so these skills is what we aim to teach once we are allowed to spread the good gift of chess into prisons as a cognitive rehabilitation tool through the gift of chess.
Tony, how do you deal with big mistakes on the chessboard? How do you get past for instance, when I make a mistake, I get really angry at myself. How do you guys deal with that? It must be a difficult situation, especially at the beginning, no? Are you cool with mistakes? You take it calmly? How do you deal with that?
Well, I will say that mistakes don't make you bitter. They should make you better. And so initially, you know, you're fired up, you're angry, you're upset. But then, when you're playing the game of chess, it's a gentleman's game. Yeah. You have to learn how to be cool about it, calm yourself down, and get back to the drawing board. That's why it's so important to have an annotation book so that you can study your moves and understand where you went wrong and come back stronger and correct it. So mistakes are just fuel to the fire, if you have any fire, to help you keep going and to get better and better. In the same way in life, you make mistakes, you find yourself in prison, then you want to get back to the drawing board and find out where you went wrong and correct those mistakes and better your life and get out and become a product of opportunities for your family, for your community, for your employer. So yeah, mistakes aren't there to make you bitter. They're there to make you better. And that's the mindset that I have to have in order not to meditate on it so deeply and get too angry about it.
Tony, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. It's for me, it's been unbelievable. I'm in Barcelona. I'm on the other side of the world. But that's the cool thing of the internet, getting to talk to people on the other side. And it's been a pleasure. But you have to concentrate on the games now. Yes. Now I'm rooting for you guys to qualify for the finals tomorrow. So
all right, thank you.
I hope at the end of the day you're through.
I just wanted to say one last thing. Penicillin was discovered on an accident. A scientist put some bacteria on the shelf. He went on a vacation. He came back and he found that there was mold growing on it. And the mold actually killed the bacteria. And he won a Nobel Peace Prize because of it. Well, we at the Gift of Chess, as we partnered with FIDE, we plan to go on prison systems and use chess as a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can change lives. We're passionate about it. We know that it can be done. And that is our goal. And we're asking all the diplomats and all the administrators and people in their communities with power and influence to volunteer their time, to give us the donations, and also to come alongside us with their technical expertise that can help advance this initiative and to make a change in the lives all across the world. So this is a call to everyone. Gens una sumas. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Well done, and see you soon. Goodbye. So there you have it. Tony Ballard in the prison in Kansas. But as you can see, very passionate for the game. Seems like quite a decent player as well. You know, Rui Lopez, Accelerated Dragon. These are not easy openings to learn and study. And then also through the gift of chess, trying to promote chess in his own facility, but also all over the world. And this is a sort of passionate inmates we get participating in this tournament. It's been a huge pleasure talking to him. So yeah, I'm happy because of that, because I don't normally get the opportunity to see other perspectives around the game that all of us really love and are passionate about. So let's go back to the games. Let's see what's happening after this brief interview with Tony Ballard. How are we doing? Let's have a look. Let's ask let me check the results. Okay, let's ask production just to give us a quick peek at the groups and go over the situation of the tournament, and then we'll get back into the games. And I think we have an interview already in a while. I think in about 20 or 30 minutes, we have someone else coming in, but still a bit of time. So let's see the classifications if we can, production team. Let's go on to the chess results and see how the tournament is going. There you go. So let's start with the group 6. So this group is going slowly, very slowly. It seems to be on the second or maybe third round. Chicago, USA is leading, but it's early days yet. They're tied with Argentina and with Colombia. So a lot to do and a lot to say still in this group. Mexico, I think this is an uneven number of teams in the group, so there'll be a bye in every round. Okay, let's progress to group 07. Yeah, this group is going too slow. It's going very slowly. Let's go to 07. Okay, here we are on 7. Also going very slowly. Only one full match is for the moment registered, with El Salvador leading with a full 4 points. And Uruguay and Argentina and Trinidad and Tobago all just behind. And finally, group 08. Yeah, this is the group we were talking about with Tony, his team USA Kansas, second in the standings, tied with Jamaica. They're losing by 1.5 points of tiebreak, but still 3 rounds to go. And yeah, I would say that these are the two teams that look to be heading for qualification from what I'm seeing here. Let's go to the women's 02 group. Yeah, this is well on its way to finish. England clearly first, basically crushing. It seems that there's some teams that haven't appeared, Norway, Argentina, so they don't seem to be participating fully at least. But yeah, England will probably take this one down, and USA looks to be on track for second. And what about the youth teams production? Now here, this one's closer. This one's just about to finish, so we'll try and focus on one of the games of this category now. We have Argentina 1 leading with 6 points, and Ecuador is second with 6 points, and they have a huge advantage over the rest of the teams. And funny enough, Ecuador has defeated Argentina. This must be this round, so there might be a change in standings. Ecuador might already go for first when this round is finished. Okay. It's a bit strange to see that only one round has been played on 2 of the groups of men's. I'll try and find out what's happened there. And let's go back to the back to the action. So production, we're going to try and get, as the youth is going into the last round and the women as well, we'll try and see one of the youth games and one of the women's games. I'm going to suggest a team. Let's go first to women. And I would like to suggest maybe, yeah, why not? Let's try and get a Trinidad and Tobago women's team game on the list. So this would be Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Women's WC, Trinidad Tobago. WC against USA WC. Let's try and get this one on the board. There's 3 games. It could be WC or WB, whatever you prefer. USA WB against Trinidad Tobago WB. In the women's. Okay, you choose. No, this one's finished. Try and get USA WB against Trinidad Tobago WB. Let's see if we can get this one on, because it seems quite a good game with a good attack by Trinidad Tobago. Nice. So this is USA WC against Trinidad Tobago. Okay, got it. Fantastic. Let's keep this board here. Let's keep this one here. And I'm going to use this board as a segue to talk a bit about chess in prisons in Trinidad Tobago, about the programs that are being developed in Trinidad and Tobago. So I think it's a good moment to segue into that. Always trying to find ways to talk about the different programs in the different countries. So Trinidad and Tobago, the prison outreach, is a collaboration between the Trinidad and Tobago Chess Association, the Federation, and the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee, whose mandates both focus on inclusivity of all citizens. Chess has been a regular pastime in Trinidad and Tobago prisons, but in 2022, the Chess Association opted to take the initiative one step further by entering a team into the first Intercontinental Online Championship for prisoners, the first time they were competing. They held qualifying competitions in 5 prisons to seed out potential players for the national team, and more than 90 players participated in these 5 initial competition rounds. Also, very kindly, the IDOVTT division of the Ministry of Digital Transformation stepped in and offered 10 laptops on loan so that the prison service team players could use these laptops to participate in the tournament. So it seems to me that there's quite a collaboration going on there in Trinidad and Tobago, which I seem to remember where it is, but I'm going to check on the map and make sure I have it located. Yep, it's an island in the Caribbean, port of Spain, right next to the Grenada Island. That's why Grenada is also participating, and just outside the coast of Venezuela, as far as I can see here. So a very nice island in the Caribbean, and they are participating from the penitentiary centers over there. Okay, so that has let me segue a bit into the initiative of that country. And now let's get on to the game. So here what's happening. USA women's third board with white. and Trinidad Tobago with the black pieces. So what's happening here? Let's count the material as usual. So it's 2 rooks and a bishop for black. Now just 1 rook and the bishop. And white seems to be doing very well here. I can see the rook is about to come into play via g3 or e7. It's going to combine with that queen. Things are looking quite grim for the Trinidad Tobago women's player in this particular matchup. Actually, if white sees the combination, she can play queen to g8, and now there is a checkmate in 1 move. Will she see it? Let's hope for the best, because before we saw there was a big mistake when there was checkmate in 1, and it was on g7. This time it's on g8. She's taking her time. She's making sure, considering her options. They have to be patient. As Tony said, don't be impulsive. Will she do queen to g8? Of course, in this position, even if she doesn't find the checkmate, there's many other ways to win. But in the other game, you saw that the checkmate would have ended the game, and then it was much more difficult to play. Let's wait here for a moment. Oh, she missed it. She missed it. But anyway, the advantage is so big. There's so many extra pieces that, and actually the move she played is quite good, because she opened up the diagonal for the bishop against the rook. And now the bishop will be able to capture the rook, or even go for the mating attack if that is allowed. There you go. She won the rook, and the victory is done. So let's find a youth game. For example, let's go with, I think we should try and find an Ecuador game from the youth qualification team. I'm going to try and find an Ecuador game and ask production to put it in. Ecuador. Look, fantastic. We have Argentina against Ecuador. But this one's finished. It's Argentina YDD, Ecuador YD. So it's the 4th board. Ecuador is playing with black. It's funny because no, it's not this one, production. It's Argentina YDD against Ecuador YD. Okay, this one works for me. Okay, I'm going to get this one. Ecuador YA, Argentina YA. That one works. Okay, keep it there. Ecuador YA. Nice. Okay. 2 countries of South America. Ecuador is on the equator, as the name exists, the name indicates. Argentina is further south, and they're battling out on the chessboard, with Ecuador actually probably slightly better in this position. White does have an extra piece, but less time, a big time disadvantage. However, if he finds knight takes g5, then he can double the rooks on the file, maybe get over the king side with the queen, and things could look very, very bad for black if knight takes g5 is played. But of course, he's down on time. He's still thinking.